Chapter 1. In the Tianxian continent, martial artists were respected and martial arts were king. In this world, strength and martial arts were equally important. If the martial arts of the same level were not as powerful as the opponent, they would only be abused in battle. It was also because such a good martial arts could decide the fate of a family or even a large sect. Jade Mountain City, Luo family's horse pen. Pooey, pooey, what's this smell? In the horse pen's weeds, a pale young man frowned and complained as he woke up. Luo Tian's eyes widened. What he saw was a few twisting horse buttocks and a pile of horse dung on his thigh. The stench was overwhelming. He was stunned. Horse pen. Damn, what's going on? Luo Tian was stunned. His mouth was wide open and his eyes were wide open. He could not regain his senses for a long time. What's going on? Time travel. I only downloaded a few hundred pirated novels at once. Is there a need to punish me like this? Everything around him was too foreign to Luo Tian. He looked at his clothes, his hands and feet, and his waist-length hair. These were not his original body. This also proved that he had time traveled. Luo Tian was a very ordinary otaku on Earth. He couldn't be more ordinary. He did the things that otaku did every day. Games, anime, novels, and the friendly and harmonious poochie-poochie activity with the inflatable dolls a moment ago. Luo Tian was playing games while downloading novels. Hearing a ding-dong sound, Luo Tian switched out and smiled with satisfaction. He said to himself, finally downloaded, "Now I can read for a few more days." He opened the ebook and checked it. It was full of the most popular online novels. What Stellar Transformation, Misty Journey, Zhu Xian, Battle Through the Heavens, Golden Scale. But it was something in the pool. What Golden Plum? There were hundreds of novels, and every one of them was a classic. Luo Tian also had a special liking for them. He did not delete them after reading. In his words, he could review them again on some lonely and boring nights. After downloading the novels, Luo Tian reached out to unplug the data cable. The moment his hand touched the data cable, the computer screen kept switching back and forth. One moment, it was the novel page of the ebook, and the next moment, it was the game interface. The computer screen was almost dazzling. The computer screen was flashing, and the mainframe was also making crazy noises. Immediately after, the kitchen knife cut the wires, creating sparks and lightning along the way. The mainframe was smoking. The display screen was also smoking. What was worse was that Luo Tian's head was also smoking. The moment the mainframe and the display screen collapsed, Luo Tian's eyes rolled up and he fell unconscious on the computer table. He had no idea what happened next. When he woke up, he was in a completely unfamiliar world. Luo Tian was very depressed. It was quite depressing. This kind of depressing feeling was no less than that of a mermaid on an isolated island who could not f*** and whose mouth was full of sharp teeth. Although being an otaku is a bit tough, and my hands might be a bit tired at night, but isn't it the same as asking for my life by bringing me to this damn place? What the hell is this? Luo Tian said angrily. He never dreamed that he would travel to another world. He liked to read online novels. He liked the awesome protagonists in the novels who stepped on others and slapped their faces. He liked the protagonists who shared honor and disgrace with their brothers. He liked the protagonists' numerous encounters with beautiful women, and the women he met every time were all beauties, but he just liked them. These were all imaginary things that did not exist at all. Traveling to another world was just a gimmick in a novel. It was impossible for it to happen. If he could really travel to another world, he would be the first to try it, because only then could he change his life. Now that he had really traveled to another world, he could not be happy. There was no other reason. The origin of the owner of this body, his background, his family, and his broken dantian that prevented him from cultivating. His origin seemed to be awesome. He was the only son of the former head of the family, Luo Zhen. But the key point was the former. His father died in a battle, and his mother died of depression. After his parents died, His life fell from heaven to hell. He was originally the young master of the Luo family, but he became a handyman in the stables of the Luo family. His status was even lower than that of a servant. What was worse was that his dantian was broken and he could not cultivate. Originally, he was talented and had excellent qualifications. He was the #1 person in the younger generation of Jade Mountain City. But 3 years ago, he was injured by a mysterious person. Then he inexplicably took the spirit-dispersing pill by mistake. This caused his dantian to be broken, and he became a useless person who could not cultivate. In a world where the strong were respected, being unable to cultivate was equivalent to being sentenced to death. He would never be able to make a comeback. Since the day he became a useless person, he had been bullied every day. People of the same family mocked, beat, and scolded him. Disciples from other families openly humiliated and mocked him on the streets. Those disciples who did not even dare to look at him before stepped on him in public or in front of the girls they liked. The Luo family never cared about these things. They even warned him time and time again not to go out and embarrass himself. He was the one who lost the face of the Luo family. Why would the higher-ups of the Luo family care about him? They couldn't wait for Luo Tian to die early. Luo Tian was still the young head of the Luo family. As long as he reached the age, he would be the clan head of the Luo family. This was established in the ancestral hall when Luo Zhan was still alive, and no one could change it. Anyone who changed it would be breaking the rules of Wu Ni's ancestors and committing a serious crime. Because of this, his miserable days did not stop for a single day. Every day, he would be beaten and scolded for no reason. Luo Tian endured it and lived on tenaciously like a cockroach. Until yesterday, Luo Yu brought a woman to the horse stable to pick a horse. This woman was called Zhu Mei. She was the daughter of the 3rd elder of the Zhu family, one of the 4 major families in Jade Mountain City. She was once Luo Tian's fiancée. However, on the day Luo Tian was crippled, the Zhu family brought people to cancel the engagement. Everything was as planned. The cancellation of the engagement was surprisingly smooth. Luo Jianshan, the clan head of the Luo family, agreed without any consideration. Luo Tian didn't know about all this. The only time he knew about this was when the Luo family announced Luo Yu and Zhu Mei's engagement a month later. At that time, he just smiled bitterly. Luo Yu and Zhu Mei came to pick a horse to play in the suburbs. Originally, this kind of thing could be done by a servant. However, in order to show off his superiority, Luo Yu specially brought the charmingly dressed Zhu Mei to show off in front of Luo Tian. Zhu Mei also surprisingly cooperated. The two of them showed all kinds of intimate actions in front of Luo Tian and said all kinds of insults to Luo Tian. Luo Tian turned a deaf ear and acted as if he didn't see anything. But because of this, Luo Yu suddenly flew into a rage and said that Luo Tian didn't even have the basic respect. Immediately, he attacked and knocked Luo Tian down with a punch. Luo Tian, who had lost all his cultivation, was no match for Luo Yu, who was at the 5th rank of the mystic realm. He was knocked out with a punch. But Luo Yu was still angry. He used all his strength as a 5th rank mystic realm cultivator and fiercely kicked Luo Tian's chest several times to make sure that he wouldn't stand up again before leaving. During this time, Zhu Mei on the side clapped and cheered. She kept praising Brother Luo Yu for being so awesome. Brother Luo Yu is so mighty. Beat him to death. Beat this trash to death. While talking, she didn't forget to kick him a few times. Because of this tragedy, the young master of the Luo family died. The otaku Luo Tian came. His tragic life is over. Now it's my turn. Luo Tian looked at the stable with lifeless eyes. His eyes were filled with a sense of powerlessness. He kept asking himself in his heart, "What should I do? What should I do next? God, give me some benefits. How can an otaku like me survive in this man-eat-man world?" Luo Tian thought for a long time, but couldn't find any shortcuts to become rich. He was just an ordinary otaku. He didn't know anything about business or making money. The only thing he was good at was playing online games. In his previous life, he used games to level up and earn money. He was a genius when it came to killing monsters, leveling up, doing quests, and clearing dungeons. Even some professional players couldn't compare to him. But this world didn't even know what computers were, let alone online games. "Oh, you're awake." Suddenly, a very unexpected voice came from outside the stable. He was the manager of this stable. His name was Ma Tong. When he saw Luo Tian wake up, his expression was very surprised. He muttered to himself, "He didn't die even after being beaten like this. This trash's life is really tough." When Luo Tian was beaten up, he was there. Luo Tian was trying to kill him, but he didn't think that Luo Tian would still tenaciously survive. After being surprised, Ma Tong coldly smiled. He walked into the stable and kicked Luo Tian's thigh. He suddenly shouted in anger, "Since you're awake, don't play dead. Since you're awake, why don't you get up and work? Do you believe that I won't beat you to death?" With a wild roar, his spittle sprayed onto Luo Tian's face. A small stable manager didn't even have the qualifications to see him before. Now that they met, he beat him up and threatened to beat him to death. This made Luo Tian realize that his status in the Luo family couldn't be any lower. Luo Tian's eyes twisted. His heart was filled with anger. But in a flash, he calmed down. He squeezed out a smile and laughed. "I'll get up now and go work." A wise man knows when to retreat. Ma Tong's cultivation was at the 3rd stage of the mystic realm. It was more than enough to deal with him. Although he didn't dare to kill him, but he wouldn't be merciful with a few punches and kicks. Now that he was seriously injured, he didn't know if he could withstand a few more punches. But he remembered all of this in his heart. Sooner or later, he would get it back. Luo Tian stood up with difficulty. He lowered his head and walked out of the stable. Ma Tong kicked Luo Tian's butt again and shouted, "You bastard, walk faster. Do you want to die if you're so slow?" Luo Tian clenched his teeth and clenched his fists under his sleeves. But he didn't say anything. Ma Tong sneered and disdainfully said, "Look at you. You're AF asterisk King Disgrace. I really don't know what's the point of living. Living like this is indeed meaningless." Luo Tian smiled bitterly in his heart. "Pada!" Luo Tian stepped on a fat dung beetle. Luo Tian didn't think much of it. Just as he was about to continue walking, a strange sound rang in his mind. Ding! New book. Please vote if you like it. Bookmark and support. Thank you. Chapter 2. Ding! There was a sudden sound. Luo Tian was secretly shocked. He looked around and muttered to himself, "What's that sound?" Ma Tong stared at him, then kicked him again and scolded, "What kind of sound does a dog make? If you don't walk faster, I'll kick you to death." Did I hear wrongly? Luo Tian shook his head, and when he was about to walk forward, a huge amount of information flowed into his brain. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Dung Beetle, obtaining 1 experience, 0 profound cheat. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for activating the level up system. Do you wish to check your character's attributes? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for activating the novel's reward system. Do you wish to check the reward standard? What's going on? A series of pleasing electronic prompts sounded in his mind. Luo Tian was immediately stunned. He nodded his head and said, "Check." The idea moved, and the system in his mind instantly opened. Player, Luo Tian level, 0 experience points, 1100 profound chi, 0 points cultivation method, none ultimate skill, none partner, none. Ha ha ha! The heavens have treated me well, to actually give me a set of level up system. I'm rich, ha ha ha. Luo Tian was extremely excited in his heart and laughed crazily. This scared Ma Tong, who had been cursing at the side, quite badly. He looked at Luo Tian in shock, as if he had gone crazy. Indeed, Luo Tian's excited expression, coupled with his crazy laughter, was indeed like a madman. Luo Tian had read countless novels, so he naturally knew what the sound he heard meant. Without a doubt, it was a system like a game. Cultivation was like a fantasy to any Earth otaku. What dantian, what profound chi, they did not understand at all. But to any Earth otaku, there was no game that they were unfamiliar with. Killing monsters, doing quests, clearing dungeons, they were all very familiar with it. Originally, Luo Tian had felt depressed because his dantian had been shattered and he was unable to cultivate. In this world, those who were unable to cultivate were existences akin to ants. They would be ridiculed, beaten, and humiliated by others. They did not even have the least bit of dignity. There was only one way to change this, and that was to become stronger. Since he could not cultivate, it was impossible for him to change. In the beginning, Luo Tian had been thinking of ways to escape the Luo family, escape Jade Mountain City, and find a place where no one knew him to survive. But it was different now. With the upgrade system in hand, breaking through cultivation wasn't a problem at all. At this moment, Luo Tian's heart suddenly grew stronger. He thought to himself, I don't know how to cultivate and break through, but I believe no one knows more about killing monsters and leveling up than me. Ma Tong, right? Luo Yu and Zhu Mei, you adulterous couple, Luo Jianshan. The entire Luo family, just you wait. All of a sudden, Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly. A cold glint flashed past his eyes. A strong and confident aura erupted, as if he was a completely different person. Ma Tong, who was at the side, seemed to have felt that the aura on Luo Tian's body was different. His expression was slightly startled, and he looked at Luo Tian seriously. It was still that trash. Even if he changed, where could he change to? With his dantian crippled, he could forget about turning things around for the rest of his life. Then, Ma Tong kicked out with all his might and scolded angrily, What are you crazy about? Why aren't you cleaning up the stables for me? Luo Tian staggered and almost fell to the ground. He turned around and glared at Ma Tong. Just as he was about to say something, a system notification sounded out in his mind. Ding! Received quest, clean the horse pen. Quest reward, 30 experience. Do you accept? Huh. Luo Tian wanted to scold Ma Tong back, but he didn't expect that because of Ma Tong's words he would issue a quest. Immediately, the anger in his heart was suppressed. Seeing that you can issue a quest, I will endure it for now. And the idea replied, Accept. Fortunately, Luo Tian did not scold him out, otherwise, he would definitely be beaten up again. Endure. He had to endure it first. Before he had enough strength, he could not easily get angry. Ma Tong's strength was at the 3rd stage of the profound realm, and he was definitely not his opponent. Level up. He had to level up as soon as possible. He couldn't always be bullied by a horse pen manager. It was too embarrassing. Luo Tian shouted in his heart as he picked up the broom and quickly swept it up. In the process of cleaning, he did not let a single dung beetle off. Although it was only a bit of experience, to Luo Tian, he could not miss even the slightest bit of experience. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing a dung beetle, gaining 1 experience. 0 profound chi. Ding! The system beeped from time to time. The experience points were increasing bit by bit. Luo Tian did not let go of any corner. After an hour, the dirty and smelly horse pen looked brand new. Steward Ma, the horse pen has been cleaned. Is there anything else to do? Luo Tian eagerly ran to Ma Tong's side and said in his heart, Is this considered handing in the quest? Ma Tong walked out of the room and looked around. His expression was dark with surprise. He wanted to take the opportunity to find fault with Luo Tian and beat him up. But seeing that he had cleaned the horse pen so well that he could not find any fault with it, he coldly glanced at Luo Tian and said, Once you're done, don't think about being idle. Go to the back of the mountain and cut 10 stones of fresh fodder to feed the horses. If you can't cut 10 stones by nightfall, I'll break your legs. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the Clean the Horse Pen quest. The reward is 30 experience points. Ding! Receive the quest. Cut 10 stones of fresh fodder to feed the horses. The reward is 50 experience points. Do you accept? I have to accept. 50 experience points. That's a lot of experience points. I'm counting on it to level up. Luo Tian was delighted. He picked up the load in the horse pen and rushed to the back of the mountain. When he walked out of the horse pen, he saw a dung beetle struggling to roll horse dung. Luo Tian grinned and said, "Dung brother, I'm sorry. For this brother's level, you have to sacrifice yourself." The dung beetle paused and looked up at Luo Tian with an expression of, "I'm just passing by." Luo Tian stepped on it. Crack! Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing a dung beetle. The reward is 1 experience point and 0 aura points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing 70 dung beetles and obtaining the title Dung Beetle Killer. The reward is 10 experience points. Dung Beetle Killer. Luo Tian almost burst out laughing. This title is really King awesome. The system suddenly sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Profound Disciple Stage 1. I leveled up. Luo Tian's spirit was shaken. His body that was originally full of injuries was instantly healed. There was no longer any pain. He could not help but secretly rejoice and said, "It's exactly the same as in the game. I'll be full after leveling up." Ha ha ha! Before he could finish being happy, a series of notifications sounded in his mind. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. The reward for obtaining the novel's cultivation method is Thunder, Tiger Fist, Bahuang Fist, and Vertical Cloud Power. You can only choose one of them. Please make your choice. Huh! Luo Tian was stunned. At the beginning, he heard the novel cultivation method reward system, but he was busy killing dung beetles and forgot about it. What is the novel cultivation method reward system? Luo Tian could not help but think. Then he opened the system. Novel cultivation method reward system description. When the player reaches the corresponding level, they will be able to obtain a cultivation method as a reward. The cultivation method obtained will be the cultivation method used by the protagonist of the novel. F*CK. No wonder I felt that the names of these 3 cultivation methods were so familiar. So it turns out that they were used by the protagonist of a certain novel. Luo Tian was shocked. He immediately checked the names of the novels in the system. It was fine if he did not look, but once he looked, he was stunned. These novels were all from Luo Tian's ebook. They were all novels that were popular for a period of time. The protagonists of these novels were all awesome existences. Training in their cultivation methods, Qinyu in the stellar transformation, Linli in the coiling dragon, Chunnan in the divine tomb. Everything was there. It could be said that they were crazy cool existences that could shake the heavens. The cultivation methods of the protagonists of these novels were all very powerful. However, Luo Tian was somewhat puzzled by the cultivation methods of the protagonists of these special novels. For example, Jean. Scales. How? Things in the pond. For example, Shimenqing in the Golden Lotus. What were their cultivation methods? Could it be the invincible Vajra unfalling divine technique? The corner of Luo Tian's mouth rose into an evil smile. If that's really the case, then in the future, just thinking about it makes me excited. Luo Tian's heart was trembling. He was extremely excited. With so many awesome cultivation methods, let's see who the fuck still dares to act cool in front of me. Let's see if I don't kill him. Soon after, Luo Tian considered for a few seconds and chose Thunder Tiger Fist. The system immediately sounded out. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Thunder Tiger Fist. Do you wish to learn it? Yes. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully learning it. Cultivation method, Thunder Tiger Fist level. Level 1 cultivation method proficiency, 0/100 ding. System notification. Level 1 reward received. Second reward level is Stage 5 Profound Disciple. Reward cultivation method, Berserk. What? Berserk? The violent Vajra apes ability in the Invincible level? Chapter 3. In the profound sky continent, techniques were extremely rare. A good technique could directly change the fate of a clan. What about a divine ability? Divine abilities were above techniques. They required great perseverance to comprehend, or they were born with it. Any kind of divine ability was an incomparably powerful existence. Having a divine ability was not as simple as changing a clan. It could change the fate of an empire or a sect. What was Berserk? It was a divine ability that the violent gorilla comprehended. It was extremely powerful. Level 1 Berserk, twice the strength, twice the speed, twice the profound chi. Everything was doubled. Level 2 Berserk 4 times. Level 3 Berserk 8 times. Level 10 Perfection was 1,000 times the strength. It was extremely terrifying. One punch could turn a super strong person into meat paste. This was the reason why Luo Tian's blood was boiling. Berserk! Berserk! I must learn it as soon as possible. With this divine ability, who do I need to be afraid of? Luo, you of the 5th stage of the mystic realm? See if I don't crush him to death. Luo Tian's heart was in a mess. His footsteps quickened as he rushed to the back of the mountain. The most direct way to gain experience was to kill demon beasts. 100 kilometers away from Jade Mountain City was the Ghost Prison Mountain Range. There were countless demon beasts inside. It was a leveling heaven. But if Luo Tian wanted to go in now, he would definitely die. Because of strength. Demon beasts were incomparably strong. Their flesh and strength were relatively strong. Plus, there were a large number of demon beasts in the Ghost Prison Mountain Range. Normal people did not dare to go near. Even top experts did not dare to rashly enter. There were even rumors that there were demon beasts in human form. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Luo Tian's current strength was enough to deal with dung beetles. But if he had to deal with demon beasts, even if it was a 0-stage demon beast, he could only run. Wanting to go in and kill demon beasts was absolutely like lighting a lamp in a latrine pit, seeking death. Before he had enough strength, Luo Tian would not consider entering the Ghost Prison Mountain Range. After all, life was the most important. Without life, everything was just empty talk. The only thing he could do now was to rely on Ma Tong's missions and search for dung beetles. As the dung beetle killer, Luo Tian along the way, as long as there was horse dung or cow dung, he would carefully inspect it, and when he had the chance, he would step on it. With a smack, a point of experience was taken away. It was very bitter, but there was no other way. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Besides, Luo Tian's current strength was only enough to deal with these defenseless dung beetles. Unknowingly, Luo Tian arrived at the back of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there were a few pieces of barren land that were overgrown with grass. Luo Tian didn't waste any time. He picked up the scythe and slashed away. He had to complete the quest before nightfall. It was worth 50 experience points. While cutting the grass, Luo Tian was also thinking about how to level up. Relying on Ma Tong's missions to level up was too slow. Dung beetles were another point of experience. Advancing from Stage 2 to Stage 3 required 200 experience, which meant 200 dung beetles. Where was he going to find them? In addition, there was another thing that Luo Tian was worried about. Did Ma Tong issue unlimited missions? Or could it be that he only had these 2 quests? If that was the case, it would be even more difficult to level up. He had to plan ahead. Just as Luo Tian was thinking about this, a whoosh sound came from the forest. A white figure floated out. Fuck, a fairy descending. The white dress fluttered, the long hair swayed in the wind. The long sword in her hand pointed in one direction. The whole person looked like a fairy descending. That elegant movement, that emotionless expression, and that cold sword flower, it was all too beautiful. So beautiful that it was suffocating. So beautiful, huh? Why do I feel like her sword is pointing at me? Fuck! It's really pointing at me. Luo Tian was shocked. His body couldn't help but tremble. He quickly jumped away and cursed. Fuck you. The grass in the barren land was half a person tall. Luo Tian had been bending down to cut the grass. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see that there was someone. But when Luo Tian jumped up, his body was also revealed. The floating woman with the long sword looked panicked. She screamed and shouted, "Ah! Why is there someone? Go away! Go away! I can't stop!" With such a shock, the profound qi in his body became chaotic, unable to maintain balance. The speed of his fall was also extremely fast. Luo Tian kept running, using the experience of his previous life's online games to move in and pattern to avoid the white-clothed girl's pursuit. But what's worse is that Luo Tian moved in Anne's pattern, but that girl also flew in Anne's pattern, and she was much more elegant than him. "Don't run around," the girl anxiously reminded. Luo Tian turned around and shouted, "Don't fly around randomly, okay?" The moment Luo Tian turned around, the white-clothed girl was stunned. She secretly shouted, "Oh no, the profound qi in my dantian has been used up. Put on." Ah! Her whole body fell vertically like a kite with a broken string, directly towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian originally wanted to stop and let the white-clothed girl fly away, but when he raised his head, the white-clothed girl directly pressed down. Her speed was too fast, there was no time to react. Fuck! Before he could finish his words, the white-clothed girl directly pressed down on his body. The two of them, feet to feet, hands to hands, face to face, mouth to mouth, it was as if they were overlapping. Smack! The two mouths kissed each other. What's worse is that he didn't know if it was due to inertia or some other reason. Soft, slippery, wet, sweet, and fragrant. In an instant, Luo Tian's body shook again and again, as if he had been electrocuted. This feeling was too wonderful, too good. As an otaku, Luo Tian had never even held a woman's hand before, let alone kissing. Luo Tian's heart almost couldn't take it anymore. It was too damn good. Another thing worth mentioning is that the white-clothed girl was too beautiful, too fresh. Compared to those so-called international models and otaku goddesses in his previous life, Luo Tian didn't even dare to think about this kind of woman in his previous life. But now she was pressing down on his body, too sudden. Ah! The white-clothed girl's eyes widened and she screamed. Her cheeks immediately turned red, and she immediately turned away, retreating to the other side of the grass. With fear in her eyes, she looked at Luo Tian, who was still laughing foolishly and immersed in happiness, and said angrily, "Why don't you go away?" Luo Tian swallowed his saliva and murmured, "I want to go away, but wherever I go, you follow. When I stop, you jump down. Where do you want me to go?" "Oh, then I'm sorry." The white-clothed girl lowered her head and admitted her mistake, but then her expression changed, and she said angrily, "Nothing happened just now. Nothing happened. Nothing happened." She kept saying. The white-clothed girl's cheeks were still red, and when she thought of the scene just now, her face turned even redder. She had never experienced that feeling before. It was very special, a completely indescribable feeling. Luo Tian couldn't help but say, "Are you talking about the kiss?" The white-clothed girl stomped her right foot and said angrily, "You bastard, I didn't kiss you, humph." She was so cute even when she was angry. Luo Tian smiled faintly, and just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed, and he immediately said, "Hurry up and go away, quickly." The white-clothed girl angrily stared at Luo Tian and said with her hands on her waist, "If you tell me to go away, then I'll go away. This isn't your home, so I won't go away, humph." Luo Tian spread his hands and shrugged. "Whatever. You're the one who stepped on the ant nest, not me." When the white-clothed girl stomped her foot, she just so happened to step on the ant nest, and when she stepped on it, the fiery red ants rushed out of the nest and quickly climbed up the white-clothed girl's foot. The white-clothed girl looked down, and her face turned pale with fright. She jumped on the spot and cried out in alarm. "Ah, The fiery red ants were very large, and their bodies were shining with a red light, as if they were poisonous. Luo Tian was worried that the white-clothed girl would be bitten, so he directly picked her up and jumped a few steps away. Seeing that there were dozens of ants crawling on her body, he immediately shouted, "Take off your clothes! Quickly, take off your clothes!" The white-clothed girl was so anxious that her face turned red. It was summer now, and other than her underwear, she was only wearing a dress. If she took it off, the white-clothed girl was hesitant. When Luo Tian saw that the ants were about to crawl into the white-clothed girl's dress, he was furious and secretly said, "You damn pervert, I haven't even seen you on a sea." Preposterous. After saying that, he didn't care too much, and directly pulled the white-clothed girl's clothes away and anxiously said, "Hurry up and take it off. The ants are crawling into your clothes." Hearing Luo Tian's words, the white-clothed girl's heart panicked, and she jumped up and down again. At the same time, her clothes were quickly taken off by Luo Tian. Her fair skin was flawless, just like warm jade, emitting endless temptation. Luo Tian was immediately dumbfounded. "Damn hooligan, what are you looking at?" The white-clothed girl covered her chest with her hands, her face flushed red, and angrily stared at Luo Tian. Luo Tian swallowed his saliva again, and immediately turned his gaze elsewhere. At the same time, his hands were constantly slapping the ants on his clothes. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Raging Fire Ant. You've gained 1 experience, Profound Chi 0. Huh? This ant has experience. Luo Tian was shocked. Looking at the dozens of ants on his clothes, he threw his clothes away and stomped on them. The system beep kept ringing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, player! Congratulations! The white-clothed girl at the side was dumbfounded. She stared dumbfoundedly at the crazy Luo Tian, and then looked at her clothes on the ground. That's my clothes, you bastard. The white-clothed girl thought that Luo Tian had purposely dirted her clothes so that she wouldn't be able to wear them. This way, she would be completely seen by the bastard in front of her. After a round of stomping, all the ants in his clothes were trampled to death, and his clothes were also dirty beyond recognition. Luo Tian grinned and said, "I didn't expect there to be experience. There's still a nest there. Looks like there's hope for leveling up, haha." While he was laughing, he suddenly felt a chill. A pair of man-eating eyes were staring at him. The white-clothed girl. No, she should be called the belly band girl now. The belly band girl stared at him fiercely and said angrily, "Give me back my clothes! Give me back my clothes! How do you want me to go back like this?" Luo Tian was too excited just now and did not think of this. Looking at the girl who was only left with a belly band, he apologized. "I was too excited just now and forgot for a moment. I'm really sorry." Then, Luo Tian quickly took off his clothes and said with an apologetic smile, "If you don't mind, then wear my clothes first." Luo Tian was only wearing a coat, and after taking it off, his upper body was bare. His body was very thin and covered with scars of all sizes. These scars were basically all from the same clan brothers. Luo Tian lowered his head to look and was secretly shocked. A ball of anger naturally rose in his heart, and he clenched his fists tightly. The woman's eyes were filled with shock. She was originally very angry, but when she saw the scars on Luo Tian's body, her heart couldn't help but ache. "The scars on your body," Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "It's fine, these are all things of the past. From today onwards, no one will be able to leave a single scar on my body." The woman looked at Luo Tian and did not say anything. She could not imagine that a person would have so many scars on his body. What kind of past did he have? Suddenly, the woman was filled with curiosity towards Luo Tian. The woman hesitated for a moment, then took the clothes and put them on, wrapping her body tightly. It was also at this moment a wave of killing intent came. Luo Tian's gaze tensed up. He saw a handsome young man angrily flying over, the sword in his hand transforming into several sword flowers, and he angrily shouted, "Damn trash, you dare to bully my little sister, Shui! You're courting death. Chapter 4. A sword attack came. Killing intent and coldness filled Luo Tian's mind. In that instant, Luo Tian reacted almost instantly. Clenching his fists, the Thunder Tiger fist rushed out. Using a pair of fists to block the sharp sword, the handsome youth frowned and coldly shouted, "You want to block this young master's sword with just a piece of trash like you. You are simply courting death." The speed suddenly changed, the sword light flashed, and directly pierced towards Luo Tian's fist. "Watch me cripple your hands first." The woman's face changed. She pulled out her sword to stop it, but everything happened too fast. She couldn't stop it at all. She couldn't help but worry for Luo Tian. The handsome youth was called Luo Lin, and he was the #1 person in the younger generation of the Luo clan. However, he was only the second person, and the first person was Luo Tian. At that time, Luo Tian had not been crippled, and Luo Lin did not have the qualifications to fight with him. However, it was different now. Luo Lin's cultivation had already reached the 8th stage of the profound disciple realm. Not to mention his strength, his identity had also undergone a dramatic change. The acting patriarch Luo Jianshan was his father, and he was now the true young master of the Luo clan. Luo Lin cultivated sword arts, and his sword technique was extremely high. His sword attack was unstoppable among the younger generation of the Luo clan. The difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. Luo Tian wanted to dodge, but at that time his entire body was sealed by Luo Lin's cold sword. There was no way to dodge, no way to dodge. Thunder, Tiger fist. Left thunder, right tiger, both fists punched out. It was as if thunder and tigers were pouring into both fists. The momentum was fierce, surging out. Phew, bam. A trace of lightning flashed out from Luo Tian's left hand, blocking the sword. However, in less than half a breath, the lightning was defeated by the sword, and a strong aura directly rushed towards Luo Tian's chest. Bam! Luo Tian was sent flying by this force. A cold light flashed in Luo Lin's eyes. He didn't think that his sword wouldn't be able to cripple Luo Tian's hands. The corner of his mouth twitched, and the anger in his heart grew. He sneered and said, "Damn trash, you think you can stop this young master's sword? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror?" Before he finished speaking, Luo Lin's figure flickered, his long sword danced, and once again attacked Luo Tian. He said in a low voice, "Dog, let's see where you can hide." Luo Tian narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists tightly. The difference in strength was too great. The difference between the first stage and the 8th stage was too big. Luo Tian's heart was filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and said in his heart, "Don't give me a chance to live, otherwise I'll beat the shit out of you." Luo Tian was powerless to counterattack. This feeling of powerlessness and being trampled on was incomparably painful. Luo Tian sat on the grass and stared at Luo Lin. The corner of his mouth twitched, and his face was incomparably gloomy. Luo Lin sneered, "Damn trash, go die for me." The long sword pierced towards Luo Tian's life gate. Luo Tian's eyes were filled with anger, and his fists were clenched. His heart was filled with unwillingness. He roared, "If you have the guts, then kill me. Otherwise, I'll make you pay 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Not good. Not good at all. But so what if you're not happy? In this world, the strong are respected. Without strength, you're destined to be bullied and be an ant for the rest of your life. If you want to change, you have to become strong in a moment of life and death." Luo Tian could almost feel the arrival of the Grim Reaper. It was also at this moment. "Stop!" The woman's long sword flicked, and Luo Lin's long sword was raised by 3 centimeters. The cold long sword whistled past Luo Tian's head, and a few strands of hair fell down. Luo Tian's heart was in his throat, and in a flash he rolled and crawled away without caring about his image. His life was about to be lost, so what image was there to care about? Luo Lin's face slightly changed, and his long sword pointed again. Looking at Luo Tian's sorry state, he couldn't help but laugh and mocked. Trash is trash. I really don't know what's the point of living in this world. If it was me, I would have already died. Luo Lin. The woman glared at Luo Lin and said, He's also a human, please respect him. Luo Lin turned to look at the woman and disdainfully laughed and said, Is he a human? In my eyes, he's not even a dog. Sister Shui, you don't know. He's the Luo clan, no, he's the biggest trash in Jade Mountain City. It's this trash that completely lost the Luo clan's face, being beaten by a beggar in front of the entire Jade Mountain City. If it was me, I would have already died. Luo Tian's eyebrows tightened. Memories of the past flooded his mind. First, he was beaten up by a mysterious person. Then someone deliberately swapped his elixirs for spirit-scattering pills. And finally, he was lured to the streets and deliberately dressed as a beggar by a disciple of the Luo clan. At that time, Luo Tian was full of vigor. How could he be humiliated by a beggar? In the Jade Mountain City's arena, in front of the entire city, Luo Tian was beaten by a beggar to the point that he couldn't even fight back and was beaten to the ground, unable to get up. All of this was a trap. Luo Tian didn't need to use his toes to think to know that all of this was orchestrated by Luo Jianshan. His dantian was shattered and his cultivation was crippled, but even so, he still didn't let him go. He made him lose face in front of the entire city and let everyone know that the former genius of the Luo clan was now a trash that couldn't even compare to a beggar. From that day on, Luo Tian was beaten up almost every day. Whoever was unhappy would vent their anger on him. He became the living target of the Luo clan. If they were unhappy, they would beat him. These memories replayed in Luo Tian's mind, and the anger in Luo Tian's heart erupted like a volcano, and he secretly said, What kind of bullshit clan is this? This daddy has read countless novels, but I've never seen such a ruthless clan. Just wait, as long as I live, this daddy will definitely get everything back. The girl looked at Luo Tian and muttered, He's Luo Tian? Yes, he's the big trash Luo Tian. Luo Lin said with a sneer, Sister Shui. Just as Luo Lin was speaking, the girl walked step by step to Luo Tian's side, squatted down, and removed the weeds on Luo Tian's head. With tears in her eyes, she softly asked, Does it hurt? Luo Tian was shocked, as if he had seen that kind of gaze before, as if he had seen it before, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. He shook his head and said, It doesn't hurt. Luo Lin's eyes were about to spit out flames, and the long sword in his hand buzzed when it felt the killing intent he was emitting. The girl had never spoken to him so gently before. What qualifications did a trash like Luo Tian have? Luo Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent, and the muscles at the corner of his eyes were trembling as he stared at Luo Tian. Then, the girl turned around and coldly looked at Luo Lin. Didn't you always want me to accompany you in sword practice? If you let him go today, I promise to accompany you in sword practice. What? Luo Lin was shocked, but then he smiled and said, Is what you said true? The girl nodded and said, As long as you promise me that you won't cause trouble for him from now on. Luo Lin didn't even look at Luo Tian and said, As long as you promise to accompany me in sword practice, why would I make things difficult for a trash, haha? While speaking, Luo Lin's eyes coldly glanced at Luo Tian, who was on the ground, and sneered in his heart. Just because I don't want to cause trouble for him doesn't mean I can't send people to cause trouble for him. A trash like him will die sooner or later. The girl turned around and looked at Luo Tian seriously, a tear falling from the corner of her eye. She wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, she held it in and said in her heart, Big brother Luo Tian, do you really not remember Shui? She wanted to ask, but in the end she held back. She was afraid that she would cause more trouble for Luo Tian. Then the girl quickly left. Luo Lin sneered, You dog consider yourself lucky today. After saying that, he quickly chased after her. Only Luo Tian was left in the wasteland. Looking at the girl's departing figure, Luo Tian frowned and muttered, "Who is she? She feels so familiar, but I can't remember." "Forget it. There's no use thinking so much. The most important thing now is to level up." Everything that happened just now made him realize the importance of strength once again. Without strength, he was nothing but a dog's fart, being pointed at by a sword, being suppressed by an aura, not even being able to control his own life, and in the end, having to rely on a girl to help him out. All of this deeply stimulated Luo Tian. Become stronger. He must become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can he change everything, and only then can he control his own destiny. Luo Tian looked up at the sky, his fists tightly clenched together. He climbed up from the ground and quickly walked to the side of the fire ant's nest. Looking at them scurrying around, he fiercely stomped on them. Pa Ji! Pa Ji! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing fire ant, gaining 1 experience, 0 profound chi. Congratulations! Luo Tian's 2 feet trampled madly, and the raging fire ants were constantly being trampled to death. The notifications kept ringing in his mind. Luo Tian was bitten by the raging fire ants that climbed up his body. It was very painful, but he didn't care. Compared to the humiliation, this pain was nothing. Die, die, die. 10 minutes passed, and more than 100 fire ants died under his feet. His body was also full of red packets, and the pain was unbearable. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level. Profound Disciple Stage 2. Level up. Profound Disciple Stage 2. Continuously breaking through in 1 day. This speed was incomparable, but Luo Tian wasn't happy at all. Profound Disciple Stage 2 was still too weak. He couldn't even take 1 strike from Luo Lin. After a slight pause, Luo Tian once again looked for the scattered fire ants and heavily shouted, "Again!" More than 10 years ago, in a small courtyard of the Luo family, a boy and a girl, 2 little brats, were playing house together. "Big brother Luo Tian, I'll pretend to be a bride. Will you marry me?" A little girl with a ponytail and wearing a white dress asked very seriously. The other little boy was wearing open-crotch pants. He wiped his nose with his sleeve, leaving a long trail of snot on his face. He laughed and said, "Okay." The girl with the ponytail giggled and said in a coquettish tone, "In the future, will you marry me too?" The boy with the snot also laughed as if he was shy. He nodded and said, "N." The little girl excitedly jumped up and quickly kissed the little boy's face. She crazily ran out and happily said, "Big brother Luo Tian will marry me as a bride. Big brother Luo Tian will marry me as a bride." Chapter 5. Time passed, and it was evening in a blink of an eye. Luo Tian carried the last stone of fodder back to the stable. Before he arrived at the stable, he heard a burst of beating and scolding. "Feng Lei, you son of a bitch, if you dare to go out and make trouble for me again, I will beat you to death." "Is the young master really okay? Trash, like you still want to trouble the young master Luo Yu? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Who do you think you are? Is the young master really okay?" Slap, slap. While talking, 2 more slaps were given. As strong as an ox, a huge bald teenager with a height of nearly 2 meters stood beside Ma Tong, letting him beat and scold him. He was still smiling foolishly like a fool. He was Feng Lei, Luo Tian's only servant. He was more like a brother than a servant. The 2 grew up together. Although they did not have the same surname, they were as close as brothers. Luo Tian was abolished. Feng Lei had the opportunity to leave him and become an official disciple of the Luo family, but he chose to continue to follow Luo Tian. Because of Luo Tian, he was basically beaten every day. Most of the time, he was beaten for Luo Tian. The scars on his body were almost all over his body, but he never regretted it. That was how silly he was. Speaking of Feng Lei's background, no one in the Luo clan knew. He was picked up by Luo Tian's father from the Ghost Prison mountain range. At that time, he was only a little more than 1 year old. His eyes were like that of a beast's, and his behavior was strange. Everyone in the Luo clan was against him staying in the clan. Luo Tian used Luo Tian as a patriarch to give him a name, slowly taught him to speak, walk, and read, just like his own son. A year later, Luo Tian was born. Feng Lei looked at his younger brother with special affection. From that day on, he vowed to protect him well in his heart. However, later, Luo Tian's talent was excellent and his cultivation was fast. But Feng Lei knew nothing about cultivation. Most of the time, it was Luo Tian who protected him, until Luo Tian's cultivation was abolished. All of a sudden, their lives were like hell. Every time Feng Lei saw Luo Tian being beaten up, no matter who the opponent was, no matter how strong the opponent was, he would rush forward without hesitation to block most of the punches for Luo Tian. Most of Luo Tian's memories were related to Feng Lei. Luo Tian was secretly moved by the memories. He envied the brotherhood between them. Therefore, when Luo Tian walked into the stable and saw Feng Lei being beaten, he dashed forward and glared at Ma Tong, shouting, "Why don't you try to touch him again?" Young master, are you really all right?" Feng Lei grinned like an idiot. At this moment, Feng Lei's face was bruised and swollen. His entire body was covered in mud. It was obvious that he had been beaten up. When he found out that it was Luo Yu who had beaten Luo Tian to such a state, Feng Lei's anger soared to the heavens as he searched everywhere for Luo Yu to seek revenge. In the afternoon, he found Luo Yu at the martial arts practice field. Before he could get close, a group of people surrounded him and beat him half to death. Feng Lei struggled crazily, desperately wanting to rush to Luo Yu's front. However, there were too many people, and his strength was too weak. Facing the official disciples of the Luo family, he could only be beaten. He didn't get his revenge and was even beaten up. When he returned to the stable and found that Luo Tian had disappeared, he became anxious again and almost fought with Ma Tong. When he heard from Ma Tong that Luo Tian had gone to the back of the mountain to cut grass, he kept laughing foolishly and let Ma Tong beat and scolded him. Ma Tong's eyes twisted, coldly looked at Luo Tian and angrily scolded, "Oh, you must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. A dead waste dares to talk to me like that." As he said that, a slap fell on Feng Lei's body. Ma Tong stared at Luo Tian and said aggressively, "I hit him, what can you do?" "You little bastard, you dare to challenge me. I think you are tired of living." As he said that, Ma Tong slapped him again and scolded, "I hit him again, what can you do? You two dead wastes are causing trouble everywhere. One of you went to provoke young Master Luo Yu, and you are a toad that wants to eat swan meat. You even provoked young Master Luo Lin. Don't you know what you are? Waste, do you know that? The two big wastes of the Luo family." Pa! Another slap landed on his face. Pa! Another slap landed on his face. Feng Lei, who was at the first stage of the profound realm, had no way to fight back in front of Ma Tong, who was at the third stage of the profound realm. Feng Lei didn't dodge because he was worried that Ma Tong would attack Luo Tian if he couldn't hit him. He just stood there and let Ma Tong hit him. After a few slaps, Feng Lei's cheeks became red and swollen. Blood also flowed from the corner of his mouth. Luo Tian's anger was boiling in his heart. His two eyes stared at Ma Tong as if he wanted to eat him. Ma Tong stared coldly and kicked Feng Lei again. He pointed at Luo Tian's nose and scolded, "You dog, you dare to look at me with that kind of gaze. I see that your skin is itching again." As soon as he finished, Ma Tong took out the whip from his waist. With a wave of his right hand, the whip lashed towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian clenched his fists and didn't dodge. The whip hit his chest. It was burning hot, his flesh was lacerated, and the pain was unbearable. However, Luo Tian smiled coldly and said, "Steward Ma, the 10 stones of grass have been cut." Huh. For a moment, Ma Tong couldn't react and nodded. "Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the quest, cut 10 stones of fresh grass to feed the horses. The reward is 50 experience points. His experience bar was instantly filled with 50 experience points. Immediately, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Mystic Realm Stage 3. Just as the leveling up prompt sounded, Luo Tian's face suddenly changed. He punched out and cursed. F***CK, your ancestors. Luo Lin, who was at the 8th stage of the Mystic Realm, was too weak to deal with. Now that I have leveled up and stepped into the 3rd stage of the Mystic Realm, how can I not deal with you? A small horse pen steward? Luo Tian's anger exploded. A fist struck out. The power of the 3rd stage of the Mystic Realm exploded out. The anger in his heart also burst out in an instant. The insults, ridicule in his memory, the humiliation Luo Lin gave him at the back of the mountain, the pain of not being able to control his own fate, the pain of being trampled on, all of this exploded out with a single punch. Surging forward, Luo Tian was like a crazy demon. His eyes were bloodshot. Ma Tong was caught off guard. He never thought that Luo Tian would suddenly attack, and even more never thought that his strength would reach the 3rd stage of the Mystic Realm. This punch sent him flying several meters away. But Ma Tong had been at the 3rd stage of the Mystic Realm for many years. His cultivation was already at the peak of the 3rd stage. Enduring the pain in his chest, his eyes were almost spitting out flames. He stepped out and roared, "Bastard, you dare to sneak attack me, you're looking for death!" While speaking, he had already rushed to Luo Tian's side. Luo Tian's mouth curved and coldly said, "Let's see who's looking for death." Before reaching the 3rd stage of the Mystic Realm, Luo Tian did not dare to make a move. After all, there was a difference of 1 level. If he failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. After handing in the mission, he had just leveled up. 3rd stage of the Mystic Realm against 3rd stage of the Mystic Realm. No matter how scared Luo Tian was, he still had to fight. On the path of cultivation, one cannot be scared. There was no way around the great disparity. But if they were of the same level, wouldn't they fight? Seeing his brother being beaten and not making a move, would he still be human? Luo Tian's fists moved and directly rushed forward. He shouted in his heart, "Thunder, Tiger Fist!" At the same time, Ma Tong also threw out a heavy punch. However, his fist technique was very ordinary. It was just pure strength. There was no technique to speak of. He did not practice any techniques. In the Luo clan, he did not have the qualifications to practice any techniques. When the 2 fists met, Ma Tong's arm made a kacha sound. The bones broke, defeated with 1 punch. This was the advantage of having a technique. In a battle of the same level, if one's technique was not as good as the opponent's, he would only be abused. Ma Tong's face turned pale. He looked at Luo Tian in shock. Fear rose in his heart. He staggered back and painfully said, Your dantian is not broken. How can you have such strong strength? You, what do you want to do to me?" Luo Tian laughed coldly. He walked forward step by step and said playfully, "Didn't you want to kill me? Come." Saying this, a slap landed on Ma Tong's cheek. "Come." Another slap was thrown. "Motherf asterisk cur. Aren't you fierce? Aren't you arrogant? Motherf asterisk cur. Show me your arrogance now." Luo Tian roared fiercely. Then a series of slaps fell. Ma Tong was dizzy. He did not even dare to look at Luo Tian, let alone fight back. He was scared to death and kept begging for mercy. Luo Tian kicked Ma Tong into the stable. Ma Tong also fainted. Luo Tian looked at the unconscious Ma Tong and said in his heart, "Son of a bitch, if it were not for the fact that I am not sure if you would still give out the task, I would definitely kill you." Now he needed to use these daily small tasks to level up. He could not miss them. Otherwise, Luo Tian would definitely kill him. Feng Lei, who had been standing there stupidly, was extremely shocked. He looked at Luo Tian stupidly. After a long time, he squeezed out a sentence. Young master is mighty. Chapter 6. Pa. Son of a bitch. Do you have anything for me to do today? No. Pa. How can there not be anything? Walking the horse, feeding the grass, cleaning. How can there not be anything? Let this old servant do it. How can I trouble you? Pa. Leave it all to me. I don't dare. Let this old servant do it. Pa. I told you to do it for me, so leave it to me. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Ma Tong's cheeks were bruised, his eyes were bruised, his teeth were missing, and his hair was messy. After being beaten by Luo Tian, he looked at Luo Tian with extreme fear and said weakly, Then, I'll leave it to you. Ding. Received a quest, clean the horse pen. Quest reward, 30 experience. Received a quest, walk the horse. Quest reward, 20 experience. Received a quest, feed the grass. Quest reward, 10 experience. Luo Tian smiled with satisfaction and slapped Ma Tong's face again. He laughed and said, You are so cheap. I have to beat you half to death before you say that you have something for me to do. In his heart, he was secretly glad that he did not kill him yesterday. Otherwise, there would not be these quests. Although the experience was not much, Luo Tian could not miss out on any bit of experience. In the early stages of the game, he needed these experience to level up. Young master, young master. Feng Lei carried a bag and ran to Luo Tian's side. He smiled and said, Young master, I searched around the manure pit and found these. As he said that, Feng Lei opened the bag and a stench came out. There were dozens of dung beetles inside. Luo Tian patted Feng Lei's shoulder and said, Fatty Lei, you did well. When I have money, I will bring you to eat meat. Feng Lei scratched his head and smiled. When he heard that he would eat meat, his mouth almost drooled. Eating meat had always been his dream. After 3 years, he had even forgotten what meat tasted like. Luo Tian tied the bag and threw it on the ground, then stomped on it. Seeing Luo Tian's strange behavior, Feng Lei didn't ask anything. He just stood aside stupidly, thinking that Luo Tian would take him to eat meat. Notifications rang out crazily in his head. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing the dung beetle, gaining 1 experience point, mystical chi 0 points. Ding! Congratulations! In less than a minute, dozens of dung beetles had died under Luo Tian's feet, and dozens of experience points had gone into his bag. Luo Tian looked at his experience bar and said with a faint smile, Fatty Lei, go catch more dung beetles for me. When you catch 100 of them, I'll definitely bring you to eat meat. Feng Lei's eyes widened. Eat meat? Really? Of course. When has young master ever lied to you? Luo Tian replied. Feng Lei picked up the bag and ran away with a smile on his face. Luo Tian didn't stay idle, and quickly finished all the missions in the mission bar. 3 days later, early morning, Luo Tian beat up Ma Tong again, but this time he didn't force him to do any missions. It wasn't that Ma Tong didn't let Luo Tian do anything, but that he didn't have any missions now. It was as if he had finished all the missions. This was the reason why Luo Tian beat up Ma Tong. How come there's no mission? Now that he didn't even reach the 4th stage of the mystic realm, how could he not be angry? How could he not take it out on Ma Tong? Moreover, this Ma Tong was the person who beat him up the most. If he didn't take revenge, then he wouldn't be Luo Tian. Without daily missions, he would lose a large amount of experience, and leveling up would be even slower. After beating up Ma Tong, Luo Tian squatted at the foot of the stable and muttered to himself, Now that there's no mission, I have to think of other ways to gain experience. I can't just wait like this. Fatty Lei, is there any place with many wild beasts near Jade Mountain City? It's wild beasts, not demon beasts. Luo Tian reminded. Wild beasts and demon beasts were not at the same level. Hunting wild beasts was okay, but demon beasts were out of the question. Feng Lei sat on the ground, scratched his head, and thought for a while, then shook his head and said, I don't know. Young master, do you want to kill wild beasts for meat for me? Yesterday, Feng Lei completed the mission of killing 100 dung beetles, so he had been thinking about eating meat. Eat, 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 you only know how to eat, Luo Tian said angrily. Isn't it just a meal of meat? I'll definitely let you eat it. He didn't even have half a coin on him. Not to mention eating meat. Even eating 3 meals a day was a problem. At this time, for official disciples of the Luo family came from outside the stable. The big hunting competition is about to start. This time I must become a core disciple. As long as we brothers work together to hunt, I believe there will be a place for us as a core disciple. Have you heard? The reward for this big hunting competition is very generous. In addition to last year's reward, there's also a mysterious stone. Mysterious stone? A mysterious stone that contains xianqi. That is a cultivation treasure. If a mysterious stone is used well, you can directly break through to the Xian Master Realm. If I get it, I can definitely step into the Xian Master Realm in the future. Stop dreaming. The reason why the family head increased the reward is very simple. Luo Lin is in the 8th stage of the Xian Disciple Realm. Who has the qualifications to compete with him? It's clear that the family head is using fairness as an excuse to give this mysterious stone to his son. Can't you see this? Hearing you say it, it's true. However, among the younger generation of the Luo family, only young Master Luo Lin has the qualifications to get this mysterious stone. If it was given to someone else, I wouldn't be convinced. That's true. The Luo family really doesn't have anyone who can compete with young Master Luo Lin. If Luo Tian wasn't crippled, a big waist, has lost the face of the Luo family. What qualifications does he have to compete with young Master Luo Lin? Just thinking about him makes me angry. If it weren't for him, how could the Luo family be like this? Forget it, forget it. Don't mention that waist. This time, we came to pick a horse to enter the mountain for the trial. This trial is very important to us. We must make good use of it. The 4 people walked into the stable. The leader shouted, Steward Ma, pick 4 good horses for us. We want to enter the mountain for the trial. Ma Tong covered his face and limped out of the room. With a face full of flattering smiles, he said, The horses in the first row are all good horses. You can choose for yourselves. Steward Ma, your face. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. His nose was bruised, his eyes were like a panda's, his 2 front teeth were missing, and he was limping. It was very funny. The 4 people all burst out laughing. Ma Tong's tears glistened. His eyes were filled with hatred. Just as he was about to speak, Luo Tian walked over. He put a hand on Ma Tong's shoulder and smiled. Young masters, is there anything I can help you with? Ma Tong felt a pain in his shoulder. His body trembled in fear, and he swallowed back the words he wanted to say. When the 4 people saw Luo Tian, their faces all became disdainful. One of them coldly said, Humph, you're not dead yet? Didn't we hear that young Master Luo Yu killed you? Your dog life is really tough. Living is wasting the Luo family's food. You're throwing the Luo family's face everywhere. You might as well die early. Feng Lei's face was filled with anger. He clenched his fists. If it wasn't for Luo Tian stopping him, he would have already rushed up. There was only one result for rushing up, and that was to be beaten up badly. The official disciples of the Luo family were all at the 3rd stage of the Profound Realm. 2 of the 4 were already at the 4th stage of the Profound Sky Realm. If they really fought, Luo Tian and Feng Lei would definitely not be a match for them. Luo Tian's mouth hooked up. He bowed and smiled. Young masters, please choose your horses. Seeing Luo Tian's flattery, their faces revealed a superior expression. One of them mocked, Trash will always be trash. The 4 of them came to the stable and quickly chose their horses. Luo Tian and Feng Lei led the horses out of the stable and handed the reins to the 4 people. They thought that this matter was over. The leader looked at Luo Tian and sneered, We'll be going into the mountains for a few days. You two will help us take care of the horses. What? We're only responsible for the horses in the stable. It's none of our business outside the stable. If you want someone to take care of the horses, go find someone else. Phone Lay unhappily said. F***CK. It's your honor to have you two trash take care of our horses. Don't be so shameless. Even if I beat you to death, no one would care. You're going too far. Phone Lay's temper exploded. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to rush forward. Luo Tian grinned and stopped Phone Lay. He laughed and said, It's my honor to take care of the horses for the 4 young masters. We'll definitely go. When the disciples said to take care of the horses, Luo Tian's mind rang out. Ding! Received a quest to take care of the horses. Quest reward, 80 experience points. If there's a quest, of course I'll take it. Moreover, from the conversation between the 4 of them, Luo Tian noticed that the 4 of them wanted to go into the mountains for training. With their strength, they definitely wouldn't dare to enter the ghost prison mountain range. They would definitely go to other mountains. Would there be wild beasts in the mountains to hunt? Young master. The 4 of them are only collateral relatives of the Luo family. What qualifications do they have to be arrogant in front of you? Back then, they were just like dogs in front of you. Phone Lay angrily said, Damn, fatty, what did you say? Mother ***cur, I think you're tired of living. What young master? Bullshit, young master. You think it's still the past? Wake up. Luo Tian kept winking at Phone Lay, but this big guy completely ignored him. Luo Tian could only go forward and say with a smile, For young masters, please don't be angry. My brother's brain is not very good. Please don't take offense. We promise to take care of the horses for you. Humph! At least you know what's good for you. Luo Tian dryly laughed and then went to the stable to take out 2 horses. What are you doing? You, a stable handyman, want to ride a horse like us? Why don't you look at your own status? Luo Tian was surprised and couldn't help but ask, If we don't ride a horse, how can we keep up with you? Use your feet to run. Are your legs for decoration? You, the big waist of the Luo family, still want to ride a horse? Aren't you afraid of people laughing their heads off? Luo Tian's eyes twisted. He walked out of the stable and said with a fake smile, Then, young masters, lead the way. Ha ha ha, good boy. The once arrogant Luo family genius is now like this. Ha ha ha. The 4 of them mounted their horses, whipped their horses, and quickly galloped out of the stable. Big waist, hurry up and keep up with me. If you can't, don't blame me for being impolite. Phone Lay was furious and said, Young master. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at the backs of the 4 people. His eyes flashed with killing intent, and he said in his heart, When I finish this task, your end will come. Chapter 7. Black Spirit Mountain, a side branch of the Ghost Prison mountain range. In front of the Ghost Prison mountain range in the distance, it was like a small hill. However, although it looked small, it was very dangerous inside. Although it was difficult to encounter any demon beasts, the beasts inside were also very fierce, so most people did not dare to enter. Luo Yin, Luo Ming, Luo Xiao, and Luo Wan came here to seek a breakthrough in battle, making the final preparations for the Luo family's big hunting competition. At noon, the sun was high in the sky. The 4 of them dismounted from their horses. Luo Yin looked at the dark black spirit mountain and said, 3 days, we must have a breakthrough in 3 days. The big hunting competition is our chance. Whether or not we can become a core disciple of the Luo family depends on this trial. Don't worry, this year we will definitely become core disciples. The Luo family disciples were proud to become core disciples. Once they became a core disciple, they would receive more cultivation resources, and the family would focus on training. Becoming a core disciple was also a symbol of status. The Luo family's big hunting competition was held once a year. Any Luo family disciple under the age of 18 could participate. As long as they hunted a demon beast in the Ghost Prison Mountain range within a limited time, they would be qualified to become a core disciple. During the competition, whoever hunted the most demon beasts would be first place. The reward for first place was very generous. Entering the library to choose a cultivation method, you would receive 3 spirit pills, and this year there was an extra mysterious stone as a reward. In the past, the competition for first place was very fierce, but this year there was no suspense. Among the disciples under the age of 18, Luo Lin's cultivation was the highest. With his strength, first place was definitely his. On the path to Black Spirit Mountain, 2 figures were approaching from afar. Their throats were smoking, their lips were cracked, their bodies were wet, and their hair was dripping with sweat. The 2 of them almost died of exhaustion on the road. Look at you, trash. Running such a short distance, and you're already so tired, so shameful. Fortunately, there are no outsiders here, or else it would be a disgrace. Forget it, don't bother with trash. You 2 take good care of the horses for us. If anything happens, you'll be responsible. After saying that, the 4 of them threw away the reins, looked at Luo Tian with disdain, and walked into the forest. Luo Tian gasped for air and swallowed his saliva. His eyes narrowed as he cursed 18 generations of their ancestors in his heart. If it weren't for the mission, he would have already taken action. However, just as Luo Yin was speaking, a notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the quest. The reward is 80 experience points. He could not help but rejoice in his heart. Motherf asterisk her, now that the mission is complete, I have nothing to worry about. Luo Tian had never run such a long distance before. It was twice as long as his mother's marathon. He couldn't believe that he had run it. What annoyed him the most was that Luo Tian and the other 3 would stop from time to mock and ridicule him. The anger in Luo Tian's heart was constantly accumulating, and there were several times when he almost couldn't hold it in any more. However, reason told him not to make a move. He absolutely couldn't make a move before completing the mission. Even if he didn't give face to the monk, he had to endure it for the sake of his experience. It was 2F asterisk king infuriating. If it weren't for the mission, he would have already made a move. This was also because he didn't have the strength. If he had the strength to enter the mountain to kill demon beasts to gain experience, he wouldn't have to rely on these small missions. Not only would he be bullied, he would also be exhausted to death. Looking at the dark forest, Luo Tian rubbed his hands, secretly excited, and muttered to himself, "This place is obviously a holy land for leveling up." Then, Luo Tian kicked Feng Lei, who was lying on the ground as tired as a dead pig, and said, "Fatty Lei, you stay here and look after the horse. I'll go find something to eat." Feng Lei raised his eyes and said, "Young master, be careful. Luo Yin and the other 3 are also inside. Don't let them find you. And don't worry." Luo Tian laughed sinisterly and thought in his heart, "I'm going in to find them this time." After giving his instructions, Luo Tian entered the dark forest. The Black Spirit Mountain was similar to the primeval forest in his previous life. The roots of the trees were intertwined, and the leaves covered the sky. The forest was dark, and it was difficult to tell the direction. He didn't know if Luo Yin and the other 3 were afraid that they wouldn't be able to walk out or that they would be separated. These 4 idiots made marks along the way, as if they were afraid that they would encounter demon beasts and not be able to find their way home. Relying on these marks, Luo Tian quickly found their figures. Luo Tian carefully followed, looking for an opportunity. Why do I feel like someone is following us? Luo Yin, who was at the 4th stage of the profound realm, turned his head to look behind him and carefully observed, but did not find anything. "Big brother, aren't you overthinking it?" "That's right, there aren't even any ghosts around. Who would follow us? Could it be that Luo Tian and those 2 trash followed us in? I can beat the shit out of those 2 pieces of trash with one hand. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, Luo Yin's gaze tightened, and he immediately made a shushing gesture. He lowered his voice and said, "There's a black panther on the big tree in front." The four of them looked over at the same time. Sure enough, a black panther was hiding behind the dense foliage, its two glowing green eyes staring at the four of them without blinking. Luo Tian, who came out of the darkness, was also secretly shocked and secretly said, "The opportunity has come. Congeal the profound qi. We will pretend that we didn't notice it, and when it attacks, we will attack together." Luo Yin instructed. The other three looked at each other and smiled softly. The profound qi in the pubes moved secretly, clenched his fists, and was ready to attack at any time. The Black Panther did not notice at all, and was still waiting for an opportunity to move in the leaves. Seeing the four of them gradually approaching, Two Fangs gradually revealed themselves. The Black Panther was not even a rank 0 demon beast, so it was impossible for it to be a match for Luo Yin and the other three. However, Luo Tian wanted to borrow the power of the Black Panther, but it was very difficult for him to deal with the four of them alone. He had to let the Black Panther give him an opportunity, and an opportunity to kill him in one blow. Immediately, Luo Tian picked up a small stone and flicked it lightly. Whoosh! The small stone just happened to land beside the Black Panther. The Black Panther was shocked, opened its bloody mouth, propped up its four limbs, and rushed over. At the same time, Luo Tian suddenly let out a ghost-like laugh. Wahaha, wahaha! In the dark forest, a burst of strange laughter suddenly rang out. Anyone would be shocked. Luo Yin and the other three's divine level S were originally jumping up and down, but the sudden strange laughter scared them quite a bit. There was obviously a trace of panic on their faces as the four of them turned their heads to look. It was also at this time that the Black Panther pounced down. Luo Yin's face changed, and he shouted, "Luo Xiao, be careful!" Luo Xiao raised his head to look, only to see the Black Panther biting towards his neck. His expression was shocked, and he was so scared that he secretly trembled. The profound qi that was originally condensed also dissipated, and without any hesitation, he turned around and ran. "Ha, the chance has come." In the darkness, the corner of Luo Tian's mouth raised, revealing a cold smile. When Luo Xiao was still a few steps away from him, his heart sank, and he fiercely shouted, "Thunder Tiger Fist!" Both of his fists charged out like two cannonballs. Luo Xiao's face was pale with fright, and he had no time to react. Bang, bang. Both fists smashed into Luo Xiao's chest, causing him to fly out a few meters and crash into a big tree before stopping. His eyes bulged out, and black blood continuously spewed out of his mouth. His body fell down, and he no longer had any aura. Dead. At this moment, a melodious sound rang out in Luo Tian's mind. Chapter 8. Hearing a ding sound, Luo Tian was secretly surprised. Ding, player Luo Tian has killed Luo Xiao, gaining 100 experience points. Profound Qi 10 points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for gaining a building foundation Dan. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for gaining an invincible value, +1. 3 consecutive sounds rang out. Luo Tian was so shocked that he couldn't react, muttering to himself, Kill! Killing people can also give experience." Never thought of it. Luo Tian never dreamed that killing people could also give experience, and it was much higher than the daily tasks, and there was even a profound qi reward. This, even after playing hundreds of online games, he had never seen killing people to give experience. At this time, Luo Tian only wanted to say one thing. Fuck, who else is there? No, it should be that this is too damn cool. Luo Tian was instantly excited, as if he was injected with chicken blood. Looking at the 3 people who were still in a daze, his eyes emitted a golden light, as if he was looking at 3 experienced babies. Step by step, he walked forward and smiled. "Hello, how are you guys?" Luo Tian, you killed Luo Xiao? How is that possible? Didn't your dantian break and you can't cultivate? For a time, The three people couldn't accept that Luo Xiao was killed by Luo Tian in one move. Luo Yin's right hand grabbed the Black Panther and threw it a few meters away. The Black Panther didn't even look at it and directly walked towards Luo Tian with a strong killing intent. You killed Luo Xiao. You actually killed Luo Xiao. You actually killed my brother. Luo Tian's mouth twitched. Looking at Luo Yin's angry expression, he laughed. I killed him. Bite me. Courting death. Luo Yin's eyes twisted, and a palm grabbed towards Luo Tian and angrily shouted, Accompany my brother in death! Luo Tian took a step forward, facing Luo Yin, who was in the fourth stage of the mystic realm. He didn't retreat and instead said in a low voice, Your little brother is waiting for you on the road to the underworld. I've tolerated you for so long, and now I can finally make my move. Kill. Both of his fists moved, and the power of a third-level mystic realm cultivator burst out. Every time Luo Tian made a move, he would not hold back. If he could kill with one move, he would never use a second move. Why would he show mercy to someone who deserved to be killed? Wouldn't he be looking for trouble if he used a second move to kill him in one move? After all, this was not a game. Luo Tian was very clear that the world he was in was the real world. It was a cruel world where the strong preyed on the weak. Mercy to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. Fourth stage, profound disciple, one level higher than Luo Tian. Luo Tian's strength was clearly inferior to his opponent's. The only thing he could rely on was his thunder tiger fists. Big brother, kill him. Kill this trash and avenge Luo Xiao. Kill him. Luo Yin's eyes widened in anger. Facing Luo Tian's incoming fist, he shouted, Cripple him for me! His right palm stretched out in the air, and a profound energy burst out from his palm, grabbing onto Luo Tian's right hand. If he was caught by Big Brother's dragon capturing claw, his entire arm would be twisted off. First break his right arm, then his left hand. This trash is dead for sure. Luo Tian was secretly shocked. He did not expect Luo Yin to have cultivated a cultivation technique, and even had a thunder tiger fist that could restrain him. However, Luo Tian was not flustered, and the corner of his mouth even carried a trace of a sneer. The moment his right fist was caught, Luo Tian shouted, Tiger Rush! A burst of power burst out from his fist, directly striking Luo Yin's palm. Feeling the pain in his palm, his right hand slightly retracted. Luo Yin was secretly shocked, his eyes twisted, and once again activated a profound energy, shouting, Cripple! At the same time, Luo Tian's right arm suddenly retracted, and his left fist struck out. Thunder movement! Thunder Tiger Fists was a set of combination fists, divided into Tiger Rush and Thunder Movement, left and right. Hiss! A thin spark of lightning flashed on his fist, and his fist heavily struck Luo Yin's abdomen. Bam! Uffed! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Luo Yin staggered back a few steps before stabilizing his body. He looked at Luo Tian with a pale face, and the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitched. You! Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Luo Tian's figure moved, and with all his might he appeared in front of Luo Yin in the blink of an eye, and laughed sinisterly. Go to hell! Take his life while he's sick. Seizing the moment that Luo Yin was injured, Luo Tian used all his might to rush out. There were still two people beside him. If the three of them joined hands, he would definitely be the one to die. Both fists were like rain as they heavily bombarded down. The heavily injured Luo Yin did not have the strength to retaliate at all. In less than a minute, his internal organs were shattered by Luo Tian, and blood continuously spurted out from the corner of his mouth. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Luo Yin, gaining 150 experience, 15 profound chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for gaining a building foundation dan, 15 silver pieces. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for gaining an invincible value +1. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up, current level. Profound Realm Stage 4. Leveled up. Too damn fast. Luo Tian excitedly smiled and looked at Luo Wan and Luo Ming. He hooked his finger and coldly smiled and said, "Do you want to come one by one or do you want to come together?" Profound Realm Stage 4 and Thunder Tiger Fists dealing with two people at the same time was definitely not a problem. Putong Profound Realm Stage 3 Luo Wan kneeled down, his body trembling, and cried as he begged, "Luo Tian, big brother, spare my life, spare my dog life." Luo Ming's eyes twisted, and he kicked Luo Wan's body and scolded, "He's only one person. Why should the two of us be afraid of him?" His words were not finished. Luo Ming also kneeled down with a putong sound. "Hero, spare our lives, Grandpa Luo Tian, spare our lives. Just treat us as farts and let us go." Seeing the profound realm stage for Luo Ming like this, Luo Wan panicked even more and hurriedly kowtowed and said, "Grandpa Luo Tian, spare our lives, spare our lives." Luo Tian carefully walked forward, secretly using his strength, and lightly said, "Spare you? Weren't you shouting happily at the beginning? Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? Now, why are you kneeling on the ground and begging me? I'm a big waste. Don't you feel ashamed begging a waste?" The moment Luo Tian approached, Luo Ming raised his eyes, and his right hand grabbed a handful of soil and fiercely threw it at Luo Tian's eyes, and laughed sinisterly, "Die for me!" The power of lightning suddenly erupted. Luo Ming released all of his strength, and when Luo Tian blocked the soil, he attacked with a fist. "I knew it would be like this." Luo Tian swept his sleeves, and his body fiercely retreated, landing a few meters away. After this sneak attack, his body shot out like an arrow, and both of his fists punched at Luo Ming's chest. Bang! Luo Ming's chest split open, and blood gushed out, and his body gradually stiffened. The system beeped again. After dealing with Luo Ming, Luo Tian did not hesitate to send Luo Wan to the afterlife with a single punch. There was no need to show mercy to such a person. Sparing Luo Wan's life would only bring him endless trouble. Moreover, killing Luo Wan would give him EXP, so why not? Luo Tian did not like to kill people, but to those who deserved to die, he would not show mercy. This was his principle. Looking at the four corpses around him, Luo Tian faintly smiled. You can reunite in the underworld. Killing 4 people not only gave him 500 experience, but also 5 Foundation Establishment Dan, which could be considered a small fortune. This kind of Dan was a monthly supplement for the Luo family disciples, and it was very helpful for profound realm martial artists. For Luo Tian item, Foundation Establishment Dan grade, first grade effect. 50 profound chi looking at the Foundation Establishment Dan's properties, Luo Tian secretly said, "So this Dan is used to replenish blue medicine?" Currently, he did not need to consume profound chi, and the release of Thunder Tiger Fists did not require profound chi. Thinking about Feng Lei, he could not help but say, "Leave it for Fatty Lei. His strength should also increase." Woo! Woo! The Black Panther witnessed everything that happened, and seeing Luo Tian, it continuously let out a low roar of fear. Its body trembled and it slowly retreated. *CK, I almost forgot about you. Luo Tian rushed up like an arrow, and with a punch he finished off the Black Panther, not letting go of even a little bit of experience. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Black Panther, gaining 20 experience and 1 profound chi. So little experience. Hearing the system beep, Luo Tian could not help but complain. He then opened the system to check and excitedly said, "Just 1 more level and I will be able to get the reward." Berserk! Divine Ability Berserk. I'm coming wahaha. Chapter 9. The 5th stage of the Mystic Realm was a watershed. The difference between the 4th stage and the 5th stage of the Mystic Realm was huge. When Luo Tian opened the system and looked at the experience required to level up, his face suddenly changed, and he cursed. System your sister. The third stage to the fourth stage only required a few hundred experience points, but the fourth stage to the fifth stage required 10,000 experience points. It suddenly increased by a few hundred times. This Luo Tian angrily cursed, cursing the system's 108 generations of ancestors. Originally, he thought that he could level up quickly and get the Berserk ability, but now Luo Tian was miserable. Cursing was cursing, but he still had to face reality. Luo Tian muttered for a few seconds and looked at the other attributes again. Skill: Thunder Tiger Fist Grade. Level 1 Skill Proficiency. 10100. The power of this combination of fists is not bad. It can attack and defend. If there is Berserk to double the power, it will definitely be stronger, Luo Tian secretly said, and suddenly there was a burst of resentment in his heart. Berserk, Berserk. Just as Luo Tian was about to close the system, he found that there was an extra item in his personal attribute bar. Undefeated value. 4 points. What is undefeated value? It seems that every time I kill a person, it will increase by a point. Is it the red name system? Luo Tian guessed. Killing people in the game would result in a red name. Could the so-called undefeated value in the system have the same meaning as a red name? Luo Tian was too lazy to think about it, and immediately looked at the description of the undefeated value. Description 1. Every time you kill a person, you will get a point of undefeated value. When the undefeated value accumulates to a certain extent, you can exchange for the corresponding undefeated bloodline. Description 2. The undefeated value cannot be dropped, cannot be removed. The undefeated system activates. The pain the host suffers will be doubled. Undefeated bloodline? It looks scary. Let's see what kind of bloodline you have. Luo Tian opened the undefeated value exchange system. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but when he looked, his whole person was dumbfounded. Undefeated azure dragon bloodline. Undefeated black tortoise bloodline. Undefeated vermilion bird bloodline. Undefeated white tiger bloodline for mythological beast bloodline. An incomparably powerful existence. If you think that there is no such thing, then you are gravely mistaken. The 4 mythological beast bloodlines are only at the lowest level. What Luo Tian saw next almost scared him out of his wits. What happened next was even more terrifying, and no one dared to even think about it. The undefeatable Tathagata bloodline, the undefeatable Panga bloodline, the undefeatable martial god bloodline, the undefeatable Grandmas bloodline, the undefeatable sovereign bloodline. Oh my God, this is going to scare me to death. Luo Tian was so excited that he was in a complete mess. He never thought that there would be so many bloodlines that could not be more awesome. Obtaining any one of these bloodlines would allow him to do whatever he wanted in the profound sky continent, and he could kill anyone he disliked. It was a super awesome existence. Luo Tian was drooling. This was too terrible. Bloodlines were the most mysterious and powerful power in the Tianxian land. There were 2 ways to pass on the power of the bloodline. The first way was to pass on the bloodline. In this case, the bloodline would be passed down by an almighty figure, and they would receive some of their power. Whether it was cultivation or physique, they would become stronger. The second way was to fuse with a demonic beast's bloodline. If the fusion was successful, one would obtain the power of the bloodline. The stronger the demonic beast, the higher the success rate of the fusion, and the more power one would obtain. However, who would dare to provoke a powerful demonic beast? Whether it was the inherited bloodline or the fusion of demonic beast's bloodline, these bloodlines could not be compared to the undefeatable bloodline. Any one of the undefeatable bloodlines was an unparalleled existence in the profound sky continent. If I can exchange for a bloodline, Luo Tian's heart throbbed, but when he saw the exchange points, his expression changed, and he cursed. System, are you *king messing with me? Releasing these things is bait. You are trying to tempt me. 2,000 undefeatable points to exchange for the green dragon bloodline. 20,000 points to exchange. 2 points to exchange. Luo Tian cursed a few times, but he was still secretly happy in his heart. To him, the undefeatable green dragon bloodline was more happy than worried. But looking at the undefeatable green dragon bloodline, he muttered in his heart a single undefeatable points. Damn it, I have to kill 2,000 people in order to exchange for the green dragon bloodline. Isn't this turning me into a homicidal maniac? Looking at his pitiful 4 points of undefeatable points, it was still far from 2,000 points. Luo Tian was too lazy to bother about it, since the undefeatable points would not drop, and in this world of man-eat-man sooner or later it would stack up. Then, he picked up the Black Panther and walked down the mountain. Meat. There's finally meat to eat. Feng Lei's eyes shone with a golden light. Looking at the Black Panther that Luo Tian was carrying on his back, he couldn't help but drool. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "Fatty Lei, from today onwards, I will let you eat meat every day." Before he could finish his words, Feng Lei ran to Luo Tian's side, carried the Black Panther on his shoulders, smiled foolishly and said affectionately, "Young master, you are so good to me." That expression, that gaze, caused Luo Tian to shudder and anxiously said, "Damn fatty, if you continue to look at me with that expression, you won't be able to eat this meat anymore." No meat to eat? Feng Lei immediately panicked. His expression became even more aggrieved and said pitifully, "Young master, I was wrong, okay?" Luo Tian really couldn't take it anymore and immediately said, "Hurry up and clean up the leopard meat, start a fire, and roast the meat. My stomach is starving." "Yes, sir." Feng Lei picked up the Black Panther and rushed to the side of a small stream. Half an hour later, starting a fire, roasting meat. Not long after, the roasted meat was ready. Luo Tian took down the roasted meat and passed it to Feng Lei and said with a smile, "You eat first." Feng Lei shook his head. He casually picked up a piece of raw meat with blood, bit down and chewed, revealing a satisfied look of happiness. "Young master, I like to eat raw meat." Luo Tian was dumbstruck. Looking at Feng Lei, who was eating with relish, he couldn't help but praise, "What a talent!" In his memory, Feng Lei liked to eat raw meat since he was young, and it was the kind of raw meat that was dripping with blood, just like a wild beast. Luo Tian was too lazy to care about him. He picked up the roasted meat and started eating. Feng Lei ate the raw meat while looking at Luo Tian, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Luo Tian rolled his eyes at him and said, "If you have something to say, say it." Feng Lei scratched the back of his head and asked naively, "Young master, your strength?" Luo Tian knew that Feng Lei would ask, but he didn't want anyone to know about the upgrade system. Even if he explained it to Feng Lei, he didn't think that Feng Lei would understand, so he said, "That day when I was knocked unconscious by Luo Yu, I dreamed of an old man. He healed my injuries and gave me a mysterious power I can cultivate even if my dantian is broken. These days, you can see that my strength is gradually recovering." Feng Lei's mouth opened into an O shape. He listened very seriously. He didn't doubt Luo Tian's words at all and said excitedly, "Young master, does that mean we can take revenge in the future? At that time, you were injured by a mysterious person, and then you mistakenly took the spirit dispersing pill. All of this was planned by Luo Jianshan. I feel that Master's death can't be separated from him. He coveted the position of patriarch. He worked with several elders to get Master to fight, and in the end he died miserably. And Luo Lin, he took everything from you. And that Luo Yu, he even took your fiancé." As he spoke, Feng Lei's eyes glistened with tears. He lowered his head and blamed himself. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault for being stupid. It's all my fault for being useless. I've been cultivating, but I'm still a trash at the first stage of the mystic realm. Your mother told me to take care of you before she died, but Feng Lei blamed himself. Every time Luo Tian was mocked, insulted, beaten, and scolded by others, he would blame himself more and more. Luo Tian's dantian was destroyed, and he couldn't cultivate, so he wanted to raise his own cultivation to protect Luo Tian. But in the past few years, he tried his best to cultivate, but he was still stuck at the first stage of the profound disciple realm. Luo Tian's heart couldn't help but become heavy. He placed his hand on Feng Lei's shoulder and said in a serious manner, "Don't worry, I will return what the Luo clan gave me 100-fold, no, 1,000-fold. I won't let a single one of them go. I want them to regret being born in this world. I, Luo Tian, swear to God." Chapter 10. A leopard, Luo Tian, only ate half of the thigh. The rest were all eaten raw by Feng Lei. Eating raw leopard meat was like a savage. The more bloody it was, the more delicious it was. Luo Tian had goosebumps all over his body. After a full meal, after a short rest, Luo Yan took out 3 building foundation don and handed them to Feng Lei, saying, "Here are 3 building foundation don. Take them first." Feng Lei's eyes were startled. Without any consideration, he instinctively refused. "Young master, you keep them for yourself. I can't break through anyway. Giving them to me is a waste." After more than 10 years, he was still in the first stage of the mystic realm. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't make any progress. Feng Lei completely gave up on breaking through. Luo Tian stared at him and shouted, "I told you to take them, so take them. Where did all this nonsense come from?" Feng Lei couldn't break through. Luo Tian also couldn't understand. However, some things required luck, and cultivation was the same. Feng Lei's heart was grateful. He carefully took the building foundation don and secretly said, "These don are useless to me. I should keep them for the young master." No matter what good things there were, the first thing he thought of was Luo Tian. It was like this since he was a child. Luo Tian naturally guessed what Feng Lei was thinking and immediately said, "Now eat the don for me." Feng Lei weakly looked at Luo Tian, took out the building foundation don and said, "Young master, you should keep them for yourself. It's really useless for me to eat these." Without waiting for Feng Lei to finish, Luo Tian stared and pretended to be angry. "Am I still the young master?" "Of course. Then will you listen to what I say?" "Yes, eat the don for me, or don't call me your young master," Luo Tian said in a commanding tone. Feng Lei was his brother, a brother who would not abandon him in life and death. Luo Tian was not stingy with his brothers. The building foundation don could relax the muscles, promote blood circulation, and strengthen the body. As long as one was a martial artist, it would be useful, and Feng Lei was no exception. Left with no choice, Feng Lei swallowed a foundation establishment pill. Luo Tian smiled with satisfaction and said, "That's right. Follow me into the mountains to hunt wild beasts." "Yes," Feng Lei nodded. Although he didn't know why they were hunting beasts, as long as it was Luo Tian, he would listen to him unconditionally. An hour later, woo, woo, oh, roar, 4 or 5 wild wolves half the height of a human, a striped leopard nearly 2 meters long, and several other wild beasts were all fighting over the corpses of Luo Yin and the other 3. I knew it would be like this. Black Spirit Mountain was filled with wild beasts. Coupled with the stimulation of fresh blood, it wouldn't take long for the surrounding wild beasts to be attracted. The reason why Luo Tian didn't bury the bodies of Luo Yin and the others was because of this. It was better to let the beasts eat their corpses. Even if the Luo family investigated, they would not be able to trace it back to him. Seeing so many wild beasts, Luo Tian laughed excitedly and shouted, "Fatty Lei, guard their retreat. Don't let a single one escape." Feng Lei grinned and spread out his arms, standing at the side like a giant. Luo Tian stepped on the ground with his right foot and jumped up, landing directly in the middle of the crowd of wild beasts. He laughed sinisterly. "Come, turn into my experience." A human? A living human's meat would definitely be much more delicious than a dead person's. In that instant, the 5 wild wolves took the initiative to attack. One after another, they pounced on Luo Tian aggressively. Their eyes flashed with a green light, and their fangs flashed with a cold light. They were determined to bite Luo Tian to death. Humph! Luo Tian snorted lightly, flicked his sleeves, and acted like a grandmaster in the movies from his previous life. He pushed out his right hand and said indifferently, "Die." Both of his fists were like the wind as he punched out 5 times in a row. Bang, bang! The heads of the 5 wild wolves split open and blood spurted out. They fell to the ground and their bodies twitched for a while before they stopped breathing. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing a wild wolf, gaining 20 experience points. Profound Chi 1 point. Congratulations! 5 consecutive notifications sounded. Luo Tian was secretly happy. 100 experience points all of a sudden. Even if it's 10,000 experience points, it won't be that much. I should be able to break through after killing for a few days. Breaking through to the 5th stage of the profound realm in a few days? If this was heard by others, they would definitely say that Luo Tian was crazy. It would take at least 1 or 2 years to break through to the 5th stage of the profound realm. Even the super genius of the Luo family, Luo Lin, took a full 10 months, and that was with the help of countless pills. For others, cultivation was to constantly comprehend the profound chi of heaven and earth, temper the body, and constantly break through the shackles. But for Luo Tian, it was as simple as killing monsters and gaining experience. After dealing with the 5 wild wolves, Luo Tian's figure flashed and instantly rushed towards the cheetah that was eyeing him covetously. Thunder Tiger Fist. Thunder Movement. Tiger Rush. 2 beautiful punches were sent out. The first punch sent the cheetah into the air. His body jumped up and heavily punched down. Bang! The cheetah didn't have time to react before its body was blasted into 2 large holes. Its 2 eyes popped out and it died. The system sounded out. The other wild beast saw that the situation was not good and started to run. At this time, Feng Lei roared towards the sky. A fierce beast like aura burst out and directly forced the few wild beasts to retreat. Good coordination, Luo Tian praised. His speed did not decrease, and his body landed beside the wild beasts. He once again released his Thunder Tiger Fist and finished them off in a few moves. Let's go! Let's continue forward. Luo Tian clapped his hands. Feng Lei looked at the corpses of the wild beasts around him and opened his mouth, revealing a hungry and thirsty look. Luo Tian waved his hand and said, "Damn fatty, look at how much fat you have on your body. Would it kill you to eat less?" Feng Lei scratched his head and said naively, "Since I've already killed them, it would be a waste not to eat. I'll give it to you. I'll wait for you at the front. Hurry up and finish it." Luo Tian couldn't understand why Feng Lei would lose control of himself like a beast in heat when he saw the bloody raw meat. Following that, Feng Lei bit down and swallowed all the hot blood essence of the wild beasts, and then tore off a piece of the bloody meat, just like a wild beast eating. He couldn't understand it himself. Seeing these things, he couldn't control his mouth. On the first day, Luo Tian killed nearly 100 wild beasts, and his experience points increased by a 5th. The beasts around Black Spirit Mountain were all killed. Feng Lei swallowed all the blood essence of these wild beasts, and his stomach was as full as a watermelon. On the 3rd day, the 2 of them fought in the depths of Black Spirit Mountain. Their experience soared, their Thunder Tiger Fists leveled up, and Feng Lei continued to devour the blood essence of the wild beasts. On the 5th day, not a single wild beast could be found in Black Spirit Mountain. As long as they were experienced, Luo Tian would not even let an ant go. The entire Black Spirit Mountain was filled with the thick smell of blood. Bam! His fist was like a heavy hammer as it smashed down. A stray fire ant was smashed into meat paste. The system beep sounded out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing fire ant. You've gained 1 experience. Profound Chi 0. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level. Profound Disciple Stage 5. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. You have received the 2nd reward for the novel's cultivation method. The reward is Divine Ability Berserk. It's coming, the berserk is coming, ha ha ha. Luo Tian laughed out loud. After 5 days of bloodbathing, he had finally broken through. The moment he obtained the berserk, his eyes flashed with a cold light as he muttered to himself, Luo family, I'm coming! Chapter 11. Early morning, Luo family martial arts practice field. Since the morning, there was already a sea of people here, bustling with noise and excitement. The large martial arts practice field was filled with the younger generation, disciples of the Luo family. They were all in high spirits, their eyes filled with endless expectations. Big hunting competition, an annual event. It was the most important event of the year for the Luo family, and also the harshest assessment for the younger generation of disciples. For the younger disciples, this was a platform to display themselves and also the best springboard. Passing the assessment to become a core disciple, they would receive more cultivation resources and receive the Luo family's key training. In the future, they would go further on the road of martial arts. In the Tianxian continent, martial arts were the norm. Any martial artist would want to go further on the road of martial arts. The big hunting competition was the first step in their life. In the martial arts practice field, groups of 3 to 5 were discussing who would be the winner of this year's big hunting competition. At this moment, 2 figures stepped into the martial arts practice field. One fat and one thin, very uncoordinated. They walked neither fast nor slow, their eyes indifferent, as if everything around them had nothing to do with them. As soon as they entered, everyone looked at them in unison, and all of them cast strange gazes at them. Luo Tian's mouth slightly raised, revealing a cold smile. In the smile there was endless contempt, and he did not even look at them. His sneer also attracted countless disdain and ridicule from the surroundings. Isn't this the Luo family's big trash? What is he doing here? Does a trash also want to participate in the big hunting competition? Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Everyone burst into laughter. Their faces were full of disdain and ridicule. A trash who can't even beat a beggar wants to participate in the big hunting competition. Horse stables, lowly commoners, what qualifications do you have to enter the martial arts practice field? Get out, this is not a place for people like you. Get out, don't lose face for the Luo family. One by one, the mocking voices rose and fell, ceaselessly ringing in his ears. Luo Tian's face was calm, turning a deaf ear to their ridicule, and coldly said, "A bunch of idiots!" Behind him, Feng Lei was awe-inspiring and valiant like a beast. His huge body stomped heavily on the ground with every step he took. It was as if 10,000 elephants were galloping, and his domineering aura leaked out. Seeing the crowd laughing at Luo Tian, his face darkened. His eyes flashed with anger, and an aura as thick as that of a ferocious beast burst out. He roared, "You mother asterisk her, say another word." No matter who it was, no matter how strong they were, if anyone dared to insult Luo Tian, Feng Lei would squander his life away. Very simple, very silly. Facing so many disciples of the Luo family, Feng Lei was not afraid at all. That incomparably valiant appearance of his made him seem like a great general guarding by the side of a king, majestic and domineering. Dog, who do you think you are? Like a trash master, like a trash servant. You have no respect for your elders. If it weren't for the fact that private fights are not allowed in the martial arts practice field, I would have wrung your head off. How dare you act so arrogantly here? Look at who you are. Waves of mockery came one after another. Luo Tian seemed to have a deep hatred for them. Everyone wanted to beat him up like a rat crossing the street. Just because he was defeated by a beggar and humiliated the Luo family? It was certainly not that simple. Everyone in the Luo family knew the strength and status of the patriarch, Luo Jianshan. Everyone knew that Luo Jianshan hated Luo Tian. Mocking and insulting Luo Tian, and beating up Luo Tian were all expressions of goodwill to the patriarch. Everyone was the same. Luo Tian's character was, if you were good to me, I would be good to you 10 times. If you were not good to me, sorry, I will find the right opportunity to return it to you 100 times, 1,000 times. Feng Lei was enraged. His huge body moved and rushed out like a tank. His eyes were like that of an ancient beast. Feng Lei's nickname was Lunatic Lei. As long as it was something related to Luo Tian, he would desperately rush out to defend him. There were many stories of him fighting in the martial arts practice field. But today was different. There were hundreds of Luo family disciples around. If they really fought, the consequences would be serious. The Luo family's rules clearly stipulated that no fighting was allowed in the martial arts practice field. Whoever started first would be severely punished. Feng Lei didn't care about this, but Luo Tian could not care. He took the initiative to stop Feng Lei, and the corner of his mouth curled up. He coldly smiled and said, "Don't compete with a group of idiots. I remember every word they say. Just watch, they will be unlucky." After that, Luo Tian went directly to the registration office and said, "I want to sign up for the big hunting match." It was Luo Qingchan, the old butler of the Luo family. Luo Qingchan looked up at Luo Tian and kindly reminded him, "Luo Tian, this is not the place for you to make trouble. Hurry up and leave." Oh, the waist of the Luo family also participates in the big hunting match. There was a commotion in the crowd, and naturally a path was made. Luo Yu held Zhu Mei's waist with one hand and waved a fan with the other. His face was full of disdain as he walked forward. He coldly glanced at Luo Tian and mocked, "Do you have the qualifications?" Zhu Mei beside him smiled and said sarcastically, "A waist who can't even beat a beggar. What qualifications do you have?" Luo Qingchan stood up and smiled at Luo Yu. Then he whispered, "Luo Tian, to participate in the big hunting match, you need to be at the 3rd stage of the mystic realm. You should forget it and leave quickly. Your dantian is broken. You can't break through in your lifetime. What qualifications do you have to participate? Get out. Don't come out and embarrass yourself. Take a piss and look at yourself. People like you should be expelled from the Luo family." The crowd began to ridicule him again. Feng Lei roared angrily, like a fierce beast that had touched its reverse scale. Luo Tian's heart could not help but be angry. He said to Luo Qingchan, "Steward Luo, there seems to be a rule in the Luo family that the young master of the Luo family is eligible to participate in all competitions. Even directly becoming a core disciple is possible, right? The young master of the Luo family, the future patriarch. Once established, he would enjoy some privileges. Participating in any competition was one of the privileges." Luo Qingchan was stunned. He was anxious and kept winking at Luo Tian. But Luo Tian did not seem to see it. Before he could speak, the crowd around him burst into laughter. "The young master of the Luo family, ha. Is he stupid? He is the young master of the Luo family. Too funny. This is the funniest joke I heard this year." Luo Yu pointed at Luo Tian's nose and said, "Who do you think you are? Young master of the Luo family. You want to enjoy privileges. Wake up, big waist." Luo Tian twisted his eyes and asked, "Steward Luo, is there such a rule in the Luo family?" Luo Qingchan shook his head and sighed yes. Luo Tian asked again, "When my father was alive, in front of the ancestors of the Luo family, in front of all the elders of the Luo family, he made me the young master of the Luo family. No one is qualified to abolish my position as the young master. So now I am still the young master of the Luo family. Do I have the qualification to participate in the big hunting match?" It was reasonable and irrefutable. Luo Qingchan glanced at Luo Yu and nodded. He said, "What you said is true, but now," without waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian interrupted, "I'm just asking you one question, isn't that right? If you want to die, I can't help it." Luo Qingchan smiled helplessly and nodded. "Yes. Yes, my ass." Luo Yu shouted angrily, "You are the young master, my ass. The young master is brother Luo Lin. Who do you think you are?" You are not qualified to participate in the big hunting match. Are you not qualified to know? Damn waste! Get out of the martial arts field. After being ridiculed and insulted again and again, Luo Tian's anger had reached the point where he could not bear it. Luo Tian raised his right hand and pointed at Luo Yu. He said heavily, "You son of a bitch! Want the qualification? Good. I will let you know what is the qualification." Finished. Luo Tian clenched his fists and shouted in his heart, "Berserk!" Chapter 12. Berserk. Wang. With a dull sound, Luo Tian's eyes twisted and a visible power pattern appeared on his body. A huge power raged within his body. Level 1 Berserk. It consumed 300 points of profound qi. These 300 points of profound qi were almost half of his total. Luo Tian's heart ached. However, since he wanted to show off, then he would do it big and let everyone see clearly. Once Berserk was used, his strength and speed would be doubled. All of his attributes would be doubled. Against Luo Yu, who was at the 5th stage of the Mystic Realm, he didn't need to use Berserk. Just level 2 Thunder Tiger Fists would be enough to kill him. But this guy had repeatedly humiliated him. He gave him face, but he didn't want it. Since it was like this, then he would let him know what was called qualification. He would also use this opportunity to let everyone know that he was no longer the trash Luo Tian from before. Everyone was shocked. Luo Tian's aura had clearly changed. Feng lay crossed his arms and retreated a few steps. His face had a silly smile as he muttered, "Young master finally made his move." Luo Yu's eyes were startled. He looked at Luo Tian and said softly, Mei, step back a bit. Watch how I teach this trash a lesson." Zhu Mei smiled charmingly and said, "Brother Luo Yu, kill him with one punch. Just looking at him makes me annoyed. Poisonous like a snake. Don't worry, he was lucky that time at the stable. This time I will send him to heaven." Luo Yu laughed. His fists moved and he took a step forward. His speed suddenly changed and he left a long shadow behind him like a ghost. Demonic steps. Level 1 technique. Demonic steps. Level 1 technique. Brother Luo Yu actually practiced a level 1 technique. Even if this trash Luo Tian had 10 heads, it wouldn't be enough to kill him. Luo Tian was puzzled. He said to himself, "Is a level 1 technique very strong?" Seeing Luo Yu rushing towards him, he didn't move. His mouth had a playful expression. That trash must have been scared silly. Ha ha ha. He doesn't even dare to move. This trash is dead for sure. The speed of the demonic steps is too fast. How can a trash like him react in time? We can only wait for death. Everyone thought that Luo Tian was too scared to move. Only Feng Lei's smile grew wider. "Trash, go to hell." With a loud shout, Luo Yu clenched his fists into palms and shouted again, "Ferocious tiger palm!" Wah! Another rank 1 cultivation technique. Heavens, young master Luo Yu actually cultivated 2 first-rank cultivation techniques. He's dead. He's dead. Luo Tian is dead. Some people were so excited that they couldn't even speak coherently after seeing Luo Yu display 2 tier 1 cultivation techniques in a row. In the mysterious heavenly mainland, cultivation techniques were extremely rare. The entire Luo clan possessed less than a handful of grade cultivation techniques. How could they not be excited when Luo Yu displayed 2 grade 1 cultivation techniques in one go? However, Luo Tian remained motionless, the corner of his mouth curled up, and he sneered. "You dare to show off in front of me with a rank 1 cultivation technique? I'll let you see what a sacred art is." Previous chapter, next chapter, boom, the power in his body surged out like a tide. Under the berserk power, this power was even more powerful. Facing Luo Yu's powerful palms, Luo Tian suddenly moved. He disappeared. He disappeared from where he was, completely disappearing without a trace. Luo Yu's eyes turned cold as he revealed a complacent smile. Just as he was about to curse, a gust of wind blew over, and before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Bam! A punch was thrown out. There was no cultivation technique, only pure strength. His chest split open and blood spurted out. Luo Yu's body flew into the air. His face was extremely pale and his eyes were filled with fear. It was also at this moment. The moment Luo Yu's body flew out, Luo Tian stomped on the ground with his right foot and leaped into the air. His eyes flashed with coldness as he roared, "Qualifications? Is this father's qualification enough?" As soon as he finished speaking, he punched down again. Bam! Luo Yu's body caved in as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell rapidly. With a hong sound, he smashed into the ground. His face was extremely pale, and he no longer had any of his original arrogance. His body twitched a few times before he fainted. Luo Tian landed heavily. His heart was in a mess. Berserk! This is too damn satisfying! Fifth stage Profound Realm, Luo Yu, who cultivated 2 first-rank cultivation techniques, fainted in 2 punches. This fact was hard for people to accept. Some people even rubbed their eyes until they were red, as if everything in front of them was an illusion. Was this still the trash who had his dantian shattered and was sent to the stable to raise horses? Was this still the laughingstock of Jade Mountain City, the lowly commoner that the Luo family spoke of? Everyone's brain seemed to have been twisted, and they couldn't think straight. They looked at Luo Tian as if they were looking at a monster. The large martial arts field became extremely oppressive, and it was terrifyingly quiet. Hundreds of pairs of eyes stared at Luo Tian. Luo Tian's eyes were sharp, and his face was cold and arrogant. His 2 punches announced that the genius Luo Tian had returned, defeating Luo Yu with 2 punches. Even a 6th-stage Profound Realm cultivator wouldn't be able to do it. How did Luo Tian do it? Was he a trash with a shattered dantian, or had his cultivation reached a terrifying stage? No one could see clearly. Most of the people present had mocked Luo Tian and felt that it was shameful to be associated with him. At this time, looking at Luo Tian's cold eyes, their hearts felt a burst of panic, and an inexplicable trace of fear arose. Feng Lei walked up with a silly smile, scratching his head, and said, "Young master, aren't we too high profile?" High profile? Luo Tian gently smiled, his eyes swept around, and loudly said, "This is only a show of strength. I want everyone to know that I, your father, am back." His voice was like thunder spreading throughout the martial arts field. Suddenly, a deep voice came from outside the field. "What a good, I, your father, am back." Before the voice fell, a figure quickly passed through and almost instantly landed beside Luo Tian. Looking at the unconscious Luo Yu lying on the ground, his eyes narrowed, and a majestic, profound chi burst out. 2 eyes stared at Luo Tian and furiously said, "You dare to hurt my son! Die for me!" In an instant, Luo Xiaoshan's right palm moved, and a tiger's roar came out, directly chopping towards Luo Tian's head. His attack was extremely ruthless and did not leave any leeway. Luo Xiaoshan, Luo Yu's father, one of the 5 elders of the Luo family, and the younger brother of the acting patriarch Luo Jianshan. The strength of a Profound Realm cultivator was extremely strong, and was not something a Profound Realm cultivator could compare to. Luo Tian's mind tightened and hurriedly retreated. A strong pressure came, and his mind and sea of consciousness were all suppressed. Luo Tian's cultivation was only at the 5th stage of the Profound Realm, so he couldn't resist at all. He kept retreating, and was directly forced into a dead end. Luo Xiaoshan roared, "Bastard! This old man wants to see where you can hide now." His feet moved like a ghost, and with this set of steps, the tiger's palm followed. The power of these 2 techniques at the Profound Realm was several times higher than Luo Yu's. Bang! Feng Lei took a step forward and flew up. The moment Luo Shan's palms came out. He stood in front of Luo Tian, and his muscles almost burst his clothes. His 2 eyes stared at Luo Shaoshan and wildly shouted, "Young master, quickly leave! Fatty Lei, quickly leave!" Luo Tian exclaimed. He didn't expect Feng Lei to rush up at this time. "Die for me!" Luo Shaoshan clenched his teeth and roared, and heavily punched Feng Lei's chest. Boom! Thousands of pounds of force bombarded his chest, and Feng Lei's back caved in. He spat out several mouthfuls of black blood, and his face turned from red to white. The intense pain almost made him faint, but even so, his body didn't move at all. He still stood in front of Luo Tian like a diamond, opened his bloody mouth, and foolishly looked at Luo Tian, and foolishly said, Young master, quickly leave. F***CK, your ancestor! Berserk! The berserk power erupted again, and Luo Tian was unable to calm down, and directly went berserk. Chapter 13. The power poured in and raged out. Luo Tian jumped in front of Feng Lei and stared at Luo Shaoshan as he shouted, "Old man, I'm not done with you!" Luo Shaoshan's eyes twisted, and he sneered, "Bastard, I'll send you to reunite with your trash parents." In an instant, Luo Shaoshan condensed his Xian Qi and opened his right hand. A Xian Qi condensed into a giant hand in the air and pressed down on Luo Tian. Luo Tian's face darkened. This kind of Xian Qi condensed into a form could only be done by Xian master experts and was the strongest attack. He didn't think that Luo Shaoshan would use it on him. It could be seen that he was ruthless and wanted to kill him. It seemed that no matter who it was, the Luo family wanted to kill him. The Luo family disciples, Luo Yu, Luo Lin, and now one of the 5 elders of the Luo family, Luo Shaoshan. Luo Tian wanted to laugh. He wanted to look up to the sky and laugh. Since the Luo family treated me like this, I'll pay you back 1,000 times, 10,000 times. His mind shook, facing the giant hand pressing down from the sky. Luo Tian's face didn't change. Since he couldn't dodge it, then he would break through it. At this moment, everyone thought that Luo Tian was overestimating himself. Even if he recovered to his peak, he wouldn't be a match for the Xian master Luo Shaoshan. Moreover, he was facing the strongest attack of the Xian master realm. How could he break through it? What could he use to break through it? How could he retreat in such a desperate situation? Once a martial cultivator started, there was no way out. Since it was like this, why not poke through it? The pressure was like a mountain, pressing down on Luo Tian until he couldn't breathe. The wind blowing against his face was like a knife. Luo Tian held his breath and focused. He poured power into his fists, and his eyes locked on one point. He was completely immersed in it. Die! The giant hand pressed down from the sky, and a gust of wind swept up. This gust of wind directly flipped the first and second stage Xian disciples. Luo Tian clenched his teeth and shouted, "Thunder Tiger Charge!" A new name after the second level, Thunder Tiger Fist. Tiger Rush, Thunder Movement's combination of fists. Under the support of the Berserk energy, the strength of the Thunder Tiger Rushing Fist had increased crazily. Facing the giant palm that was condensed from Xian Qi, it did not show any signs of weakness as it directly charged forward. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In an instant, the 2 forces collided. The violent sound of the collision was like thunder from the 9 heavens, reverberating through the earth and shocking people's minds. Luo Shaoshan was shocked. He could not imagine that Luo Tian's strength would be so shocking. He became even more determined. If I don't get rid of him, there will be endless troubles in the future. Break! Luo Tian angrily roared as he rushed out. His hair was disheveled and swayed in the wind. His sleeves were torn apart, revealing his veins bulging on his arms. He looked like a demon. Boom! The center of the giant palm was pierced through. The profound qi dissipated, and the surroundings instantly returned to normal. Luo Tian stood in the center, the corners of his mouth raised, and with a thick sneer he pointed at Luo Xiaoshan's nose and scolded arrogantly, "Old thing, you're just SOSO!" He had actually broken through. The crowd was in an uproar. She actually broke through the strongest attack of a mystic cultivator. Shock. Unparalleled shock. The surrounding disciples of the Luo family were completely dumbfounded. The worst thing was that Luo Tian was unscathed and he was extremely arrogant. He did not take Luo Xiaoshan seriously at all. Domineering, too damn domineering. The pale Feng lay on the side, grinned, and laughed. Young master is mighty. Young master is domineering. Luo Xiaoshan, you shameless old man. How dare you bully a junior? What qualifications do you have to be an elder of the Luo family? Luo Xiaoshan's old face changed again and again. He did not expect his strongest attack to be neutralized by Luo Tian. Moreover, he had completely lost to Luo Tian in terms of momentum. This made the anger in his heart rise continuously. He gritted his teeth and stared at Luo Tian as if he wanted to swallow him alive. Bastard! How dare you look down on me? I'd like to see how many more times you can withstand this. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Xiaoshan condensed his profound qi again, and the sky darkened. Luo Tian's expression froze, and he cursed in his heart. The reason why he could break through the giant palm just now was because of a single breath and the violent power of his super powerful technique. Even so, his internal organs were still severely injured. It was just that he had been enduring the pain and appeared extremely calm, so others did not notice it. After all, Luo Xiaoshan was in the mystic master realm, and he was only in the 5th stage of the mystic disciple realm. The difference was not ordinary. If Luo Xiaoshan were to strike again, Luo Tian was anxious in his heart, but on the surface he was calm and composed. His arrogance was even stronger as he mocked. "Old man, if you're not convinced, then come again. I can break your first palm, so I can break your second palm. You old man use such a big move to deal with a junior like me. I'd like to see where you put your old face in the future. Ha ha ha. It was wrong to deal with a junior." In addition, he used the strongest attack of the mystic master realm and still could not hurt Luo Tian, which made people gossip even more. If the first palm did not succeed, then another palm. If Luo Tian could still block it, then he, Luo Xiaoshan, would not be able to raise his head in the future. Luo Tian would not be able to block the second palm no matter what. For this reason, he could only take a risk, using the pressure of public opinion to force Luo Xiaoshan to stop. Feng Lei took the opportunity to shout, "My son was useless, so I came. Now that I'm useless, why don't you call your father out from the ancestral grave? Do you still want face? The entire Luo family is laughing at you. I think you've reached the end of your life as an elder, ha ha ha." The surrounding disciples of the Luo family also whispered. Luo Xiaoshan's expression was extremely ugly. He glanced around, and all the disciples immediately shut up. In extreme anger, he shouted with a ferocious expression, "What a sharp tongue, but it's useless. In this world, strength determines everything. Do you think you can fool me with a few words? You're too inexperienced. Now die for me." Phut! This old man doesn't know what to do. Looking at Luo Xiaoshan's angry expression, Luo Tian's heart tightened, and he secretly said, "Oh no!" Just as Luo Xiaoshan said, in this world, it was all about strength. Strength determined everything. The weak, even if they spoke extravagantly, the strong would crush them with a single punch. Luo Tian once again realized the importance of strength. At first, he thought that the 5th stage of the Xian realm was enough to deal with the disciples of the Luo family. However, he did not expect that Luo Xiaoshan, who was in the Xian master realm, would appear. In Luo Xiaoshan's words, he was still too inexperienced. Damn it, go all out. Luo Tian gritted his teeth and used all the profound qi in his body to defend his mind and sea of consciousness. As long as he could withstand this attack, Luo Xiaoshan's profound qi would be exhausted and he would definitely not attack again. Of course, all of this was Luo Tian's gamble. He was gambling with his life. He had been forced to a dead end. He had no other choice but to gamble. This kind of gambling feeling was very unpleasant. Luo Tian secretly shouted in his heart, "Damn it, don't let me live. Otherwise, I will make you regret being born into this world." Rumble! With a loud sound, a huge hand condensed in the dark sky. Luo Xiaoshan bellowed, "Go to hell!" Luo Tian stomped his feet heavily on the ground, looked up at the sky and roared, "Come on!" It was also at this moment a figure quickly descended, and with a dignified shout he said, "Xiaoshan, stop!" The person on the field was none other than the acting patriarch of the Luo family, Luo Jianshan. He had appeared very early on, and as he watched the situation develop, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He wanted Luo Tian to die, and had thought of countless ways in which Luo Tian would die. However, he would not die in the Luo family, nor would he die in the hands of his younger brother, Luo Xiaoshan. If he wanted to be the patriarch of the Luo clan, he had to convince everyone. If Luo Tian was killed by Luo Xiaoshan, it would be a violation of the clan's rules. He would not be able to convince the masses, and as the acting patriarch, he would very likely be replaced. Even if Luo Tian recovered his strength, he would only be a small, profound disciple realm cultivator. There were 10,000 ways to kill him. However, Luo Tian could not die today. At least he could not die in the Luo family's martial arts practice field. Boom! Luo Xiaoshan could not stop his attack at all, and the huge palm still came crashing down heavily. Luo Jinshan's eyes were startled. He gently raised his right hand, and a burst of profound qi suddenly erupted from his body. This profound qi deliberately flipped Luo Tian over. Luo Tian rolled a few times and fell to the ground like a dog eating shit. He cursed in his heart, F***CKU. Bam! With a casual move, Luo Jianshan shattered the huge palm that was pressing down. It was incomparably sharp, causing the surrounding disciples of the Luo family to feel a burst of admiration and worship in their hearts. So strong! Luo Tian rolled on the ground a few times. His body was covered in mud, his face was dirty, and his hair was messy like a beggar. Luo Jianshan could not let him be in the limelight again. Crawling up from the ground, Luo Tian smiled. Seeing Luo Jianshan smile like a fool, his heart was in a mess of excitement. "You finally appeared! You finally appeared!" Boss. The glittering big boss. Chapter 14. Since it was a game leveling system. Since he could kill monsters to level up. Since he could do missions. Since he could kill people to drop items. Then, how could there be no boss? How could there be no boss? From the beginning, Luo Tian had been looking forward to it. He had imagined countless scenes of the boss appearing, but he had never thought that the boss would be a person. It would be the patriarch of the Luo family, Luo Jianshan. Could this be the legendary humanoid boss? In just an instant, Luo Tian was excited. His eyes were shining with golden light, drooling as he stared at Luo Jianshan without blinking. At this moment, Luo Jianshan was like a charming and sexy, beautiful girl, taking off her clothes piece by piece, seducing him. Too damn seductive. Confused. Gulp, Luo Tian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Rubbing his hands, he said excitedly in his heart, Boss, I finally see a living boss, ha ha ha. I will kill you, I will definitely kill you, I must kill you. What was the most exciting thing about playing a game? Of course, it was meeting a big boss. That kind of impact was very strong, making all the players nervous and happy. Boss meant a large amount of experience, a large amount of equipment. Just thinking about it made people excited. Of course, there were times when one was excited and times when one was depressed. Luo Tian was quite depressed now. Seeing a boss but not being able to kill it, this kind of pain was very uncomfortable. Right now he had no red, no blue, and was seriously injured. He couldn't take a single blow from Luo Jianshan, which made him very bitter. Endure. I will endure. Just wait. I will definitely kill you. The boss's experience is very rich. It might even be a big drop. Waha! Luo Tian's mouth curved slightly, revealing an excited smile. Luo Tian's series of expressions and actions made him look like a fool. All the Luo family disciples on the martial arts field thought he was a fool. Luo Xiaoshan's anger didn't decrease. He quickly walked to Luo Jinshan's side and pointed at Luo Tian. "Big brother, this bastard hurt my son. Today I must kill him." With that said, Luo Xiao Mountain's profound qi was once again activated. He stared at Luo Tian and fiercely shouted, "Bastard, die for me." Luo Tian did not move. He only glanced at Luo Xiaoshan and curled his lips. "A red-named elite monster that will attack." Luo Xiaoshan's entire body was glowing red. Even his name was blood red. This type of monster would take the initiative to attack players in the game, and there was a thin golden light under its feet. It was obviously an elite-level monster. Enough! Before Luo Xiaoshan could make a move, Luo Jinshan was slightly angered. He took out a small porcelain bottle and said, "You Er's injuries are not serious. Here are 3 vitality pellets. Let him take them. Nurturing spirit pill, a second-tier healing elixir vitality pill. The patriarch is truly generous." Everyone whispered to each other and revealed envious expressions. Luo Xiaoshan took the pills and said, "Big brother, this bastard hurt people in the martial arts arena and broke the rules of the ancestors. According to the rules, he can be expelled from the Luo family. Private fights were not allowed in the martial arts arena. This was the rule set by the ancestors of the Luo family." Feng Lei glared. His pale face was filled with anger. He shouted, "That brat Luo, you made the first move. If anyone broke the rules, it should be him." Luo Xiaoshan glared at Feng Lei and scolded, "Who do you think you are? You have no right to speak here." Luo Tian narrowed his eyes and walked forward. He smiled faintly and said, "The Luo family's rule is that whoever makes the first move is at fault. Luo, you made the first move. Even if I kill him, it doesn't matter." Luo Xiaoshan sneered, "My son made the first move? Who can testify?" "Me." Feng Lei roared and stood in front of Luo Tian. He was wary of this Luo Xiaoshan, afraid that he would sneak attack Luo Tian. Luo Xiaoshan's smile did not fade as he asked, "Other than you, who else?" Luo Tian glanced around. All the Luo family disciples lowered their heads. No one dared to testify. Luo Tian shook his head and sneered. Was the Luo family like this? Luo Xiaoshan smiled proudly and said, "You're the only one who can testify? You're his servant, so your testimony is useless. In other words, you 2 trash broke the rules of the ancestors. Patriarch, please punish according to the rules." While speaking, Luo Xiaoshan stared at Luo Tian with murderous intent. He thought, "Son of a bitch, as long as Big Brother expels you from the Luo family, this old man will send you to see the King of Hell." "Ha ha ha!" Luo Tian suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. He said coldly, "Since you want to talk about the rules, then I'll tell you what the rules are." "Your son of a bitch insulted this young master. Isn't insulting the young master breaking the rules of the ancestors? According to the rules, no one can do anything to me if I kill him. The son is not sensible, so the father is also not sensible. Luo Xiaoshan, I'm talking about you. You just entered the martial arts practice field and you attacked me. Isn't that breaking the rules of the martial arts practice field? You keep saying son of a bitch and son of a bitch. You're unscrupulously insulting the future young master of the Luo family. Isn't that breaking the rules of the Luo family? You son of a bitch. You said my brother is a bitch. Who the hell do you think you are?" His voice grew louder and louder. Luo Tian stared at Luo Xiaoshan as if he wanted to eat him. "Son of a bitch, you don't have the qualifications to talk to me about the rules. You don't have the qualifications. Do you understand?" Luo Tian emphasized the words young master of the Luo family. This made Luo Jinshan's face change. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The acting patriarch had always been a pain in Luo Jinshan's heart. Although he now controlled the entire Luo family, if Luo Tian didn't die, he would be the real patriarch of the Luo family. If he wanted to remove the word acting, the only way was to get rid of Luo Tian. At this time, this matter had reached a point where it couldn't be delayed. Luo Xiaoshan's old face turned from red to purple, then from purple to black. He couldn't say a word after being scolded by Luo Tian. He was so angry that his teeth were about to break. He rushed forward like a madman. "Son of a bitch, I'm going to kill you. Look, Elder Luo Xiaoshan is openly threatening me. I'm really scared." Luo Tian pretended to show a scared expression, and then said, "Acting patriarch, you saw it too." Luo Xiaoshan publicly insulted this young master and threatened to kill me. According to the family rules, shouldn't his hands and feet be cut off? Luo Jinshan's face sank. He pulled Luo Xiaoshan back and said in a deep voice, "Xiaoshan, calm down. Brother, let me go. I must skin him alive today." Luo Xiaoshan was so angry that his hair stood straight. Looking at Luo Tian's despicable expression, the anger in his heart rushed to his head. Luo Tian looked at Luo Xiaoshan with a despicable expression and a contemptuous smile, as if to say, "I'm despicable. Come and bite me." The reason why Luo Tian was like this was because he knew that Luo Jinshan wouldn't kill him in the martial arts arena. In that case, there was nothing to be afraid of. As for the future, it was hard to say who would kill who. Luo Jinshan stopped Luo Xiaoshan and smiled faintly. "What a sharp tongue. I hope you can be as good as your mouth in this big hunting competition. My future patriarch of the Luo family." Then Luo Jinshan said to Luo Qinchan, "If the young master of the Luo family wants to participate in the big hunting competition, he is naturally qualified. Quickly register." Luo Qinchan immediately wrote Luo Tian's name. Just as Luo Jinshan was about to leave, Luo Tian stopped him again and said with a smile, "Acting patriarch, as the young master of the Luo family, do I have the right to bring a brother to participate in the competition?" Luo Jinshan turned back and sneered. Before he could speak, Luo Tian smiled and said, "I'm just asking. I will bring him whether you agree or not. Besides, you are only the acting patriarch. You have no right to interfere in this kind of thing. Am I right, acting patriarch? Hey, don't go acting patriarch?" Chapter 15. Scolding the elders, playing tricks on the patriarch. What happened on the martial arts field quickly spread throughout the Jade Mountain city. The streets, tea houses, and taverns were all talking about it. Southern Zhu family. It looks like this Luo Tian won't be able to survive. Third brother. Fortunately, Zhu Mei's engagement was cancelled early. Otherwise, she would have been implicated. The once arrogant genius has turned into a lunatic. All of this is because of the internal strife of the Luo family. Now, the Luo family is just like Luo Tian. It won't be long before they disappear from Jade Mountain City. Patriarch, should we prepare? No, we don't need to intervene in this matter. Third brother, let Zhu Mei control Luo Yuel. I want to use this line to control the entire Luo family in the future and get the Luo family's territory. When the time comes, our Zhu family will have the final say in Jade Mountain City. Ha ha ha. Interesting, very interesting. Fourth brother, pay close attention to the Zhou and Song families. If they have any movements, inform me immediately. In another place, Western Zhou family. Luo Tian is really going to die this time. He was actually stupid enough to participate in the big hunting competition. Isn't he digging his own grave? Once Luo Tian dies, Luo Jinshan will definitely take advantage of the situation to become the true patriarch. But will the other elders of the Luo family take advantage of the situation? The Luo family has been peaceful all these years because of Luo Tian's existence. He is a very subtle existence. After this incident, Luo Jinshan will definitely get rid of him. Once Luo Tian dies, the balance of the Luo family will be broken, and internal strife will be inevitable. Patriarch, what if Luo Tian didn't die? Patriarch, Luo Tian must die. This may be an opportunity for our Zhou family. Zhou Tairan narrowed his eyes and muttered, Luo Tian must die. It seems that I have to stir up the Luo family's muddy water. On the surface, the 4 major families of Jade Mountain City lived in harmony and did not interfere with each other's business. But behind the scenes, they had been fighting openly and secretly for decades without a clear winner. The 4 great clans all wanted to monopolize Jade Mountain City. Over the years, the Luo clan had gradually declined, and this gave the other 3 clans a glimmer of hope. As long as he could snatch the Luo family's territory, his family would definitely grow stronger rapidly. At that time, dominating Jade Mountain City would only be a matter of time. North of the city, the Song family. Song Yan'an frowned and fell into deep thought. After a long while, Song Yan'an raised his head and asked again, Did you really see Luo Tian break through Luo Shao Mountain's profound energy palm with your own eyes? This disciple saw it with his own eyes. A young man wearing the Luo clan's disciple uniform answered seriously. On the surface, he was a disciple of the Luo clan, but in reality, he was a member of the Song clan. Every family had this type of undercover 007. Song Yan'an frowned and asked, How much of Luo Tian's strength do you think has recovered? The youth pondered for a moment and said, Disciple doesn't know, but Luo Tian gave me a very strong feeling. His aura doubled in an instant, and the fist art he displayed was something I've never seen before. That fist art is definitely above the first rank. His aura suddenly increased? A cultivation technique above the first rank. Song Yan'an frowned and waved his hand, saying, You can leave first. Housekeeper Lu, go to the accounts room and give him 100 silvers as a reward. The youth was happy and immediately cupped his fists, saying, Thank you, Patriarch. After the youth left, Song Yan'an returned to his usual expression and asked lightly, What do you think? There were 5 people sitting in the hall. They were the 5 elders of the Song clan. Big brother, didn't that Luo clan kid's Dantian shatter? How could he resist Luo Shao Mountain's profound energy attack? Could it be that this kid has been faking it all these years? I don't think so. I've secretly observed him. This child can indeed endure. He endured all the insults, ridicule, and beatings, but he is only a child after all. If he could cultivate, he would definitely not endure such humiliation. Patriarch, no matter what, Luo Tian will participate in the big hunting competition this time, and Luo Jianshan will definitely not let him come out alive. Once Luo Tian dies, the balance of the Luo clan will be completely broken. If Luo Jianshan wants to smoothly become the patriarch, I'm afraid the other elders will have opinions, and there may even be internal strife. This may be an opportunity for the other clans. The balance of the 4 clans of Jade Mountain City is very likely to be broken because of Luo Tian's death. The Zhu and Zhou clans have been waiting for this day. Big brother, we have to be prepared. Song Yan'an couldn't listen to the discussions in the hall. His mind was full of what kind of power Luo Tian used to resist Luo Shao Mountain's profound energy attack. Even if his strength recovered, he would only be at the profound disciple realm. No matter how strong he was, he would not be able to resist the attack of Luo Shao Mountain. Luo Tian must have had a fortuitous encounter. Then again, even a 3-year-old child knew the consequences of scolding the elders and playing with the patriarch. It was impossible for Luo Tian not to know. Was he not afraid of death? Song Yan'an was secretly alert that Luo Tian was no longer the Luo Tian of the past. He was definitely not simple. Immediately, Song Yan'an was startled and made the most difficult and fastest decision in his life. Old 5, you secretly enter the Luo clan's big hunting competition venue and secretly protect Luo Tian. If necessary, you can reveal your identity to him. Then Song Yan'an took out a small porcelain bottle and said, Here are 10 Yangshin pills. Take them first in case you need them. Patriarch, what are you doing? Protecting Luo Tian, this brat, for what? If he dies, the Luo clan will have internal strife. This is good for our Song clan. As for the Zhou and Zhu clans, with their current strength, they may not be our opponents. Why should we be afraid of them? Everyone was puzzled by Song Yinnon's actions. Song Yinnon faintly smiled and said, "You all think that Luo Tian will die, but what if he doesn't? Enduring what ordinary people can endure. Suffering what ordinary people can't endure. The Luo Tian now is no longer the Luo Tian of the past. Just watch. This brat will definitely surprise you." The 5 people were dumbfounded. Luo Clan, Sword Pavilion. Sword Pavilion was the place where the Luo clan specialized in swordsmanship. Since Li Shuer agreed to accompany Luo Lin to practice swordsmanship, this place became Luo Lin's private property. Li Shuer put away her long sword with a startled expression. She slightly said, "Luo Tian wants to participate in this year's big hunting competition." Luo Lin's mouth curved into a sneer. He disdainfully said, "Well, with his strength, he wants to participate in the big hunting competition. He really overestimates himself. If I meet him, I will definitely teach him a lesson." "Sister Shuer, you really don't want to participate in the big hunting competition with me? If you participate, I will give you the first place." Li Xuan's brows slightly wrinkled. Her eyes had a trace of disgust. She thought of Luo Tian's situation and secretly worried. Then she said, "Is it appropriate for an outsider to participate?" Luo Lin's eyes lit up. He immediately said, "Appropriate, of course it's appropriate. If anyone dares to gossip, I will tear their mouth apart." Li Shuer lightly said, "Well, I will participate." Luo Lin beamed with joy. His heart was extremely excited. Thinking of the ghost prison mountain range in the wilderness, where demon beasts ran rampant, he could be a hero saving the beauty, capture the beauty's heart, and even force himself on her at night. Thinking of this, Luo Lin's mouth became dry. At this time, a person walked into the sword pavilion. Luo Ming, Luo Jinshan's personal bodyguard, and also Luo Lin's master. Luo Ming walked in and said, "Young master, Master wants you to go back immediately." Under normal circumstances, Luo Ming would never personally come to find him. Luo Lin did not dare to delay and immediately said, "I will go back now." Then he turned and smiled. "Little sister Shui, I will go first. Leave the matter of you participating in the big hunting competition to me. Tomorrow we will enter the ghost prison mountain range together. I will protect you." After that, the 2 quickly left. Only Li Shuer was left in the sword pavilion. Her face had a faint, worried expression. Looking at the sunset outside the window, she clenched the long sword in her hand and said to herself, "Big brother Luo Tian, Shui, I will not let anyone bully you." Chapter 16. Late at night in Luo Jinshan's room. Luo Jinshan had his hands behind his back as he looked at the dark night outside the window. What happened in the martial arts field today made him very angry, especially when Luo Tian called him acting patriarch again and again. It was like a sharp thorn in his heart, making him very uncomfortable. All these years he had let Luo Tian live in this world because he needed time to control the Luo family and restrain the other 3 elders who didn't listen to him. Although he hadn't completely controlled the Luo family yet, 2/3 of the Luo family's property was already under his control. Originally, he wanted to use another year to control the other 1/3 of the property, but now he couldn't bear it anymore. Lin, in this big hunting competition, in addition to getting first place, you have to do one more thing. Luo Jinshan lightly said. Luo Lin gently smiled and said, "Father, I know, get rid of that trash." He just knew what happened in the martial arts field not long ago, so he was very unhappy. A trash with a broken dantian dared to be arrogant? If I were here, I would definitely ruthlessly trample Luo Tian under my feet. Luo Jinshan frowned and reminded him, "I secretly used my profound qi to observe Luo Tian's strength. He should be in the 5th stage of the profound realm. This big hunting competition must eliminate him. But you better not do it yourself. You are the future young master of the Luo family. If you are found out, it will affect you and me. Do you understand?" The crime of assassinating the young master was very big. If Luo Jianshan wanted to become the patriarch of the Luo family, he couldn't leave any evidence behind. Can't do it myself? Luo Tian grinned and said, Father, don't worry. In the Ghost Prison Mountain Range, I have 10,000 ways to deal with the trash. I will make him die without a burial place. Luo Jianshan nodded and smiled with satisfaction. Luo Lin's performance made him very satisfied. Whether it was cultivation, talent, or intelligence, he never let him down. He believed that in this big hunting competition, his son's performance would be perfect. Immediately, Luo Jianshan took out a crystal-clear, thumb-sized stone from his arms. The stone flashed a faint fluorescent light. The light spread, and a thick, profound qi filled the room. Luo Lin's eyes were filled with shock as he said excitedly, Father, this is magnetite? Profound stones were nurtured by heaven and earth. They contained a dense amount of profound energy and were the most valuable treasures for martial artists to cultivate. Magnetite was divided into 3 grades, high, middle, and low. The higher the grade, the thicker the xian qi. The magnetite Luo Jianshan took out was a low-grade magnetite. Such a low-grade magnetite would cost 100,000 gold, which was almost 1/5 of the Luo family's wealth. The purchase of magnetite was unanimously opposed by the 4 elders other than Luo Shao Mountain. Luo Jianshan ignored their objections and insisted on buying the magnetite as a special reward for the first place of the big hunting match. His goal was his son, Roland. He was at the 8th level of the mystic disciple realm, the strongest person in the younger generation of the Luo family. No one could match him in the big hunting game. Without a doubt, he was in first place. Luo Jianshan smiled and said, Lin, or no matter where, no matter what means, you have to remember that strength dominates everything in this world. Take this magnetite with you. In this big hunting match in the Ghost Prison Mountain Range, in addition to getting first place and eliminating Luo Tian, you also have to break through to the 9th level of the mystic disciple realm. As long as you break through, the opposing voices in the family will be suppressed by you, and no one will dare to refute my decision to buy magnetite. 17 years old, 9th level of the mystic disciple realm. With such talent, the Luo family could not find the slightest reason to refute. But Luo Jianshan's plan was not only this. His face revealed a trace of pride as he said, 17 years old, 9th level of the mystic disciple realm has reached the standard of an outer disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. As long as you become a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, the entire Luo family and even the entire Jade Mountain City will not dare to make a move. Luo Jianshan had put in a lot of effort. He had everything planned out. The Luo family's decline these years, the instability within the Luo family, and the covetous eyes of the other big families in Jade Mountain City. Luo Jianshan had considered all of this. As long as his son could become a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, these difficulties would be easily solved. No one would be able to shake his position in the Luo family. All these years, he had already planned everything. Luo Lin took the profound stone, secretly excited, and said in a heavy tone, Father, I will not let you down. Early morning, Luo family's martial arts field. There was a sea of people. Compared to yesterday, it was even more exciting. In the center of the martial arts field, Luo Jianshan, Luo Shaoshan, and the other 4 elders of the Luo family sat down in order. The Luo family's disciples in the audience were in high spirits, full of expectations. Not long after, Luo Jianshan stepped forward and said, Today is a big day for the Luo family and also a big day for you. I believe that 3 days later, a large number of you will become the Luo family's elite disciples, receive the comprehensive training of the Luo family, and get more cultivation resources. In the future, you will become the mainstay of the Luo family, and the Luo family will be proud of you. Well said. Pa, pa, pa. There was a warm applause from the audience, and many of the Luo family's disciples were extremely excited. Luo Jianshan pressed his hands together and waited for the audience to calm down before continuing. I don't need to say more about the rules of the big hunting competition. I believe you all know that as long as you can kill a rank 1 demon beast, you will be qualified to become a core disciple. If everyone cooperates with each other, I believe it will not be difficult to kill a rank 1 demon beast. Here, I want to reiterate that you are all disciples of the Luo family. When you enter the Ghost Prison mountain range, you must cooperate with each other, and you are forbidden to kill each other. Once you are found, no matter who it is, you will be severely punished. Finally, Luo Jianshan smiled and said, "This year's big hunting competition, in order to arouse everyone's enthusiasm, specially increase the rewards. In addition to the reward of Dan and the opportunity to practice a rank 1 technique, there is also a profound stone as a reward." As soon as his voice fell, there was a burst of discussion from the audience. It's true. A profound stone reward, unprecedented. This is too exciting. What are you excited about? The profound stone will not be yours. It will definitely be young Master Luo Lin's. Yes, young Master Luo Lin is the most handsome, the most powerful. Of course, he will be first. I like him so much. If only I could marry him. Wake up, love-struck fool. Look at who is standing next to young Master Luo Lin. Who is she? So beautiful that my heart can't stand it. Li Shuer coldly stood on one side, as if she did not hear the discussion around her. She was not the least bit interested in the profound stone reward. When Luo Jianshan said, "profound stone reward," she did not even blink her eyes. She still motionlessly looked at a place in the crowd, silently and foolishly. At this time, Luo Tian was stunned. At first, Luo Tian was annoyed by Luo Jianshan's blabbering, and Luo Tian kept on cursing him to finish it quickly. But when Luo Jianshan said, "profound stone reward," a sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! You have received the quest to compete for the first place in the big hunting competition. The quest difficulty is a rank. The quest reward is 20,000 experience points, 1,000 profound chi points, and a random rank 3 auxiliary technique. Fuck! A rank quest, and the reward is a rank 3 technique. Luo Tian was secretly excited, rubbed his hands, and excitedly said, "Fuck, I must get this quest." Chapter 17. The Ghost Prison mountain range was vast and boundless, and demon beasts ran amok. It was known as one of the 10 most dangerous places in the profound sky continent. Demon beasts were the same as humans. They could cultivate and break through. They only had one way of cultivating, which was to hunt and devour the blood essence of their prey. They refined the profound chi from the blood essence and integrated it into their own body, increasing their strength and strengthening their physical body. In order to survive, demon beasts were fighting and killing each other almost all the time. As a result, demon beasts had steel-like bodies that were extremely difficult to deal with. At noon, more than 100 disciples of the Luo family arrived at the hunting grounds. The grounds were prepared 3 days ago. In order to ensure safety, the Luo family had hunted down demon beasts above the first stage within a radius of 100 kilometers half a month ago. This was also to ensure that no powerful demon beasts would appear during the big hunting competition. The participating disciples were all at the profound disciple realm. To them, the second stage demon beasts were like wolves in a sheep pen. They were not their opponents at all. However, although the big hunting competition's grounds had been cleaned up, no one could guarantee that there would be no accidents. All right, you can enter the grounds now. Remember, you can choose to give up during the 3 days of the competition. If you hunt a demon beast, you can choose to appear. This way, you can also reach the qualifications of a core disciple. Pay attention to one more thing. You must come out 3 days later at this time. Otherwise, your results will be invalid. Do you understand? The disciples of the Luo family all rubbed their fists and impatiently shouted in unison, "Understood!" Go. The steward of the Luo family waved his right hand, and more than 100 disciples of the Luo family rushed into the ghost prison mountain range like wild beasts. Luo Tian stood at the entrance and looked at the dark forest. His eyes narrowed as he thought, the game has begun. He brought Feng Lei and stepped into the ghost prison mountain range. What? Lost it? Are you guys eating shit? You guys can't even keep an eye on a single woman. I really don't know what's the use of raising you trash. Luo Lin's face was gloomy as he said, unhappily. There were too many people who entered the grounds just now. So much so that Li Shuer disappeared after entering. This made Luo Lin extremely unhappy. Where's that trash Luo Tian? Luo Lin asked. He went southeast. Luo Lin's face as he looked towards the southeast, he said gloomily, You dog, I'll let you live for another day. Immediately after, Luo Lin narrowed his eyes and said, You two continue to keep an eye on Luo Tian. The rest of you, finally Shuer immediately. Understood. Everyone shouted and quickly dispersed. In another place, Luo Tian led Feng Lei and rushed towards the southeast. Even if they encountered a tier, one demonic beast, they didn't have any intention of attacking it. An hour later, the surroundings were dark, and there was no trace of the Luo family's disciples. Feng Lei leaned against a rock and panted heavily. He asked in confusion, Young master, why did we run so far? Luo Tian looked around cautiously. Our Zui elder is playing with Luo Zhenshan again. Do you really think that they won't dare to do anything to me? They will definitely target me in this big hunting competition. Maybe they will take this opportunity to get rid of me. We have to find a safe place. Luo Tian had already thought of this. However, the hunting ground was filled with demonic beasts. As long as he quickly broke through, once he reached the 8th level of the mystic realm, who would be his opponent? This was an opportunity, a very good opportunity. Feng Lei stared and suddenly shouted, I want to see who dares, see if I don't kill him. While speaking, the fat on his stomach was still trembling. Luo Tian laughed and said, You should kill that layer of fat on your body. Feng Lei smiled and was about to speak. Luo Tian's eyes were startled. He made a silent gesture and whispered, There's someone. Secretly annoyed, he cursed, Motherfucker. I ran so far and you still want to chase me. Do you want to force me to run out of the hunting ground? Whoosh! Whoosh! In the forest, a white shadow quickly shuttled between the branches. Her white dress fluttered, her long hair swayed, and her figure was beautiful. It was amazing, just like the scene when the white fox immortal appeared in the movie in his previous life. Feng Lei's face was startled. He raised his head and pointed at the white shadow with his right hand. He murmured, Young master, look, there is a fairy. Luo Tian was also secretly surprised. He immediately thought of the white-clothed girl he met in the back mountain of the Luo family. When the white-clothed girl heard the sound, she looked down and saw Luo Lin. She smiled and was about to speak. Luo Tian suddenly shouted, Hey, sister, be careful. Because they were flying too fast, Li Shuer didn't hear him. She lowered her head and asked anxiously, What did you say? Luo Tian pointed in front of Li Shuer and quickly said, In front of you, in front, in front. In front? What is in front? Li Shuer murmured. She looked up and saw that there was a towering tree less than 2 meters away. She was anxious and panicked. In her panic, the profound qi in her body was disrupted. Without the support of profound qi, she was like a bird that lost its wings and fell straight down. Damn! Again. Luo Tian's face was startled. He immediately thought of the scene in the back mountain. He pursed his lips and asked in his heart, Should I catch her? She should be fine after falling from such a height, right? He didn't want to be called a hooligan again. So, this time he decided to stand on the side and see what was called free fall. Ah, I'm falling. Save me, save me. Luo Tiangij, save me, Li Shuer kept shouting. She also thought of the scene in the back mountain. Her cheeks couldn't help but turn red. She blamed herself and said, Every time I see Luo Tiangij, I embarrass myself. This damned Yu Xian technique doesn't work every time I panic. Luo Tiangij? Are you calling me? This name is a bit familiar. Luo Tian saw that Li Shui'er was about to fall and his heart tightened. He didn't have the heart to think too much. He rushed up and lightly jumped up and hugged Li Shui'er. Could it be? Wow, this is too much. Feng Lei, who was standing at the side, was dumbfounded. He stared at the two of them and praised sincerely. Young master, you are too awesome. Chapter 18. Every time something like this happened, the girls' first reaction would be, that's right. They would scream and be surprised by the birds in the forest. Then they would retreat to the side in a panic. They would cover their chests with their hands and tremble slightly in fear. Other than covering her chest with her hands, Li Shui'er's body did not tremble. She was not afraid. Instead, she pouted and looked at Luo Tian. She kept saying, "Nothing happened just now. Nothing happened. Do you understand?" Feng Lei looked at Li Shui'er in a daze. He said naively, "Just now you." Li Shui'er's expression changed. She glared at Feng Lei and said, "Just now what?" "Nothing happened just now. Nothing happened." Looking at Li Shui'er's murderous eyes, Feng Lei retreated. Luo Tian got up from the ground and patted the dirt off his butt. He smiled and said, "I understand. Just like last time, nothing happened when you kissed me just now." "That's more like it." Li Shui'er nodded in satisfaction. She frowned and muttered something. Then she said loudly, "You bastard, I didn't kiss you." As she spoke, her cheeks flushed red again. Recalling the scene just now, Li Shui'er's heart pounded. The more she thought about it, the faster her heart beat. She blushed even more and looked more lovely and charming. It was hard not to like her. Luo Tian was flabbergasted when he saw her blushing face and her slightly angry expression. He purposely said, "I wonder whose tongue was still in my mouth earlier." "You!" Li Shui'er's face turned red again. She stomped her feet and looked at Luo Tian angrily. She was about to cry. Feng Lei blinked and asked seriously, "Young master, what does it feel like to have your tongue in your mouth?" Luo Tian smiled and said, "Ask her." It's not like my tongue was in her mouth. Feng Lei turned to look at Li Shui'er. Before he could ask, Li Shui'er glared at him. He scratched his head and looked away, like a mouse that had seen a cat. "All right, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore." "Hurry up, I'm going to start working." Luo Tian looked serious. He didn't participate in the big hunting match to flirt with girls. He wasn't in the mood to flirt with girls right now. He had to level up as soon as possible and quickly break through. The A-rank mission was something he had to complete. Not to mention the bountiful experience reward, just the rank 3 support skill alone was something he could not miss out on. The entire Luo clan, and even the Jade Mountain City, did not have a single 3rd-rank cultivation technique. If he had one, how awesome would that be? Furthermore, his current situation was very dangerous. Luo Lin could bring people to find him at any time. With his celestial chi depleted, he was unable to use Berserk. If he did not quickly level up, he would definitely not be Luo Lin's opponent. Not to mention, Luo Tian was not sure if Luo Jianshan would send out even stronger assassins. Everything was unknown. The only thing Luo Tian could be sure of was to kill monsters and level up. As long as he quickly broke through and became stronger, no matter who it was, he would be able to kill them with one punch. "I'm not leaving." Li Shui'er pouted and secretly said in her heart, "Big brother Luo Tian, I'm here to protect you. Luo Lin wants to deal with you. Don't drive me away." Luo Tian frowned and said seriously, "Sister, the Ghost Prism Mountain Range is rampant with demon beasts. With our strength, we can only protect ourselves. We can't take care of you. Not to mention that staying with me is very dangerous. I know it's dangerous. I don't need you to take care of me." Li Shui'er's expression also became serious, but in her heart she said, "I'm here to protect you, you big idiot." "No, it's too dangerous." Luo Tian was startled. The Ghost Prison mountain range was not an amusement park. Not to mention the ferocious demon beasts, Luo Lin alone was extremely dangerous. He could not let a strange woman take the risk with him. Li Shuai stubbornly said, "I want to go with you." She wanted to say that she was here to protect Luo Tian, but she was afraid that it would hurt Luo Tian's self-esteem. After all, as a man, it was very shameful for a woman to protect him. At least, that was what Li Shuai thought. A little more. Luo Tian did not recognize her, and did not remember her. Li Shuai was a little sad, but it was very fun. "You!" Luo Tian's gaze suddenly tightened, and he suddenly shouted, "Fatty Lei, be careful!" A ferocious wolf with crimson eyes pounced on the fat and muscular Feng Lei. Rank 1 demon beast, Scarlet Flame Wolf. It was a very common demon beast in the Ghost Prison mountain range. It was extremely ferocious, had a very strong attack, and was very difficult to deal with. Feng Lei also sensed the danger. His fat body rolled on the ground, cleverly dodging the Scarlet Flame Wolf's sneak attack. He immediately wanted to pounce on the Scarlet Flame Wolf and tightly hug it to create an opportunity for Luo Tian. But, at this moment, a white shadow flashed and a sword light came out. "Poochie!" "Awoo!" The Scarlet Flame Wolf died, and its body kept twitching on the ground. Its 2 eyes stared at this beautiful and ferocious woman, as if it died with a grievance. What the hell? Too violent, too ferocious, killing a rank 1 demon beast in an instant. Luo Tian was shocked, deeply shocked. A rank 1 demon beast was comparable to a rank 8 mystic disciple. Even Luo Lin would not be able to kill it in 1 strike. This girl, Li Shuai, put away her long sword, looked at Luo Tian and Feng Lei's shocked expression, and said with a proud smile, "How about it? Do I still need you to take care of me?" Feng Lei's head shook like a rattle drum. The sword passed right in front of his eyes, and he was almost scared silly. In his heart, he was even more scared of Li Shuai. Luo Tian smiled and rolled his eyes. He pretended to be very profound and said, "No need, there's no need at all. You can follow us, but I have a condition." "What condition?" "As long as you agree to let me follow you, I'll agree to any condition." Li Shuai immediately asked, "As long as I'm here, no one can bully Luo Tian Gij. Therefore, no matter what condition Luo Tian proposed, she would agree." Luo Tian naturally did not know what Li Shuai was thinking, or else he would have proposed another condition. "In the future, don't kill the demon beast in 1 strike. Let me kill it with 1 last breath." Luo Tian looked at the Scarlet Flame Wolf lying in a pool of blood and felt a heartache. That was all experience. This damn system, if you don't kill it, you can't get any experience. Li Shuai was so awesome. 1 strike, 1 strike, 1 strike, 1 strike, 1 strike. It would be easy to get first place and complete the mission, but the key was that there was no experience. Without experience, how could he level up? Luo Tian's main goal in the big hunting competition was to level up. If he didn't level up, then what was he doing? Li Shuai did not understand, but she still readily agreed and said, "Okay." Because of this, she secretly sighed in relief. She was afraid that Luo Tian would ask for those despicable conditions, and even silently agreed to any of Luo Tian's requests. This girl was so silly that she was cute. Chapter 19. If you like it, please collect it. Thank you. Smiley face _ Fatty Lei. You're in charge of cleaning up the battlefield. White clothed girl. You're in charge of firepower output. You must remember to leave your last breath for me to kill. I'm in charge of luring the monster's aggro. Do you understand? Luo Tian swept his gaze across and quickly said, these were all simple game terms and also the simplest coordination. However, Feng Lei and Li Shuai looked at each other, then shook their heads like a rattle drum and said in unison, I don't understand. Young master, what are you talking about? What is output? What is aggro? Why am I so confused? Say something we can understand. Luo Tian sighed and said weakly, Sister, you are in charge of attacking the demon beasts. Fatty Lay, you are in charge of sucking the blood essence of those demon beasts. And I am in charge of luring the demon beasts over. Do you understand? Young master, if you had said that earlier, we would have definitely understood. Phone Lay laughed foolishly. Li Shweder pursed her lips and snickered. That's right. It's too difficult to communicate with people from different worlds. Luo Tian thought in his heart. Then his gaze tightened, he pointed to a direction and shouted, "There are demon beasts approaching. Do as I say." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian leaped and landed in front of an iron skin pig. With a hook of his finger, he mocked, "Grandson, Grandpa is here." Iron Skin Pig seemed to understand what Luo Tian was talking about. It snorted twice, dug its front legs into the ground, and rushed forward crazily. Pull the aggro. Luo Tian broke into a run. Looking at the Iron Pig's long tusks, he felt a burst of panic in his heart. If he was hit by its nose, he would definitely fly into the sky. As he ran, he loudly reminded, "It's coming, it's coming. Sister, prepare for battle." Seeing Luo Tian being chased by the Iron Skin Pig, Li Shweder's gaze tightened. Staring at the green pig, she fiercely said in her heart, "Smelly pig, you want to hurt my Luo Tian big brother. See if I don't want your life." A white light flashed. "Go away and let me deal with it." Before he could finish his words, Li Shweder attacked with her sword. Luo Tian suddenly changed his direction, and Li Shweder stabbed his sword into the Iron Pig's head in a flash. Poochie! Blood spurted out from the Iron Skin Pig's mouth, and it let out a painful howl. Damn, isn't this girl a little too powerful? The Iron-Skinned Pig's defense could be said to be the best among rank 1 demonic beasts, but it was still pierced through by her sword. This attack power was really too sharp. Luo Tian was secretly shocked. Looking at Li Shweder's angry appearance, he immediately said, "Sister, leave your last breath for me to kill." If he was killed by her again, he would lose his experience again. He could not afford to waste any more of it. Luo Tian took a big step forward and shouted, "Let me do it!" Li Shweder stuck out her tongue and jumped to the side, saying, "Got it." The iron-skinned pig growled and screamed in pain. Its life was already hanging by a thread, and it was unable to dodge. Luo Tian punched it. Bam! Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Iron Skin Pig, gaining 200 experience, 20 profound chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for gaining 1 point of Iron Skinned Pig's blood essence. 200 experience points. A rank 1 demonic beast is indeed a rank 1 demonic beast. It's too rich. I need 30,000 experience points to reach the 6th stage of the Profound Realm, and 150 of them will be enough to level up. Luo Tian thought. In addition to experience, there was also the most important profound chi. Berserk consumed too much profound chi. Within 3 days, he had to accumulate enough profound chi. There would definitely be a fierce battle waiting for him in the Luo family. As long as he had profound chi, even if he had to face Luo Shao Mountain again, he would not have to be afraid. Fatty, this demonic beast's head is yours. Sister, give the wooden plate that the Luo family gave you to Fatty Lay. Let's fill up yours first, and then put ours in. Luo Tian said. The sister was the main attacker, so the demonic beast's head must be given to her first. The wooden plate was the crudest spatial storage item in the mysterious heavenly continent, and its area was about the size of a small room. Every participating disciple had one, and it was used to store the demonic beast's head. Beheading the demonic beast was the only test. As long as one hunted a rank 1 demonic beast, they could withdraw from the competition and become a core disciple of the Luo family. But if you wanted to compete for the first place, you had to hunt more demonic beasts. In the rules of the big hunting competition, rank 1 demonic beasts were worth 1 point, rank 2 demonic beasts were worth 5 points, rank 3 demonic beasts were worth 10 points, rank 4 demonic beasts were worth 100 points, and rank 5 demonic beasts were worth 1,000 points. Rank 1 demonic beasts were very common. Rank 2 demonic beasts were very difficult to encounter in the competition grounds. Rank 3 demonic beasts were basically dead. As for rank 4 and rank 5 demonic beasts, they would only appear in the depths of the Ghost Prison mountain range. It was impossible for them to appear outside the mountain range. Demonic beasts of rank 4 and above had demonic cores. Demonic cores contained extremely dense xian qi, and they were the crystallization of the demonic beast's cultivation for thousands of years. The value of a demonic core was more than 10 times higher than a xian stone. It was a treasure in the eyes of cultivators, and it was hard to find one. Demonic beasts with demonic cores were giants. A rank 5 demonic beast could destroy the entire Jade Mountain city in a day. It had never appeared in the history of the Luo family's hunting competition. Once it appeared, it would be a devastating blow. Li Shuer did not hand over the wooden plate. She said, "Seriously, I don't want this bloody thing. I don't want any of the demonic beasts that I killed for you. You can keep them for yourselves." Luo Tian looked at Li Shuer and saw that she was serious. He immediately said, "Fatty, let's store your wooden plate first." "Understood." Feng Lei carried the iron-skinned pig, took out a steel machete and chopped it down. The moment he chopped off its head, he sucked the iron-skinned pig's blood essence into his mouth. As the blood essence entered his mouth, Feng Lei's face turned red. After a few seconds, he returned to normal. Luo Tian was puzzled. He really couldn't understand why Fatty Lei was so fond of it. Moreover, from his hungry eyes, he could tell that it wasn't just liking it. It was as if a demon beast's blood essence was red all over. The naked girl was giving off an endless temptation to him. It was like being seduced. Li Shuer felt nauseous, but she did not say anything. Time was precious. Luo Tian was too lazy to ask anything. He said, "I'll lead the way. You guys follow me." Luo Tian quickly went into the dark forest. Li Shuer was afraid that Luo Tian would be attacked by the demonic beasts. She quickly followed. Feng Lei wiped the demonic beast's blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled excitedly. His bald head flashed with a bloody red light. A huge demonic beast's tattoo flashed on his head. It was incomparably ferocious, as if it had an ancient, terrifying power. "Girl, back down. Let me do it." Pum! Ding! Congratulations, player. Pum! Pum! Every time they killed a demonic beast, its life was hanging by a thread. After Li Shuer's sword, Luo Tian's punch would kill the demonic beast and take away its experience. The two's coordination was getting better and better. After killing dozens of demonic beasts in 2 hours, not only did his experience soar, his profound qi also increased by nearly 1,000 points. It was too sharp. At this rate, he would be able to level up in less than 5 hours. Luo Tian could not help but sigh in his heart. This girl is too amazing. Chapter 20. The surroundings were filled with the corpses of demon beasts. Feng Lei's mouth was full of blood, and he was extremely busy. Luo Tian sat at the side and rested. "Fatty, hurry up. Don't be so busy absorbing blood essence. Time is precious. We don't want to keep watching you absorb blood." Li Shuer, who was at the side, gasped for breath. Her face flushed red. Every time she made a move, she would use her profound qi. After a few hours, she had consumed too much of her profound qi, and her stamina was running out. Ayo! Suddenly, a yellow and white, striped, green-eyed tiger pounced down from the tree. Li Shuer's eyes twisted as she thrusted out her sword. She puffed up her cheeks and said angrily in a low voice, "You actually dared to sneak an attack on Big Brother Luo Tian. It seems like you're tired of living." Whoosh! With a flash of white clothes, the long sword transformed into a sword flower. Compared to before, the speed was clearly much slower this time, and the power of the sword technique was also greatly weakened. The profound qi was especially important. Once it was consumed too much, one's strength and speed would decrease significantly. Li Shuer was simply too tired. This was also a common problem for martial artists. It was just like how mages didn't have mana. No matter how strong they were, it was useless. Although Li Shuer had sensed a green-eyed tiger's sneak attack in advance, her speed could not keep up with her reaction. Her strength was even weaker by a level, so her sword pierced through the air. Then, Li Shuer cried out in alarm, "Big brother, Luo Tian, be careful!" Luo Tian frowned. A cold wind blew from his back. His heart sank. He clenched his fists tightly, rushed forward, turned his body, and suddenly shouted, "Thunder Tiger Rush!" His body was like a bow, and his fists were like arrows shooting out violently. Bam! 2 fists accurately smashed onto the green-eyed tiger's forehead, causing its head to split open and blood to spurt out. Instant kill. At this moment, a system notification sounded out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Green-Eyed Tiger, obtaining 210 experience, 20 profound chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 1 point of Green-Eyed Tiger's blood essence. Blood essence again? Every time I kill a different demonic beast, I will obtain blood essence. What's the use of this blood essence? Every time he killed a new type of demonic beast, he would obtain a new type of blood essence. It was a little strange. Luo Tian muttered inwardly. He could not help but open up the system to check the uses of these blood essences. There were over 30 types of blood essences floating in the void of his mind. He opened up the system to check. Myriad Beasts Bloodline. By collecting the blood of 10,000 different demonic beasts, you can fuse them into the 10,000 beasts bloodline and possess the power of 10,000 beasts. The stronger the demonic beast, the stronger the blood essence energy. After the fusion, the power of 10,000 beasts will be even stronger. Furthermore, everything was normal. The 10,000 beasts bloodline was very powerful. After all, it was a bloodline formed by the fusion of 10,000 types of demonic beasts' blood essence. It was definitely powerful. However, Luo Tian's chrysanthemum tightened as he continued to read. His tiger body trembled as he muttered, "The 10,000 beasts bloodline is actually an independent bloodline. It can actually coexist with other bloodlines. This is 2F asterisk king awesome." Once a bloodline was fused, it could not be changed. It was even more impossible to fuse with other bloodlines. There was no bloodline that could be fused with other bloodlines in the profound sky continent. The 10,000 beasts bloodline was actually an independent bloodline that could coexist with other bloodlines. In other words, it could be the existence of dual bloodlines. How powerful was the power of the bloodline? The power of dual bloodlines. Luo Tian was so excited that he could not speak. The invincible points could be exchanged for invincible bloodlines. Each of them was very powerful and contained power that was definitely not weaker than the 10,000 beasts bloodline. Once the 10,000 beasts bloodline was successfully gathered, should he fuse it? Now, Luo Tian did not have this concern at all. Even if he fused with the 10,000 beasts bloodline, he could fuse with the invincible bloodline in the future. Young master is mighty. Young master is domineering. Feng Lei was dumbfounded. Killing a rank 1 demonic beast in one move was too sharp. Li Shuer's gaze was slightly startled. Half a second later, she smiled faintly and thought in her heart, "Luo Tiangij is so awesome. Those people from the Luo family even said that Luo Tiangij is trash. I think they are all trash." Luo Tian put away his thoughts, smiled faintly, looked up at the sky, and then thought of Li Shuer's situation and immediately said, "It's getting late. The demonic beasts will appear more frequently at night, and there will be more of them. Let's find a safe place to spend the night." Night was the time of the demonic beasts. At this time, they should try to find a safe place to hide. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. Li Shuer glanced at Luo Tian. She could tell that it was for her. Her heart couldn't help but feel warm and moved. Not far away, 2 black shadows were hiding under a bush. They only appeared after Luo Tian and the other two's figures gradually disappeared. Wang Cheng and Luo Qing were the stronger outer disciples of the Luo family. Both of them were at the 6th stage of the mystic realm. Wang Cheng, you go inform young Master Luo Lin. I will continue to follow them. Luo Qing looked at the direction Luo Tian disappeared and said in a low voice. Wang Cheng turned around to leave. His eyebrows slightly moved, and the corner of his mouth drew back. He smiled sinisterly and said, If we can personally capture Luo Tian, young Master Luo Lin will definitely reward us greatly. It's not like you didn't see the white, clothed woman's sword skills. With just the two of us, we're not her opponent. Luo Qing said bluntly, one sword to kill a demonic beast, adding on the fact that Luo Tian was at the 5th stage of the mystic realm. The two of them were not her opponent. Wang Cheng faintly smiled and said, Didn't you notice that the white-clothed woman's profound qi has already been exhausted? She needs at least a night to recover. At this time, no matter how strong she is, it will be useless. The two of us against Luo Tian, this trash, don't tell me we don't have confidence. It was easy for a 6th stage mystic realm cultivator to deal with a 5th stage mystic realm cultivator. Moreover, there were two of them. Against Luo Tian, victory was assured. Luo Qing's eyes narrowed. He was very clear about Luo Lin's goal. If he could capture Luo Tian, there would be a great reward. Even if there was no great reward, being able to work for the future young master of the Luo family, there would be a lot of benefits in the future. In addition to these, they were more interested in the wooden plate on Feng Lei's body. There were dozens of demonic beasts. If all of them were to be captured, Luo Qing heavily swallowed his saliva. Revealing a greedy gaze, he grinned and said, Okay, we will continue to follow them and find a chance to capture Luo Tian. The night gradually darkened. In the forest, one couldn't even see one's fingers. In the distance, there were constant roars of demonic beasts. The entire night was filled with a terrifying atmosphere. The roars seemed to be warning the world that the night was their world. Halfway up the mountain, in a hidden cave, Li Shuer was sitting cross-legged in the cave. She was circulating the spirit technique. Her breathing was extremely rhythmic. Around her body, a thin trace of profound qi was being drawn into her body. The profound qi in her dantian was gradually recovering at the entrance of the cave. Feng Lei was like a King Kong god standing at the entrance of the cave. His eyes were like torches, constantly vigilant of his surroundings. Fatty Lei, you have to protect her. Who knows? She might be your future mistress. Luo Tian gently smiled. Thinking about Li Shuer's playful and cute expression, his heart felt warm. Feng Lei seriously nodded and said, Young master, don't worry. Even if I have to risk my life, I won't let anyone harm a single hair on her head. Luo Tian smiled with satisfaction. Then he jumped and disappeared into the night. Chapter 21. Since the internet was cut off yesterday, Old Cow was unable to update. Today, I will at least write 2 chapters and strive for 3 chapters. Everyone, please support me. At night, it was time for the demon beasts to hunt. The entire hunting grounds became restless. It was extremely dangerous for the disciples of the Luo family, so they had to find a safe place to hide. However, for Luo Tian, it was the best time to hunt. The more demon beasts there were, the better. Whoosh, whoosh! A black shadow shuttled out, lightly jumping from a branch to another tree. His eyes were like an eagle's, vigilant of everything in the darkness. A few minutes later, under a tree, a scarlet flame wolf's eyes flashed with a green light, tearing apart the corpses of the demon beasts that were hunted during the day. Luo Tian chuckled and said to himself, Let's start with you. His figure moved and he jumped down. Without waiting for Luo Tian to stabilize himself, the scarlet flame wolf let out a fierce growl and pounced towards him. Saliva dripped from between its 2 long fangs. The hungry scarlet flame wolf wanted to swallow Luo Tian into its stomach. It was extremely ferocious. "You're courting death." Luo Tian clenched his fists, increased his speed, and punched out. Thunder movement! The fist carried a trace of lightning as it rushed out. The fist smashed into the Scarlet Flame Wolf's abdomen. The Scarlet Flame Wolf let out a miserable cry, and once again attacked with its hind legs. Luo Tian smirked. His left fist was ready to attack. The moment the Scarlet Flame Wolf rushed over, he shouted, "Tiger Rush!" Bam! It smashed into the Scarlet Flame Wolf's head, killing it with one punch. The system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing the Scarlet Flame Wolf, gaining 200 experience, 20 profound chi. However, at this moment, Luo Tian's two figures landed one after another, their auras emitting a strong killing intent. Luo Tian snorted and said coldly, "You finally appeared!" From the beginning, Luo Tian was always vigilant of his surroundings. Other than being careful of the sneak attacks of demon beasts, he was even more vigilant of Luo Lin's appearance. After the entire afternoon of hunting, there would definitely be disciples of the Luo family who would find him. In Royal City, Luo Tian was not surprised by the appearance of Luo Qing and Luo Qing. Instead, he smiled faintly. Demonic beasts were strange, but so were humans. After the two of them landed on the ground, Luo Tian secretly smiled and said to himself, "A monster with a red name that can attack at any time?" Wang Chung smirked and said, "Useless Luoda, you really made us wait for a long time." The two of them had been hiding in the dark. Originally, they thought that Luo Tian would hide in the cave and not come out tonight. They didn't expect that he would come out alone to kill demonic beasts. This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. How could they miss it? Luo Tian pretended that he didn't know anything and said, "What business do the two clan brothers have with me?" Luo Qing smiled disdainfully and stepped forward. "Master Luo Lin told me to warn you that Li Shui'er is his woman. You'd better stay away from her." "Oh," Luo Tian softly replied and asked, "Is there anything else?" Wang Cheng also stepped forward and blocked Luo Tian's path of retreat. He said, "Master Luo Lin wants you to come with us. If you know what's good for you, then obediently come with us." Without waiting for Wang Cheng to finish, Luo Tian interrupted, "What's good for me? Can it be eaten? Acting crazy? Why waste words with him? Just beat the shit out of him. Let's see if he can still act." Luo Qing's eyes twisted and coldly said, "Luo Tian, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the wooden plate and obediently come with us. This is the only way to avoid physical pain. Otherwise," at this point Luo Qing sneered. The two of them stepped forward again at the same time. They were only 3 steps away from Luo Tian. Luo Tian slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a very scared look. He said weakly, "You two won't kill me, right? I'm the young master of the Luo clan. If you kill me, you'll be committing a serious crime. The Luo clan won't let you go." While speaking, Luo Tian's body couldn't help but tremble. That scared expression, that heartfelt, trembling action, was extremely accurate. It was comparable to those so-called Hollywood movie stars from his previous life. "Ha ha ha! Young master of the Luo clan, are you joking? Big Trash Luo, this big hunting competition will be your death date. Who will know if I kill you? Everyone will only know that the trash Luo Tian with a broken dantian arrogantly entered the ghost prison mountain range. As soon as he met a 0-rank monster, he was bitten to death. His body was torn apart and nothing was left. I'm too damn smart, ha ha ha." Wang Chung. When Luo Qing and Luo Qing saw Luo Tian's scared look, they burst into laughter. Their defensive heart suddenly lowered. "You're more than just damn smart. You're simply smart to the extreme." Suddenly, Luo Tian's eyes twisted. The aura of a rank 5 profound realm instantly burst out. His fists moved, and the power that had been brewing for a long time burst out. Thunder Tiger Rush. His body was like a martial art. His fists were like arrows exploding out. Boom! Wang Chung simply didn't have time to react. His abdomen was hit and blood spurted out. His body was blown away by Luo Tian's move. Luo Qing's face was shocked. He suddenly shouted, "Damn trash! You don't know what's good for you. A rank 5 profound realm dares to be arrogant in front of me. I'll let you know the strength of a rank 6 profound realm. What nonsense are you talking about?" Berserk! Rumble! His profound chi value quickly decreased by 300. At this moment, a huge force exploded, shaking the mountain forest. The demonic beasts that were lurking in the surroundings also quieted down. They were so frightened by this huge force that they crawled on the ground, not daring to move. Luo Tian's body shook. Berserk's blessing, double the strength, double the speed of his arms, against a rank 6 profound realm Luo Qing. Even without using Berserk, he could kill him. However, Luo Tian liked the feeling of crushing. He liked to bombard mosquitoes with artillery shells. This was the only way to make Luo Qing's proud face contort and deform. He would not dare to recall this scene even in hell. Looking at the ferocious face of Luo Qing, Luo Tian grinned and shouted, "Die! You're the one who's going to die." Luo Qing's eyes angrily stared. His long sword in the dark night transformed into a sword flower. The sword flower flashed, and the sword instantly arrived. Seeing Luo Tian standing motionless in the same place, Luo Qing proudly laughed. "Stupid dog, a rank 5 profound realm cultivator dares to act cool in front of me. You're courting death." The long sword pierced towards Luo Tian's life gate. The distance was less than half a centimeter. Luo Qing was very excited. With this kind of sword, no matter what, Luo Tian would not be able to dodge it. His heart was very happy. He could not help but think that if he killed Luo Tian, not only would he be rewarded by Master Luo Lin, he would also be able to obtain the wooden plate on Luo Tian's body. He would easily become a core disciple of the Luo clan. Waha! Thinking of this, Luo Qing's mouth could not help but curve up. His happy life was in front of him. However, just as he was excited, when the long sword was less than half a centimeter away from Luo Tian made his move. His eyebrows wrinkled, and his right fist moved. A burst of energy burst out, and his right fist directly hit the tip of the sword. "You want to block the long sword with your bare hands? Not only are you a waste, you're also a fool. Ha ha ha! Bare hands against a steel-long sword?" Luo Qing loudly laughed. While he was laughing, his right hand suddenly tightened, and a huge force came from the tip of the sword. His arm trembled, and his sword almost fell off. Luo Qing's face also changed dramatically. One fist blocked Luo Qing's long sword, and his left fist followed, and a fist bombarded Luo Qing's chest. Pum! His chest almost split open, and Luo Qing's face instantly became pale. His body lost its center of gravity, and he constantly staggered back. His two eyes stared at Luo Tian. He could not understand how Luo Tian's strength was so strong. The strength, speed, and reaction of a 5th-stage profound disciple could not be stronger than a 6th-stage profound disciple. Every stage was like a shackle, and it was impossible to surpass it. But for Luo Tian, it was completely useless. The sword just now would have killed Luo Tian without a doubt, but he was calm and not afraid at all. What made him so confident? He could not understand at all. While he could not understand, Luo Qing's heart was filled with fear. Watching Luo Tian step closer, his body trembled in fear. "Luo Tian, what do you want to do? The big hunting competition clearly states that we can't kill each other once found out." Luo Tian said with a faint smile, "Why didn't you say this at the beginning?" "I remember you said at the beginning that you would be torn apart by a demon beast, and not even a hair would be left. Damn, I suddenly found out that your idea is too smart." Luo Qing's body kept retreating, and he tripped on a stone and fell to the ground. His face became even paler, Don't kill me, young Master Luo Tian. Don't kill me. I will listen to you in the future. Please don't kill me. Begging for mercy is useless. You are the experience. How can I miss it? Luo Tian's fists slammed heavily on the ground, causing cracks to appear on the ground. Just as Luo Qing was secretly rejoicing that he did not hit himself, a surging force came out from the ground below his body and lifted him into the air. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up, and his fists were like a torrential rain as he struck out crazily. Bang, bang, bang. Every punch made Luo Tian feel an inexplicable sense of excitement. The explosive power was too damn satisfying. Ding! Player, Luo Tian has killed Luo Qing to obtain 210 experience points. 25 profound qi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 2 Zhuji Dan. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for invincible value, +1. Luo Qing was dead. It was a complete slaughter. After sending Luo Qing flying with a punch, he turned around and looked at Wang Cheng, who had been lying on the ground motionlessly. He smiled sinisterly and said, "You're still pretending to be dead. Now it's your turn." With just that one sentence, Wang Cheng was so scared that he almost shit out of himself. He got up and ran, hating that his mother was born with 2 more legs. Luo Tian laughed coldly and said, "Little guy, let me see where you can run to." The berserk power was still there, and in a few breaths of time he had caught up to Wang Cheng and killed him with a punch. The system beep immediately sounded out. Ding. Chapter 22. After dealing with Luo Qing, Luo Tian did not return to the cave. The night had just begun, and the hunt had just begun. How could Luo Tian waste time in such a good place to level up? The idea was released and slightly sensed. Then Luo Tian chuckled and quickly entered the darkness. Die. Wua! A 6-legged lizard fell to the ground, its body gradually stiffening, and a prompt sounded in Luo Tian's mind. The surroundings were filled with the corpses of demon beasts, and his experience bar had increased by a large amount. He was just a little bit away from leveling up. Looking at the experience slot, Luo Tian smiled faintly and thought to himself, "With the level-up system in hand, I don't have to worry about leveling up. Luo Lin, watch how I beat you up." Who could compare to this breakthrough speed? To be able to level up to the 6th stage of the profound realm in just a few days, it could be said to be sitting on a rocket. The more he killed, the more energetic he became. Luo Tian's entire body was stained with the blood of demon beasts. The blood stuck to his body and dried into a dark red armor, and the smell on his body also became a thick smell of blood. A few hours later, Luo Tian had unknowingly arrived at the edge of the hunting grounds. The dangerous aura in the darkness became even stronger, and a pair of dark green eyes flashed with a cold light as they stared at Luo Tian. Suddenly, on a cliff, a 2-meter tall wolf king with a 3-meter long white mane held at the moon. Woo! A throbbing wolf's roar spread through the forest. Immediately after, dozens of wolves in the surrounding area all let out a loud roar, forming a resonance. After the wolf's roar, the giant wolf on the cliff jumped down and quickly rushed towards Luo Tian. The forest also began to become restless. Holy sh*T! You met a pack of wolves. Luo Tian was shocked, but the corner of his mouth hooked up coldly and said to himself, "Brother just happened to be close to leveling up, and was just thinking about whether or not to enter the hunting grounds to hunt demon beasts. Now that you have come to die, it's exactly what I want." Immediately, Luo Tian frowned, his idea locked onto a red flame wolf, and quickly rushed out. The wolf pack was extremely difficult to deal with. Their attacks were different from other demonic beasts. Under the command of the Wolf King, their attacks were rhythmic and coordinated well. They even knew how to use tactics. The combat power of a few dozen wolves was comparable to 100 demonic beasts. However, riches and honor came from danger. How could he miss out on the tens of demonic beasts and tens of thousands of experience points? Furthermore, fighting against the wolf pack could improve his fighting skills. Fighting on the edge of life and death was very helpful to Luo Tian. Only in adversity could he quickly improve. Thunder movement. Luo Tian suddenly shouted, and a trace of electric light flashed out of his right fist. "Aho!" The crimson flame wolf howled and rolled to the side, while the other wolf pounced forward. "You're courting death." Tiger rush. Luo Tian's left fist swept out. Along with this punch, Luo Tian also quickly moved to the right. After the first punch succeeded, the second punch followed. Bang, 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 he punched the Sunfire Wolf's head several times in succession, and only stopped when he heard the system notification. "Ayo! Woo!" Luo Tian was surrounded by more and more crimson flame wolves. They circled around him and let out low growls. They stared at Luo Tian and did not attack, as if they were waiting for something. Without a doubt, they were waiting for the Wolf King. Luo Tian also knew this. If he wanted to quickly deal with the wolf pack, he had to kill as many crimson flame wolves as possible before the Wolf King arrived. Once the Wolf King appeared, the wolf pack's attack power would be limitless. Moreover, the Wolf King was a rank 2 demonic beast. Luo Tian was only a rank 5 mystic realm demonic beast. He could not deal with it at all. Kill. Calming down, Luo Tian's eyes flashed with killing intent. He clenched his fists and quickly rushed forward. Thunder Tiger Rush. Bang! Die for me! Luo Tian's fists were like a torrential downpour. Wherever his fists went, blood would splatter. It was like a mad dance of killing. Without the command of the Wolf King, the wolf pack was like a pile of loose sand. They were no threat to Luo Tian at all. However, Luo Tian was very clear that this was only temporary. In less than half a minute, "Woo!" a soul-stirring roar sounded. All the crimson flame wolves' eyes changed. They revealed their long fangs, and their originally fearful appearance turned savage. All the crimson flame wolves stopped retreating and approached Luo Tian step by step. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth raised, and he muttered, "Is the Wolf King here?" "Woo!" With another roar, the 5 crimson flame wolves at the front attacked at the same time. Their 2 fangs caught the moonlight shining through the gaps between the leaves, giving off a gloomy chill. "Huff!" Luo Tian let out a light breath. His heart calmed down, and then he roared, "Kill!" His fists transformed, and in less than a second he punched out 4 times. This speed was already his limit, and also the limit of a rank 5 mystic realm. 4 crimson flame wolves fell to the ground, and a notification sounded out in his mind. Hiss! With a claw, the clothes on Luo Tian's shoulder were torn apart, revealing 3 bloody marks. The pain caused Luo Tian to suck in a breath of cold air. After succeeding in his attack, he immediately retreated without any hesitation. At this moment, 10 crimson flame wolves pounced forward. Luo Tian was anxious. He did not expect the Wolf King's intelligence to be so high, and under the command of the Wolf King, the wolves were not afraid of death at all. If 5 were not enough, then 10. If 10 were not enough, then there would be more. F***CK, taking turns to fight, right? Facing the 10 crimson flame wolves that pounced at him, Luo Tian frowned. His eyes locked onto one place and secretly said, "I have to get rid of the Wolf King first. Otherwise, I will definitely be exhausted to death." Immediately after, Luo Tian shouted in his heart, "Berserk!" 1. His strength and speed suddenly increased. In that instant, Luo Tian quickly dodged the attacks of the 10 crimson flame wolves and ran towards a big tree not far away. His target, the Wolf King behind the big tree. The forest was originally dark, and with the cultivation of a stage 5 profound realm, his vision was only 2 to 3 meters. How could Luo Tian find the Wolf King behind the big tree? It was very simple. The Wolf King was a small boss, and its feet were shining with a golden light. How could Luo Tian not see the dazzling golden light in the dusky night? When the crimson flame wolves saw Luo Tian rushing towards the Wolf King, Their eyes turned blood red, and they all pounced forward ferociously. The huge white wolf king's eyes darkened, its fangs were exposed, and a low growl came from its throat. A primitive and savage aura burst forth. Without waiting for Luo Tian to approach, it also rushed out in an instant. The huge body gave off an unprecedented pressure that heavily crushed Luo Tian's mind. His body felt as if it was filled with lead, incomparably heavy, and the feeling of his mind being suppressed was very uncomfortable. Luo Tian's face darkened and cursed. F***CK, you actually know how to use pressure, F***CK. At this moment, the Wolf King's 2 sharp claws slashed through the air, and 2 wind blades shone in the darkness, incomparably fierce. Skill. Luo Tian's face was filled with shock. He withdrew his fists and rolled like a lazy donkey, dodging the 2 wind blades. He awkwardly crawled up from the ground, and before he could stabilize himself, the Wolf King released 2 more wind blades. Boom! A deep crack was left on the big tree. If the wind blades were to hit him, his body would definitely be split in 2. F***CK, I'm not its opponent at all. Luo Tian's heart was secretly anxious. This Wolf King strength was infinitely close to that of a Stage 3 monster, and was even stronger than some Stage 3 monsters. This was the strength of a boss. Since the sneak attack did not succeed, Luo Tian awkwardly retreated, and once again fell into the encirclement of the Crimson Flame Wolves. The Wolf King looked at Luo Tian's sorry state and revealed a mocking expression. Its eyes were filled with disdain, as if it was mocking Luo Tian for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. F***CK, I'm being mocked by a beast. Luo Tian's heart was filled with anger and shouted, F***CK, you dare to mock Laozi. Just wait for Laozi. See how I'll kill you. Recently, Luo Tian had been mocked by others, but on the surface he did not show it, but on the inside he was boiling with anger. He did not expect that even a monster would mock him. What the F***CK? If he did not kill it, how could he still have the face to live in this world? Luo Tian checked his experience and secretly sneered. If a Stage 5 Mystic Realm is not your opponent, then what about a Stage 6 Mystic Realm? Immediately, all heaven seemed to have gone mad, unleashing all of his power as he charged at the pack of wolves. If his fist landed, death would follow. The number of Crimson Flame wolves rapidly decreased. Luo Tian's strength suddenly multiplied, and killing a Stage 1 Crimson Flame wolf was as easy as killing a chicken. No matter how powerful the Wolf King's command was, it was useless. Berserk was so sharp. Die, die, ding. In less than a minute, there were more than a dozen Crimson Flame wolf corpses around him, and the wolf pack was reduced by half. The last bit of berserk power exploded out, and Luo Tian punched out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Crimson Flame Wolf, gaining 200 experience, 20 profound chi. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing, current level, Stage 6 Mystic Realm. I leveled up. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian laughed towards the sky. The wounds on his body quickly healed, and his strength recovered. His 2 eyes stared at the Wolf King in the distance, and coldly said, Little darling, I'm coming. Chapter 23. The 6th stage of the Profound Disciple Realm and the 5th stage of the Profound Disciple Realm were completely different concepts. The strength, speed, and strength of each small realm were all equal. Once a breakthrough was made, there would be a qualitative leap. Under the Berserk state, the 5th stage of the Profound Disciple Realm was not a match for the Red Flame Wolf King. Now that he had broken through, the aura on his body had clearly changed. The Red Flame Wolf King's eyes moved, and he couldn't help but take half a step back. Luo Tian's aura made it feel a trace of fear. At this moment, Luo Tian stared angrily, pointed at the Red Flame Wolf King, and scolded. Your sister! You dare to laugh at Laozi, now do it again. As he spoke, Luo Tian walked forward step by step, while the Red Flame Wolf King retreated step by step. Awoo! Suddenly, a red flame wolf beside the Wolf King pounced forward and bit towards Luo Tian's neck. Luo Tian was enraged. He used his palm as a blade and slashed down, shouting, "Scram!" Bam! With one palm, the wolf's head was split open, and the red flame wolf died before it could even react. Instant kill with one palm. Luo Tian was secretly excited. The power of the 6th stage of the Profound Disciple Realm is twice as strong as that of the 5th stage of the Profound Disciple Realm. To be able to kill a Stage 1 monster with one palm, this is too damn cool. Breakthrough. He had to break through quickly. Just like in the game, the higher the level, the stronger the power. Luo Lin would not let him go. The Luo family would not let him go. And Luo Tian himself would not let them go either. Come, accept your death. Luo Tian's gaze tightened. He did not want to waste time and shouted in his heart, "Berserk!" Wang. A buzzing sound came from within his body, and a powerful berserk force wreaked havoc within his body. A visible stripe of strength shot out from his body. His strength doubled, his speed doubled. At this moment, Luo Tian was like a fired bullet as he rushed towards the retreating Red Flame Wolf King. In order to protect the Wolf King, many Crimson Flame Wolves attacked without any regard for their own lives. Luo Tian did not reject any of the attacks and accepted them all. He continuously used the Thunder Tiger Fists, and his skill, proficiency madly increased. Both of his fists struck out heavily, leaving a bloody path behind him. His body had also received a few wolf claws, and the burning pain made him even more excited. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Scarlet Flame Wolf, gaining 200 experience points, 20 mystical chi points. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Scarlet Flame Wolf, gaining 200 experience points, 20 mystical chi points. The sound of notifications rang out like a symphony. The tide made one's blood boil. As the number of crimson flames decreased, the Crimson Flame Wolf King's initial fear turned into trembling. It growled and retreated faster and faster. Luo Tian pressed on, step by step. Behind him was a large pile of Scarlet Flame Wolf corpses, but he didn't have the time to cut off their heads. This was a large amount of points. Woo, 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 the Crimson Flame Wolf King growled. When the last Crimson Flame Wolf died under Luo Tian's palm, it turned around and crazily escaped. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth turned cold as he laughed. "You want to run? Let's see where you can run to." He took a step forward and quickly chased after it. One man and one beast quickly shuttled through the forest. It had to be said that the Crimson Flame Wolf King's speed was extremely fast. In a few breaths of time, it had already escaped more than 100 feet away. This was also because it cultivated a wind attribute cultivation technique, allowing it to borrow the power of the wind. Whether it was cultivating or comprehending cultivation techniques, all of the demonic beasts were of the natural attribute. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other natural attributes. Each of them were incomparably powerful existences. However, the Crimson Flame Wolf King's level was too low, so it couldn't display it at all. Even so, Luo Tian still had a hard time chasing after it, and this was with the support of Berserk. Otherwise, he would not be able to catch up at all. After all, a rank 2 demonic beast was much stronger than a rank 6 mystic beast. If it was not for the fact that Berserk, strength, and speed were doubled, Luo Tian would not be its opponent. This was the benefit of having a powerful cultivation technique. Run! Let's see where you can run to. Didn't you laugh at me? Laugh again for me to see, Motherf *cur. Luo Tian was very cocky, very arrogant, and said with a face full of ridicule. At first he was laughed at, now he was laughing back at him. The Crimson Flame Wolf King did not dare to look back as it continued to run deeper into the forest. Unknowingly, he had already chased to the edge of the hunting area. If he continued forward, he would be in the depths of the Ghost Prison mountain range, a place where a rank 3 demonic beasts could appear at any time. Luo Tian did not care about this. If he met a boss, how could he not kill it? This Crimson Flame Wolf King was not a big boss, but even though it was small, it was still a boss. Who knows what good equipment it would drop? At the very least, he could get the Crimson Flame Wolf King's blood essence and improve his 10,000 beast bloodline. The atmosphere in the forest also became strange. There was not a single demonic beast in the surroundings. It was so quiet that it was a bit scary. The Crimson Flame Wolf King only cared about running and did not notice this. I'm about to leave the hunting range. I have to think of a way to kill it. Luo Tian did not dare to rashly enter the depths of the Ghost Prison mountain range. Looking at the black hill in front of him, he secretly said, I'll kill it there. Immediately, Luo Tian shouted in his heart again, Berserk! His profound chi value decreased by 300 points, and his speed increased again. He was only 50 to 60 feet away from the Crimson Flame Wolf King. The Crimson Flame Wolf King felt Luo Tian increase his speed. Its body secretly trembled. With a push of its hind legs, it jumped onto the treetops and quickly ran. At this time, Luo Tian had already chased out of the hunting range and entered the depths of the Ghost Prison mountain range. He was about to reach the small hill. Luo Tian was secretly anxious in his heart. Huff! Just as the Crimson Flame Wolf King rushed to the small hill, a gust of wind blew over. The small hill magically moved, and the top of the hill gradually grew bigger, taller, and F***CK? What the F***CK? Is this a small hill? It's a huge demonic beast. In that instant, run. Luo Tian did not even think about it as he turned around and ran. He was so scared that he almost shit his pants. As he ran, he turned around to take a look, only to see the huge beast swallowing the Crimson Flame Wolf King in one gulp. After chewing a few times, it swallowed the Crimson Flame Wolf King. Luo Tian sighed in his heart, My Crimson Flame Wolf King, my little boss. Just as Luo Tian turned around to look, a pair of lantern-like eyes also looked at him. His mind and sea of consciousness were like a tsunami. That kind of feeling was extremely uncomfortable, as if it was about to be crushed. However, it was also this time that the golden light under the huge demonic beast almost blinded Luo Tian's eyes. Boss, an incomparably powerful boss. It was definitely a super boss that would definitely drop a huge amount of loot. Luo Tian swallowed his saliva heavily. I really want to kill it. It will definitely drop good things, maybe even a demonic core. A demonic core level demonic beast. This Luo Tian's mind was suppressed, but he could not help but be excited. Excitement was excitement, but Luo Tian was not a fool. When a stage 6 profound realm cultivator met this kind of demonic beast, he could only run. If he dared to stay for half a second longer, he would end up like the Crimson Flame Wolf King. Run. Run quickly. Run for your life. As long as you can keep your life, anything is possible. Luo Tian ran for his life, continuing to release his berserk state. After running for half an hour, he stopped and looked back. His heart, that was hanging in his throat, was relieved. He gasped for breath and said, Mother ****, I was scared to death. Gasping for breath, thinking of the scene just now, his face faintly paled. That huge demonic beast was too strong. It was simply an unparalleled existence. However, at the same time that Luo Tian was running away, the Zhou family's second elder's shadow flashed. He held his breath and hid the aura on his body. Looking at the huge monster standing between heaven and earth, he smiled coldly and secretly said, I didn't think that Luo Tian brat would actually not be suppressed by the raging Thunderbull's aura. He can be considered lucky this time, but Zhou laughed sinisterly and said, Luo family, watch me, Zhou give you a big gift. Then he jumped down and touched the raging Thunderbull that was lying on the ground, and all of this happened under Song Yanchun's eyes. Looking at Zhou excitedly bringing the raging Thunderbull into the hunting grounds, Song Yanchun narrowed his eyes and thought, Hengran is really vicious. This is cutting off the roots of the Luo family. Not long after, the raging thunderbolt went berserk and began to wreak havoc in the hunting grounds. Rumble, rumble! It let out a loud roar towards the sky, causing heaven and earth to shake. The demonic beast crawled on the ground and trembled. The Luo family disciples who were close to it had their minds torn apart and were directly shocked to death. When the raging thunderbolt stepped into the hunting grounds, the entire place became deathly silent. Danger! Extreme danger. Chapter 24. Early in the morning, Luo family hall. Luo Jianshan frowned and looked at the fourth elder, Luo Kunshan, gloomily. He put on the attitude of a family member and said, "Fourth elder, how did you clean up the hunting ground? You didn't even find the fourth order monster? You can't even do such a small thing. I think you are done as an elder." This matter was Luo Kunshan's responsibility. He didn't know why the fourth order monster suddenly appeared. However, this let Luo Jianshan ridicule and slander him. For a while, Luo Kunshan couldn't raise his head. After all, this was his negligence. Luo Shaoshan sneered and took the opportunity to say, "Brother Kuinshan, the heaven-raging thunderbolt entering the hunting grounds is like a tiger entering a sheep pen. With such a big mistake, I think the parents of those disciples will definitely not let it go. The Luo family's influence in Jade Mountain City will also be greatly reduced, so I think you should resign from your position as an elder." Luo Kunshan's eyes tightened and said, slightly, "I did not find the Thunder Ox when I cleaned up the field. There is an accident in the Ghost Prison mountain range itself. This matter can't be blamed on me alone." Luo Shaoshan shouted coldly and said, "Don't blame you, do you blame us? At this time, you are still shirking responsibility. Do you still have a little responsibility? It's my fault, I will take it, but it's not my fault. Don't think that I will take half of it. You want me to resign from the elder position? Dream on. No one has that right. Luo Jianshan, don't forget your identity. You are just the acting patriarch. You don't have this right." Luo Kunshan said agitatedly. The word acting made Luo Jianshan's face change, and the corner of his eyes could not help but twitch slightly. "Don't quarrel. No one wants to see the Thunder Ox rush into the hunting ground. The most important thing now is to get them out of the hunting ground. It will be too late. The second elder is right. Let them withdraw from the game." Luo Jianshan stood up and shouted, "No, the big hunting match itself is a game to eliminate the weak. In this world, the strong survive. This kind of sudden situation can be more comprehensive to test them. Are you worried that your son, who is in the 8th stage of the mystic realm, has enough strength to escape? What about the others? Jianshan, this matter must take into account the overall situation. They are the hope of the Luo family. Your son is also inside, maybe." "Humph." Luo Jianshan snorted and said lightly, "Second elder, third elder, my son is also inside. I am also worried, but don't forget the rules of the Luo family. Within 3 days of the big hunting match, no one is allowed to interfere with anything in the field. Even if we encounter a 10th order demon beast, we can't intervene, unless you want to violate the rules." Violating the clan's rules was a serious crime. Once they violated the rules, they would fall into Luo Jianshan's hands. At that time, who would dare to compete with him for the position of patriarch? The appearance of the heaven-raging lightning bull made Luo Jianshan secretly happy. It was like a catalyst. As for Luo Lin, he believed that with the Xian stone his strength would definitely break through to the 9th level of the mystic realm. 9th level strength was enough to protect himself. Not to mention, he had Luo Ming by his side. No matter what, the raging thunderbolt would not be able to hurt Luo Lin. As for the second elder and third elder's sons, a man of great ambition doesn't care about trifles. Luo Tian is going to die. The sons of the second elder and the third elder are also going to die. Let's see what qualifications they have to compete with me. Ha ha ha. Luo Jianshan laughed in his heart and secretly said, "The heavens are really helping me." The Luo clan was rotten to the bone. What? Dead. Two pieces of trash. Really can't do anything well. Luo Lin said with disdain. He did not care about the death of the two. After pausing for a moment, Luo Lin asked, "Did you find that trash, Luo Tian?" A Luo clan disciple immediately said, "Reporting to young master, we found him. He's halfway up a mountain in the south. It's about 40 kilometers from here, and—" Luo Lin faintly said, "And what?" The Luo clan disciple said again, "And Miss Li Shuer is with him." "With who?" Luo Lin's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "With Luo Tian. Fuck! Damn trash! You dare to touch my woman. Today I won't hunt any beasts. I'll kill you first." Luo Lin's eyes flashed with a thick killing intent. "Young master, there are powerful beasts in the south." "Oui, pa." Luo Lin slapped him, then kicked him and scolded, "Afraid of your mother's balls." When he knew that Li Shuer and Luo Tian were together, the anger in his heart had reached an uncontrollable level. When he thought of the two of them being intimate with each other in the back mountain, it made him even more unhappy. He scolded in his heart, "Cheap bitch, see how I'll deal with you." After yesterday's afternoon and evening hunt, his wooden plate already had hundreds of beasts' heads. Moreover, there were many people helping him hunt beasts. The first place of the big hunting competition would definitely be his. Then again, yesterday he had broken through in the battle and was already at the 9th stage of the profound realm. This time, he entered the hunting grounds with 4 goals. He had already completed half of them. The remaining half was to get rid of Luo Tian and then push down Li Shuer. Thinking of Li Shuer's plump figure, Luo Lin could not help but swallow his saliva. The corner of his mouth revealed an evil smile as he said to himself, "Today, I'll definitely let you have a good time." Immediately, Luo Lin shouted in a deep voice, "Luo Tian, you dog, see how I'll kill you." "Let's go." The 8 disciples of the Luo family followed behind Luo Lin and quickly rushed towards the south. In the dark forest, not far from them, Luo Ming followed closely behind, always paying attention to his surroundings. Rumble, rumble, a series of earth-shaking explosions resounded through the sky. The surrounding beasts fled in all directions, while Luo Tian and the other 2 kept a distance from the raging thunder bull and beat up the drowning dog. Under the pressure of the 4th stage beasts, the 1st stage beasts did not have any strength to resist at all. They could only flee for their lives. This created an excellent opportunity for Luo Tian to hunt. He didn't need to look for the demonic beasts at all, as those demonic beasts would run over on their own. Moreover, those demonic beasts were completely powerless to resist. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Iron Pig. The reward is 200 experience, 20 profound chi. Big brother Luo Tian, there's one more here. Catch it! Li Shuer waved his sword and threw a demon beast in front of Luo Tian. Luo Tian took the opportunity to punch it. Bam! The demon beast was killed, and the system sounded out. Big brother Luo Tian, catch it, catch it, catch it. Li Shuer continued to send the demon beasts over. Luo Tian's eyes were too busy to take in. This kind of speed was too cool. The experience bar was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and after 2 hours he was only 10% away from the 7th stage of the profound realm. This speed was too damn fast. In less than half an hour, he would be able to level up again. Luo Tian threw the killed demon beast to Feng Lei, who was covered in beast blood. "Fatty Lei, hurry up! Don't waste so many demon beasts." Feng Lei absorbed all the blood essence of a demon beast, and a faint red light flashed on his bald head. The blood lines on the back of his head became more and more ferocious, flashing away. Feng Lei did not notice anything strange, scratched his head, and said naively, "I know." Rumble, another burst of violent footsteps came. Luo Tian's eyes tightened and reminded, "Pay attention to the distance. Don't be discovered by it." "I know." Li Shueter smiled and said sweetly in her heart, Luo Tian brother cares about me. Luo Tian brother cares about me. Luo Tian looked at Li Shueter's shallow smile and muttered, What is this girl thinking? Didn't I just tell her to be careful? Is there a need to be so happy? However, this girl's smile is really beautiful. In the dark, Luo Lin looked at this scene and gritted his teeth. He waved his right hand and fiercely said, Do it! Chapter 25. In another place, in Zhou Hengren's direction, he used his advantage in speed to harass the raging Thunderbull, which made the raging Thunderbull even more furious. Its long horns slammed into the ground, leaving behind a mess. Under Zhou Hengren's deliberate guidance, the raging Thunderbull quickly rushed towards Luo Tian's direction. Zhou Hengren lightly jumped onto a treetop under the dense leaves. Looking at the distant Luo Tian, who was still constantly killing demonic beasts, the corner of his mouth turned cold as he sneered, Go to hell! Once you die, the balance of the Luo family will be broken, and internal strife will begin. It won't be long before the Luo family will be swallowed up by my Zhou family. Rumble, a gust of wind swept over. Zhou Hengren frowned, his back was drenched in cold sweat, and he quickly bounced back, landing at a safe distance, and said with lingering fear, Rank 4 demon beasts are too terrifying. The raging Thunderbull was incomparably powerful, and belonged to the Invincible level among the rank 4 demon beasts. Its strength was ferocious, and its defense was extremely strong. Its speed was slow because of its size. Its body was like a mountain, so it couldn't be fast even if it wanted to. It was precisely because of this that Zhou Hengren was able to anger it, using the speed of the Xian teacher realm to continuously lure it to the center of the hunting grounds. All the disciples of the Luo family in the hunting grounds were like frightened birds, fleeing in all directions. However, some people fled, while others rushed forward. Have you heard? Luo Lin is going to make a move on Luo Tian. Luo Tian is in the direction of the raging Thunderbull. That is a rank 4 invincible demon beast. Are they not afraid of death? F*CK, F*CK. A trash like Luo Tian is not afraid of the raging Thunderbull. What are we afraid of? Let's go and watch the show. You don't want your life anymore. Of course I want my life, but if I can help young Master Luo Lin get rid of that trash Luo Tian, I will definitely be treated differently by the Patriarch. At that time, wouldn't it be easy to become a core disciple? We haven't hunted a single demon beast for such a long time. If we can help young Master Luo Lin, it will definitely be beneficial. Let's all go and welcome the new young master. With Luo Tian's death, Luo Lin naturally became the Luo clan's young master. If he could flatter the Luo clan's young master, even if he did not become a core disciple this time, it would still be beneficial in the future. The disciples who hadn't hunted a demonic beast all thought so. The heaven-raging lightning bull was indeed dangerous. But to them, there was nothing more attractive than becoming a core disciple of the Luo family. Seduction. When there was one person, there were two people, and then a group of people. In the end, it evolved into everyone. All of them desperately moved towards Luo Tian's position. The raging thunderbulls were getting tighter and tighter, and the demonic beasts were fleeing in all directions. Luo Tian was crazily killing the demonic beasts, and his experience bar was rapidly increasing. He anxiously said in his heart, just a little bit more, and I'll level up. Everything around him was within his perception. What made him even more worried was that the number of Luo clan's disciples was constantly increasing. These people would undoubtedly stand on Luo Lin's side. In addition to these, there was also the rapidly approaching raging thunderbulls. This originally docile demonic beast that didn't even want to chase him. Why was it so irritable? Furthermore, it kept rushing towards his direction. All of this must have been done deliberately by someone. A rank 4 demonic beast was definitely not simple. Who could it be? Luo Tian didn't have time to think about this. The only thing he could do was to break through. If he wanted to live, he had to break through. In this world, The strong preyed on the weak. In the world of the strong, if he wanted to live, he had to be stronger than others. All of the conspiracies would be smashed with a single punch. Do it! Luo Lin gave the order. The 8 people who were already in position quickly rushed out. So, the 8 people landed. Their swords were pointed at Luo Tian. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Luo Tian grinned and said, "Fatty Lei, you retreat to the side first." Feng Lei glanced at the 8 people around him and laughed. "Boss, I still have a few demonic beasts' heads that have not been cut off. You do your thing, I'll cut mine." He was very calm. He didn't feel any pressure at all. After he finished speaking, he went back to work. Li Shue'er's figure moved and blocked in front of Luo Tian. She pointed her sword at one of them and shouted, "Let's see who dares to hurt my Luo Tian brother." Li Shue'er's eyes were filled with anger. If anyone dared to touch Luo Tian, this old lady would fight them to the death. 8 people. All of them were rank 6 of the profound realm. If they all attacked at the same time, their strength would be extremely strong. Dealing with a rank 6 of the profound realm was simply too easy. In the same realm, 1 against 8, there was no chance of winning. However, Luo Tian's face was calm. The corner of his mouth hooked up to reveal a smug smile. He lightly said, "Girl, move aside. I'll personally take care of this matter." "No. Brother Luo Tian and the others are all rank 6 of the profound realm. You're alone, and the 8 of them, I won't let them hurt you." Li Shuer didn't move. Her face became even more serious. Li Shuer's actions made Luo Lin extremely angry. He cursed in his heart, "Bitch!" Because of Li Shuer, the 8 people didn't move. They were waiting for Luo Lin's next order. Luo Lin stepped out, and in the blink of an eye, he landed in front of Li Shuer. He gently said, "Shuer, or Mimi, why are you with this trash?" "You're the trash. My Luo Tian brother is not trash." Li Shuer stared at him and seriously said, "Luo Lin, I hate you the most. Please don't call me Shuer or Mimi." Luo Lin's eyes twitched. He gritted his teeth. "Shuer or Mimi, move aside. I already said don't call me Shuer or Mimi. I'm not your sister. Also, I won't move aside. I definitely won't let you bully my Luo Tian brother." Li Shuer was righteous and didn't back down. She was protecting him. Luo Tian was inwardly moved. Since ancient times, there have only been heroes saving beauties. He didn't think that today the beauty would save the hero. Luo Tian was a bit proud. Luo Lin's face secretly changed. The anger in his heart rushed to his head. He directly cursed, "Bitch, move aside for me." In an instant, Luo Tian suddenly moved. A slap flew towards Li Shuener's face. Li Shuener's face was shocked. She didn't think that Luo Lin would suddenly make a move. She wasn't prepared, but Luo Tian was already prepared. The moment Luo Lin made his move, Luo Tian also moved and met the attack with a fist. Palm and fist met. The collision of power almost broke Luo Tian's arm. He was shocked. He didn't think that Luo Lin would break through. No matter if it was strength, speed, or anything else, there was no comparison between the 6th and the 9th level of the mystic realm. Luo Tian quickly retreated. His arm was sore, and his eyes were dark. Cheers came from all around. "Young Master Luo Lin is mighty. Luo Tian, this trash is not his opponent. You still call yourself the young master of the Luo family. You can't even take a single palm from young Master Luo Lin. Quickly go die." More and more disciples of the Luo family gathered around. Luo Lin was in the limelight after knocking back Luo Tian with a single palm. This feeling made him feel very good. Luo Lin didn't move. He disdainfully smiled and said, "A trash like you wants to fight with me? You're looking for death." While speaking, he controlled Li Shuer, who was in a panic, with his hands. He laughed lewdly and said, "Little beauty, I will love you tonight." Ha ha ha! While speaking, his finger gently slid across Li Shuer's cheek. Li Xuan's body trembled and her face turned pale. Her strength was only at the 7th level of the mystic realm. Being controlled by the 9th level Luo Lin, she couldn't resist at all. Li Xuan's face changed in shock. Luo Tian's heart was filled with anger. He clenched his fists. Luo Lin, you're looking for death. I'm looking for death? Ha ha ha. Luo Lin looked up and laughed. Suddenly he stopped laughing and said playfully, Luo family disciples, listen up. Hitting Luo Tian with a fist will reward you with a demon beast. Slashing with a blade will reward you with 2 demon beasts. Stabbing with a sword will reward you with 3 demon beasts. All participants will receive demon beasts and become core disciples of the Luo family. As soon as his voice fell, the surroundings were in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were filled with greed. Looking at Luo Tian, they were incomparably excited. They all rushed up and surrounded Luo Tian. Danger lurked everywhere. Luo Lin pointed at Luo Tian and laughed. You don't have people, you don't have strength. What qualifications do you have to fight with me? What do you have to fight with me? Ha ha ha. No matter how strong Berserk was, it was impossible to fight against so many people. Not to mention there was still the 9th level Luo Lin. At this moment, Luo Tian was in a dead end. Rumble, the raging thunderbolt, crashed into a towering tree. Looking at the surrounding humans, it let out a hysterical roar. The raging thunderbolt was like an angry King Kong. It breathed out thick breaths. Its entire body emitted a violent aura. It was incomparably powerful. In front of him was the raging thunderbolt. Behind him were Luo Lin's disciples. No matter which angle he looked at it from, Luo Tian was definitely going to die. Luo Tian was extremely unhappy in his heart. It was also at this time that a green-eyed tiger rushed in front of him. Luo Tian fiercely punched the demon beast's head. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Green-Eyed Tiger. You've gained 200 experience, 20 profound chi. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Profound Disciple Stage 7. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. You've obtained a Profound Disciple Stage 7 cultivation technique as a reward. Light of Confusion. What? The mage's skill, Light of Temptation? F***CK. In an instant, his blood boiled, and Luo Tian went berserk. Note, because of temptation. The word confusion has been blocked out. In order to not cause any reading difficulties, temptation has been changed. Light of confusion has been changed to light of temptation. I hope everyone can understand. This old bull thanks you. Chapter 26. Fall into a dead end? After listening to the system prompt, Luo Tian smiled. Among the hundreds of novels, many were game novels. Among the game novels, novels about hot-blooded legends were his favorite. As a hot-blooded legend from the 80s, it was the supreme classic in his heart. As a former Hall of Fame player, he was familiar with every mage skill. Naturally, he was very clear about the system reward, Enchanting Light. Enchanting Light, a spell that mages can practice at level 13. By casting the spell, you can summon monsters as your own baby. You can summon 5 at a time for 2 hours. During this time, the baby summoned will level up as you kill monsters. The highest level it can reach is level 7, and the color of its name is dark blue. After 2 hours, the baby will betray you and can be summoned repeatedly. The baby summoned by this skill will level up as your level increases. These are the explanations of this skill in hot-blooded legends. Luo Tian never thought that the reward of the 7th rank Mystic Apprentice was actually Enchanting Light. He originally thought that he would not be able to escape death under the heavy siege, but now he smiled. While smiling, he quickly opened the system to check. Skill, Enchanting Light grade, 2nd rank proficiency, 01000 consumption, 20 profound chi cooldown time, 10-second skill description. This skill can summon 5 monsters at the same time as your baby. The stronger the monster, the lower the success rate. Level 0 success rate 10%. For monsters of the same level as the player, the success rate of cross-level summoning is reduced. Level 1 success rate 15%, Level 2 20%, Level 3 25%. Level 10 perfection success rate 75%. Description 2. The summoned baby lasts for 2 hours. After 2 hours, it will automatically betray you and cannot be summoned repeatedly. Description 3. When the skill fails, the monster cannot be frozen. Note: any monster in Hot-Blooded Legends can use Enchanting Light. After using it, the monster's name will turn yellow. Yellow is the petrification stage. It will not take the initiative to attack. The duration is very short. Damn! Can't be summoned repeatedly and can't be frozen. Did the system modify these 2 points? Luo Tian complained in his heart. But the summoned baby in the legend game has a level limit. There is no limit here. It is just a matter of success rate. That is to say, no matter what monster, as long as the character is good, even a level 10 perfection monster can be summoned. Luo Tian's whole body boiled. Character! Everything is about character. More than 20 years. As a man, his character should be pretty good, right? He narrowed his eyes at the sight of the raging lightning bull charging toward him like a giant tank, and said with an excited smile, "If it can become my baby." A bright light flashed in his eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. He was secretly excited. At the same time, Luo Lin restrained Li Shuer with one hand and pointed at Luo Tian with the other. He shouted, "What are you waiting for? Kill him!" With a huge reward, one would not be a brave man, but cannon fodder who did not care about their lives. As long as one participated, they would be able to become a core disciple of the Luo clan. Who wouldn't want to participate? Even in the face of the rank 4 demonic beast, the raging thunderbull, no one retreated half a step. All of them charged towards Luo Tian without any regard for their lives. Oh no! In the dark, Song Yanchun's heart sank. She could not help but frown as she recalled what her elder brother Song Yan'an had told her. She gritted her teeth and muttered to herself, "Kid, I hope I didn't misjudge you." Immediately, Song Yanchun let out a few crazy laughs. Her cultivation of the rank 3 Xian Master exploded. Lightning flashed as she landed beside Luo Tian. She looked at Luo Lin, who was not far away, and laughed. "Yo, the Luo family's disciples are killing each other." "Song Yanchun?" Luo Lin's eyes flashed with surprise as he lightly said, "Elder Song, what are you doing here?" Luo Tian was also secretly shocked. His body slightly moved as he carefully raised his guard. He did not recognize Song Yanchun, nor did he know the purpose of this trip. It was better to be careful in everything. Luo Tian knew one thing. To be careful is to be safe. Song Yanchun looked at Luo Tian with a faint smile and said, "Kid, don't be afraid. I'm here to protect you." "Protect me? You want to protect him?" Luo Tian and Luo Lin said at almost the same time. "That's right. I want to protect this kid. What can you do about it?" Song Yanchun grinned. She placed a hand on Luo Tian's shoulder and softly said, "Kid, when I make my move, run to the west. I'll hold them back for you." "Senior, I appreciate your good intentions, but I won't leave." "I can't leave," Luo Tian bluntly said. "Elder Song, this is our Luo family's matter. It's best if you don't interfere. Don't offend the entire Luo family because of a piece of trash. You should know the consequences very well." Luo Lin's eyes narrowed. The corner of his mouth revealed a proud expression. He suddenly grabbed Li Shuer's hair and fiercely pulled. "Ah!" Li Shuer screamed. Luo Lin turned to stare at Luo Tian and coldly laughed. "You can leave. As soon as you leave, I'll immediately tear her clothes apart. This woman is a virgin. Her entire body is snow white. She's a rare beauty. I'll let every disciple of the Luo family taste her." Ha ha ha! He couldn't let Luo Tian escape. He wanted to kill Luo Tian. He couldn't wait a second longer. Li Xuan'er's body trembled. Her face was pale. She loudly said, "Brother Luo Tian, don't worry about me. Hurry up and run. I'll be fine." "Bitch, shut up." Luo Lin pulled Li Xuan'er's hair and fiercely exerted force. Li Xuan'er almost fell to the ground. Even so, Li Xuan'er continued to shout, "Brother Luo Tian, hurry up and run. Don't worry about me. You dare to touch the young master's woman. I'll fight you to the death." Feng Lei angrily roared. He suddenly stood up. Like a Vajra, he rushed forward with murderous intent. "Humph! A servant of the Luo clan dares to be impudent in front of me. You're courting death." Luo Lin's eyes narrowed. "Pum!" Feng Lei was directly sent flying by Luo Lin's palm. He fell 5 to 6 meters away and heavily hit the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The strength of a 9th stage mystic disciple was extremely strong. Feng Lei was not his opponent at all. Without waiting for Feng Lei to get up, several disciples of the Luo clan rushed forward. A wave of punches and kicks pressed him to the ground. Feng Lei's face was pressed into the mud. He constantly struggled. His 2 eyes were almost spitting out flames. "Boss, hurry up and run." Feng Lei's heart was ruthless. He gritted his teeth and roared again and again in his heart. Why can't I cultivate? Why can't I protect the young master? Why, rumble? A strange power surged out of his body. This power slowly rose from the depths of his dantian. On the back of his head, a bloody and ferocious pattern appeared. Song Yanchun frowned and said, "Luo Tian, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Hurry up and leave before it's too late." The raging thunderbolt was about to arrive. If they didn't leave now, Song Yanchun wouldn't have the ability to protect him. Luo Tian's eyes were bloodshot. Looking at Li Xuan'er and Feng Lei, his heart was filled with killing intent. His body was motionless as he stared at the raging thunderbolt. His fists were tightly clenched. "Run. Young master, hurry up and run. Brother Luo Tian, hurry up and run. Ha ha ha! This trash must have been scared silly by young master Luo Lin. Look at his stupid appearance. How can he be the young master of the Luo clan? What a joke! Trash, hurry up and die." All kinds of insults and taunts. Luo Tian's heart suddenly calmed down. It was so quiet that it was as if he didn't hear anything. Suddenly, berserk! Luo Tian bellowed, his speed increased to the limit, and he rushed out with all his might. Everyone was shocked, thinking that Luo Tian was going to fight like a cornered beast. But after seeing the direction Luo Tian rushed in, they all laughed out loud. This trash actually rushed towards the raging thunderbolt. He must have committed suicide because he knew that he wouldn't be able to live. Ha ha ha! Song Yanchun was also shocked and followed without any hesitation. At this moment, Luo Ming's black shadow flashed and landed beside Luo Lin. He was worried that Song Yanchun would attack Luo Lin. At this moment, a black shadow flew out from the forest and laughed crazily, saying, "Ha ha ha, Luo Tian, you brat, you're quite tactful. You know how to commit suicide. This raging thunderbolt was specially prepared for you." Zhou Hengran landed and laughed complacently as he watched Luo Tian rush towards the raging thunderbolt. His goal was to kill Luo Tian. Once Luo Tian died, the Luo clan would be in chaos. His goal this time would be achieved. The 3 hidden Xian teacher realm experts had all appeared. Song Yanchun's heart sank and thought, "Crap, looks like I won't be able to keep this brat's life." Luo Ming and Zhou Hengran had the same goal, which was to kill Luo Tian. They were both at the 3rd stage of the Xian teacher realm, so it was impossible for Song Yanchun to be a match for the 2 of them. Even he was in danger. If he escaped at this time, no one would be able to catch up to him. But looking at Luo Tian, who was quickly rushing towards the raging thunderbolt, his eyes tightened and he thought to himself, "Brat, what exactly do you want to do?" Enticing light. Suddenly, Luo Tian stepped into the range of the enticing light and instantly used it. At the same time, it revealed the success rate of the summoning 1%, and it was under the condition of Berserk increasing his attributes by 1-fold. It couldn't be any lower. After using the skill, the raging Thunderbull's body was enveloped by a dazzling white light. In less than half a second, the light disappeared. Summoning failed. The raging Thunderbull pounced towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian quickly dodged, and once the cooldown time was up, another enticing light was released. Summoning failed. Dodge again, summon again. No one knew what Luo Tian was doing. Song Yanchun was also confused, but the distance between the raging Thunderbull and Luo Tian was getting closer and closer, and his life could be in danger at any time. Enticing light. Summoning failed. Enticing light. Summoning failed. The raging Thunderbull was completely angered by Luo Tian. When it was only 3 steps away from Luo Tian, its long horns flashed with a cold light, and it charged forward with a murderous aura. If he was knocked down, even 100 lives wouldn't be enough. Young master, be careful. Big brother Luo Tian. Li Shuer closed his eyes in fear. Song Yanchun frowned. He wanted to go up and save her, but it was too late. Facing a stage 4 monster, he was powerless. Luo Lin's face revealed a complacent smile and said disdainfully, "Damn trash! You should have died long ago." Zhou Hengran smiled faintly, clapped his hands, and muttered, "Mission complete." Luo Tian frowned. There was no way for him to dodge. He held his breath, roared towards the sky, and used the enticing light again. The dazzling white light wrapped around the raging Thunderbull, and crackling sounds could be heard. When the raging Thunderbull's horns were less than half a meter away from Luo Tian, it suddenly stopped. The system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully summoning. In that instant, the raging Thunderbull was like a chubby little cow as it gently rubbed against Luo Tian's arm, and then rolled around on the spot, acting cute. At this moment, Luo Tian turned around, his face as gloomy as it could get. Looking at the people around him, he coldly said word by word, "You all will die." P.S. It seems that the word enticing is not blocked, so I won't change it. Chapter 27. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could this be? The raging Thunderbull was clearly about to hit Luo Tian. In the next second, Luo Tian would die, but the raging Thunderbull suddenly stopped and continued to act cute beside Luo Tian like a dog trying to please its owner. What was going on? Was it an illusion? Or did the raging Thunderbull go crazy? They couldn't see the words on the raging Thunderbull's body. If they could, they would understand everything. Raging Thunderbull Luo Tian. This was the name displayed by the raging Thunderbull. Without a doubt, it was now Luo Tian's baby, a super pet that would do whatever Luo Tian told it to do. This was the power of the light of enticement. It could summon a demon beast as one's own beast. Luo Tian's mind moved, and the raging Thunderbull suddenly stood up. Its body exploded with the dense evil aura of a primordial beast. Within the evil aura was a violent killing intent. It was incomparably valiant. Luo Tian's gaze swept across the crowd and said domineeringly, "If you don't want to die, then hurry up and run." This was a charity. Luo Tian's charity to the Luo clan. He didn't want to kill them all. But as soon as Luo Tian finished speaking, many of the Luo clan disciples showed a look of disdain. Many people slowly came up and mocked. "Luo Tian, you're about to die, and yet you're still so stubborn. Why don't you look at the current situation? If I were you, I would stab myself. If he commits suicide, what will we do?" Young Master Luo Lin said that every punch and slash will be rewarded with a demon beast. If he dies, he will die in our hands. That's right, suicide is too easy for him. Even if he commits suicide, I will still stab him a few times. Don't think that suicide will be fine. Luo Tian's mouth turned cold. He had already expected this result. He laughed softly and said, "A group of reckless people. Since you want to die, I can only help you." Luo Lin smiled proudly and shouted, "Do it!" Luo Tiangij, run. Young master, run. Bitch, shut up. Luo Lin pulled Li Shuer's hair again and cursed. Foam, Lei had just raised his head and let out a cry when he was heavily pressed into the mud by 4 or 5 people. His face was covered with mud, and the bloody red light on the back of his head became even more ferocious. Luo Tian's eyes narrowed. Looking at Li Shuer and Foam Lei, the anger in his heart exploded again. He couldn't hold it in any longer. Song Yanchun didn't know why the raging lightning bull had become like this. But with so many Luo family disciples, as well as Luo Ming and Zhou Hengran, 2 Xian adept experts, they were no match for them. Song Yanchun looked at Luo Tian, but didn't say anything. Luo Tian sneered and said, "Elder Song, please step aside. It's time for my performance." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian took a step forward, followed by the raging sky thunderbolt. Boom! A loud explosion shook the heavens and the earth. "Die, trash!" The 2 Luo family disciples leaped up and flew up. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth raised, and he laughed softly. "Kill them!" The idea gave the order, and the raging lightning bull stared at them. Without waiting for the 2 of them to get close, Luo Tian suddenly stood up and swept his front hooves in the air a few times. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 strong gusts of wind spun out. Puff, puff! The 2 Luo family disciples' bodies were cut in half by the strong wind, and at this moment a notification sounded out in Luo Tian's mind. Everyone was dumbfounded once again. The raging lightning bull was completely under Luo Tian's command? What kind of cultivation technique was this? For a moment, the crowd panicked, and there was a trace of fear in their eyes. No matter how strong they were not a match for the raging lightning bull. Luo Lin's face darkened and suddenly shouted, "Don't attack the raging lightning bull. Attack Luo Tian with all your might. He is only one person. Once he dies, the raging lightning bull will be useless." It was as if he had seen through the raging lightning bull. Indeed, Luo Lin was right. Once Luo Tian died, the raging lightning bull would immediately die. Luo Lin did not see through this, but he was just guessing. At this time, if they did not stabilize the situation, there would definitely be internal strife. Luo Lin needed these cannon fodder to exhaust Luo Tian. As soon as Luo Lin's voice fell, some of the disciples in the crowd immediately fanned the flames. "Young Master Luo Lin is right. We will attack this trash Luo Tian with all our might. Once he dies, the raging lightning bull will be finished. As long as you can hit Luo Tian with a punch, you can become a core disciple. What are you waiting for? Kill him." At this time, thinking of becoming a core disciple, they were not afraid of death and rushed forward. Luo Tian's eyes darkened as he shouted, "Since you all want to die, then go to hell for me. Raging lightning bull, kill him for me." "Moo, moo, moo, moo!" The raging lightning bull raised its head and roared, its nose spewing out fire like breath. With a push of its hind legs, its body pressed down like a mountain, and a powerful pressure spread out, covering a radius of 10 meters. Some of the nearby 3rd-level profound realm disciples had their minds crushed, bleeding from their 7 orifices and dying. Even so, they still rushed forward without a care for their lives. Each of them had a ferocious look, as if they wanted to eat someone. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "A suicide squad." Looking at the dozens of people rushing forward, Luo Tian shrugged his shoulders and revealed a look of fear. "I'm so scared." "Luo Tian, today you will die. Even if you don't want to die, you will die." Luo Lin said arrogantly, "Fuck. Master Luo Lin, please let me go. I'm really scared I'm going to die from fright." Luo Tian stood motionless, but the raging lightning bull was extremely irritable. Luo Tian controlled it to look at the dozens of people rushing forward and smiled coldly. "That's enough!" "Ha ha ha! Do you see, Luo Tian, this trash is scared. Sister Shui, do you see this is the Luo Tiangij in your eyes? He is a trash. Luo Lin said with a sinister smile. Li Xuaner's eyes were filled with tears, but she still shouted, Luo Tiangij, hurry up and leave. Her voice was hoarse, which made people feel sorry for her. Luo Lin was in high spirits. His face was filled with cold arrogance. He pointed at Luo Tian and scolded. I can spare your life, but kneel down and kowtow 3 times, call me grandfather 3 times. I might really let you go if I'm happy. Ha ha ha. Luo Ming stared at Luo Tian and said softly, Young master, be careful. Luo Tian gave him a very bad feeling, but he couldn't tell what was wrong, especially his nonchalant eyes. He looked very calm without a trace of fear. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, this trash must have been killed by me. I'm coming too. Go to hell. The crowd attacked. Many of the Luo family disciples' faces were red. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Their hearts were filled with excitement. To them, Luo Tian's death meant that they could become a Luo family disciple. At the same time, Luo Lin grabbed Li Xuer's hair and lifted it up, laughing sinisterly. Little sister Shui, I'll let you see how this trash Luo Tian dies. Ha ha ha. No, no. Li Xuer shook her head, tears streaking down her face. Her heart was filled with worry. She turned her head and anxiously said, Luo Lin, didn't you always want to get my body? Let go of big brother Luo Tian. I'll agree to your request. For Luo Tian, she was willing to give up everything, including her own body. Too stupid. So stupid that it made one's heart ache. Luo Lin looked up to the sky and laughed. Looking at Li Xuer's exquisite face, he said, Little sister Shui, no matter if he dies or not, your body is mine. Tonight I will let you feel good to the heavens. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian's heart sank. The killing intent in his eyes was incomparably strong. Both of his fists heavily shouted, Heaven raging thunder bull! Moo! The heaven raging thunder bull roared towards the sky in response, and the pressure increased once again. Luo Tian took a step forward, flew to the back of the heaven raging thunderbolt and roared, 10,000 lightning strike, kill for me! The clouds surged, the sky changed color, and the surrounding atmosphere became extremely oppressive. In a few breaths of time, a huge minefield appeared in the sky above the forest. Dark clouds surged, lightning and thunder continuously wreaked havoc in the clouds, as if it was the end of the world. Suddenly, the heaven-raging thunder bull spat out a breath of lightning, and with a heavy step of its front foot, a powerful force rushed into the clouds. Following that, the 9 heavens shook and an unparalleled power exploded, causing all the beasts to crawl on the ground, letting out low roars of fear. Rumble, rumble, rumble. 10,000 lightning bolts shot out at the same time, and the disciples of the Luo family who were rushing forward were instantly struck by the lightning, turning into fine powder. Blood splattered everywhere, pouring down like a torrential rain. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. However, in Luo Tian's mind, a series of system beeps sounded like 10,000 firecrackers, deafening his ears. Ding, ding, ding. This kind of feeling was quite amazing. In an instant, after dying, his experience soared. Luo Tian did not even look at it. He extended his right hand, pointed at Luo Lin, who was not far away, and shouted, You're next!